Alright. Think this is working. Always gotta make sure. YouTube is very finicky when it starts up streams. I can never tell right off the bat whether it's going well or not. But looks like it's live. Alright. This is definitely going to be an interesting episode. Never really tried this before. At least not live on stream. So I'm really curious to see how it's going to go. I guess I went over here, off in the middle of nowhere in Ardenweald, to get the thumbnails for this. But I might as well do the world boss while I'm out here. Hey, May Cronus, good to have you here. And there's also a chest. Wonder what that gives. Hopefully there's no, like, emissary, or what are they called now? Callings? I always mix that up. If there's a calling for Ardenweald, and I'm, like, wasting the quest right now, then, fuck it, whatever. I don't even really need those things anymore. Hello, Warhammer, good to have you here. Just getting started doing some, like, you know, world quests, basic introductory things. You know, the kind of stuff that doesn't ever make it to an actual Survival Hunter episode, because it's not very interesting, but, well, the reality is, this is the stuff that you kind of gotta do. Even if it's not interesting, it is necessary content, world bosses and all that fun stuff. Hey, Brettman bruh. Good to see you. You may have been slightly drunk when you were dropping comments on the video. It's okay, you did say that in your comments. I found it amusing. And I'm glad that the video was entertaining for you. That one was pretty good, I thought. I had to do a ton of editing, though. I normally just, you know, with the Survival Hunter episodes in the past, I would just put the long rants of, like, unedited Torghast footage or whatever of me talking about the guild and stuff. And there definitely, from what people have told me, is an appeal to that. A lot of people really enjoy that format of just, you know, stream of consciousness stuff. But I didn't really have anything like that in this past episode, so I had to do much more tight editing, where I tried to make it so every single clip was relevant. And, I mean, I got some good ones in there. Like, the amount of people that fell off platforms was just something else. To the point where, I don't know if everybody's seen today's video, but it is literally just a compilation of people falling off platforms in the Survival Hunter challenge, so I had enough clips to actually justify an entire video for that. You were a bit rough this morning? Yeah, I feel that. It's one of the reasons I don't really like drinking. I've tried it before. It's just... It's like, I'm not one of those people that really loves the taste of alcohol. Like, I have a friend who just binge drinks like crazy. That motherfucker will drink multiple bottles of Everclear, just back to back to back. And he loves the stuff. I don't know how. I've never really enjoyed it. So I've always seen drinking as, like, really just more of a way to take your mind off things, I guess. But every time I've tried it, which hasn't been a lot, to be fair, I just end up feeling like complete garbage after the fact, and it just doesn't seem worth it to me. But I know it's, you know, it's not for everybody. You only like whiskey, everything else is nasty? Yeah. Like, I've had some alcohol that doesn't taste terrible. Like, every once in a while when I go to Brazil and, like, go somewhere with my cousins, they'll be like, oh, you need to try, like, this drink or something like that. And it'll be, like, okay, I guess. But to me, it just tastes like kind of a shitty soda that makes me feel worse later on. So I just don't see what the advantage is, really. I don't really feel anything special. Like, if anything, you get that, like, dulled feeling where everything feels kind of weird, I guess, if you drink too much. That's the only real appeal to it from what I've heard, but it doesn't even really do that for me, like, entirely. I don't know. I guess I'm not a drinking person, basically. You just saw that? It's amazing. WoW needs more of that. I have ideas on future videos that I want to do that are more comedy focused, right? So I've been doing a lot of, you know, short informative videos on, like, this is how you do X, this is how you do Y. Like, here are some tanking tips. Here's how you use Warcraft logs. But I have posted a few more just like funny, I guess, highlights. Obviously, comedy is subjective, right? But there were things that I found funny that I was like, hey, I want to turn this into a highlight. And that's what I've kind of been going for with some of the more recent videos. Now, one thing I will say, basically, minor spoiler for a potential future video. I normally don't like to do this, but it's something that I'm like relatively confident that I'm going to do at this point, so I figure I'll give a heads up. I kind of want to do a video about the WoW general discussion forums because I don't know how many people have actually gone there and read the shit on that forum, but it's fucking hysterical. Like, the stuff on there is legitimately some of the funniest things that I have ever seen in my entire fucking life. I cannot understate that. Like, one thread that I really, really, really want to do a video just kind of covering it, going through it, and just kind of reading out the discussion is some guy on the BC Classic general discussion forums posted a thread about how they need to remove Edgemaster's handguards to fix Classic Fresh. And he went into this long rant about how Edgemaster's handguards, that one item specifically, is killing Classic, and that if they do Classic Fresh, they need to remove it, and they need to, like, add all these other items from, like, the original Classic Beta to, you know, balance it out or something. And then a bunch of people asked him to explain what he was talking about, and he just went into this massive tirade calling everybody ignorant and stupid. It's just... I literally sat there for an hour reading through that thread on the forums and laughing my ass off. It was just peak fucking comedy, so I kind of want to do a video about that, because I looked it up and nobody else has done videos about the WoW general discussion forums, and there's just some dumbass shit on there, and I don't know how nobody's picked up on that yet, because goddamn, literally spent hours just looking through that forum. And in the past, I've done this too. Like, there was one thread, I looked it up, and unfortunately I couldn't find it. I think it was probably on an older version of the forums that got deleted or something. But I remember the name of it. Somebody on the WoW General Discussion forums years and years ago created a post called Warcraft Logs. It's a bully tool. And they went on this gigantic rant about how they couldn't get invited to groups because Warcraft Logs was, like, nitpicking on them and purposely letting people see their logs to decline them or something like that. It was weird. Basically, they were acting like the creators of Warcraft Logs were specifically targeting this one person. You know, if that's actually a thing that they would do. It was so dumb. I'm trying to remember it, and I really wanted to find the forum thread to show how stupid it was. But the people that use that are... there's something else. It's like a fucking zoo over there, and I love it. I fucking love it. Okay, now that I've gotten all my callings and stuff, let me go to the Maw. I think, yeah, I'm just gonna do normal Sanctum first, because I need to get that done at some point. Might as well do it on stream. Fuck it, I'll use this. Why not? And now, I will say, as much as I enjoy the fact that people have helped me in the past, I would actually say I actively discourage anybody watching this stream from helping me. You know, I get that if you want to help me gear, like, my Blood DK or Prop Paladin when I do those streams, that's awesome, and I appreciated the help that people gave me on those. But please, 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 do not join the group that I'm creating. This is the one problem that I have with streaming this, but I've mentioned this before. It's one of those things where I either don't live stream the Survival Hunter Challenge and never finish it because at this point I simply do not have the time, or I live stream it, finish it, and just hope that nobody randomly joined my pug. But the reality is, I mean, if you've seen the other videos, you know that I've managed to form really, really, really good pugs for this, regardless on whether or not people are actually helping me, so it really shouldn't be a problem. Might be a bit hard to find people this early in the morning, but I'm not going to put a minimum item level. Full clear farm run. But But yeah, so don't help me, please. Would defeat the entire purpose of this challenge. Even though I know that, you know, people do enjoy helping, that's kind of antithetical to this entire thing. Let me mute my phone real quick, because I just realized I forgot to do that, and I don't really want that going off, so I'm going to throw Do Not Disturb on real quick. I did see, I saw your comments on the video, Brett, so I appreciate that. That actually wasn't what pinged it, though. Normally, I don't have, like, sound for YouTube comment notifications, but my dad texted me, and he's been sending a ton of texts because he's on, like, a vacation or something, so I figured, fuck it, I'll just mute my phone, and while I went to do that, I noticed that you commented. For an extra challenge, you should list that you're a survival hunter. Okay, it's in the video description, or the title, that is. I'm not gonna put, I'm a survival hunter in the raid description. You know, nobody needs to know that. They're gonna find out when they see me on the top of the damage meters. That's all that really matters. Fuck it. Now, once again, I'll just be very clear on something, because I know that some people are gonna dislike the way that I form raids. You don't have to do this, but I'm gonna be completely real here. I've been forming raid pugs since the dawn of fucking time, and this is the most effective way to form a pug. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the Warlock, then I'm going to take these people. And what I'm going to do is, please tell me the Warlock accepted. Okay, Warlock gets to stay because he's a Warlock. So, oh no, he hasn't accepted yet. So we just hope he accepts. And it delisted us, okay. You're not allowed to form pugs? Oh no, I'm allowed to form pugs. That was never against the rules. I set the rules. I've literally formed a pug in every single one of the episodes of this challenge that I've done. In fact, forming pugs actually makes it more fair, right? Because then it's a test of my skill to actually form the group rather than just hoping I get a random invite. If I hope I get a random invite, it's, you know, just up to RNG. And honestly, it could be argued that there's even more room for manipulation there, because if I get invited to a really stacked pug, then somebody's going to say, well, you might have gotten invited because that person recognized your name. But if I'm the one forming the group, then it's 100% up to me to actually, you know, create the group on my own and make sure it clears the content. Oh, you meant it in a sarcastic way. No worries. Dirty Warlock privilege. Do a rag/KT full clear. Oh, God. Love, you're fucking sadistic, man. I don't know if I can do that. We did get the Warlock, though, so that's good. But yeah, Warlock privilege, you know how it is. So, what I'm going to do here... Once again, you don't have to form your groups like this. It just happens to be the most effective way. I'm moving these guys to Group 6. The reason I'm moving them to Group 6 is they are on the chopping block. So, the way that you need to form groups, this is just a fact of life. If you really want to get a pug going in not, you know, 5 hours or something like that, you need to just invite people. So the reason I don't have a minimum item level is because people are more likely to join a group that already has members. So if they see that, like, see, here's the thing, 249 Warrior joins up. Do you think he would have joined a group that had a single DPS? Probably not. But if I invite a bunch of people to this group, and it looks like we're almost formed, then, yeah, people are going to be like, oh yeah, they're almost good to go, I'll join. And this doesn't display what the item level of the people are, and the reality is these people are not actually part of the group. They are here to increase this number to make it more likely for people to join. As I've said before, I recognize that this is a bit Machiavellian. I recognize that this is not going to appeal to everybody, and a lot of people are going to say, oh, that's kind of a shitty way to lead pugs. And yes, it is, but it's effective. And the reality is, trying to pug, even normal Sanctum, is going to be a fucking nightmare if you just invite random people. You're not allowed to use your brain to better the process? Yeah, I know, right? So I always give that disclaimer, right? Like, I get it. I get that this is not the ideal, perfect method. But, yeah. Welcome to real life, kids. People are stepping stones. It's a logical way to lead it. Yeah, so, and this is what I've said before. The reality of this challenge is that this challenge is inherently not practical. There are two ways for me to do this challenge. I could either do this challenge and make it take the entirety of a season and work for months and months and months and waste hours of my time trying to get into groups or trying to form fair groups to kill the bosses. And maybe at the end, I would actually manage to complete the challenge. Or you could do it the logical way of just forming good groups, which the way they do this is, the way that I do this is I look at Warcraft logs. Like I said, I already inflate the group a little bit, get people to be more interested in it. You always want to have a Warlock. Warlock does not matter what item level they are. Make sure you have one, if not two, in your group. The fastest way to get a group to die is to be halfway through a raid and have no Warlocks, and then a few people leave, and then nobody wants to join because they don't want to have to walk all the way to the instance. Seems like I'm not pugging Mythic Plus as a survival hunter. It seems like this is going to be a 7-hour stream, most of which is going to be me pugging Mythic Plus as a survival hunter. And the very beginning of this is just Sanctum. Like, right? You know, I don't know what to tell you. I'm allowed to do multiple things within an episode. If you clicked on this video and you're like, this isn't a Mythic Plus dungeon, I am mad, just come back in like 2 hours. Okay. Don't know how to respond to that. You can make it the Preach way, episodes on YouTube and all of that, like back in Legion, or this way streaming it and risk being accidentally carried or something. I mean, yeah, but it's not even necessarily the case of like accidentally carried, because I'll be completely real and say that I was carried, quote unquote, in the previous episodes. In every episode, I am being carried in some shape or form, right? But the point isn't that I'm being carried. The point is that I am not being carried by people because they know it's me, or because they're trying to help me out. I'm just the one forming the group. And at the end of the day, that is a service, right? If you're the one creating the group, if you're the one forming it up, you know, managing it, it takes effort. You're actually in some ways contributing to the success of the run by making the group, you know, go smoothly, that kind of thing. Somebody has to do it at the end of the day. That's just how it goes. I just happen to be the one doing that. What would be different is if, let's say, I got carried by my guilds, and my guilds joined up and they all carried me through and helped me out because they knew that I was trying to gear up this character. That said, on that different note, so what I was saying before is this challenge is inherently not applicable to new players. Sure. If you want to do this challenge, quote unquote, as in getting Keystone Master and AOTC, you shouldn't be pugging it. The pugging part is meant to be hard. What you should do is join a guild. So a lot of people will say, well, it's inherently impractical to go make your own guild, or to make your own group. It's inherently impractical to try and, like, look for tons of really high item level people. Not everybody has the ability to do that. And those people are absolutely correct. But your alternative is finding a guild. And that is a very easy way to do it. Honestly, that is the best way to do it. Like, if I was trying to make a, you know, a video on how to get AOTC on a fresh character, I would have literally just recorded the 30-minute run where on my 216 Blood DK that I geared up on stream, I joined my guild's Alt Heroic and got AOTC at 216 item level on a Blood DK. It's that easy. You just join a guild. Now, obviously, if it's your first character, it's not that easy. So, in that case, it was my alt. So, obviously, they brought me as a 216 because they knew that I could play tanks. But if it's your first character, well, then you need to join different groups and work your way up. So if you're brand new to raiding, I would say join a normal progression guild. That it does exist. I want to have a tank in the group, but they are going into the other groups. Vlad, you're finally able to watch me live stream. Good to have you here, Mateus. But yeah, so you will want to join guilds and work your way up. You know, even if you are joining a guild inherently and not a and not like a pug, there's still that level of, you have to treat it like a stepladder. You have to go one step at a time. Normal progression guild, early heroic progression guild, then join a guild that's already like later on in heroic, and finally join an AOTC guild. Please pause the stream, you need to puke. Yeah. I found out recently that it's a thing that exists. I mean, everybody plays at their own level, right? Different people play the game for different reasons. That's just kind of how it is. Some people like doing normal progression. And you may find, as a new player, that you join a normal progression guild, and you're like, hey, I'm enjoying this. This is the spot for me. And you might join a normal progression guild and find, these people are lagging behind me, I want to move my way up. Well, then, once you have some experience, you apply to a heroic guild. You tell them, I've already cleared... Nope, why are you set as tank? You say, hey, I've already cleared full normal, and I'm looking to dip my toes into heroic. And I've said this before, logs are your friend. Logs are the best way possible to get into better guilds. You join a guild, you get good logs, and then you use those logs to apply to a better guild. You can... I'll set you as DPS for now. Put tank queues up. Bring them. Otherwise, keep that in mind. Okay, let me quickly... Okay, so a handful of people are leaving. That's fine. I'd like to kick you. And that's the 3 stack. So I can't replace them until, one big removal thing. All right. Let me check comments. But what I'm trying to say is, if you want to get Keystone Master and AOTC, find a group of players to run with. Do not use pugs. Pugs are inherently something you should do in 2 scenarios. One, when you're just barely dipping your toes into raiding. So if you just kind of want to get a feel for what it's like, but you're not actually looking to clear the raid, yeah, you can join a pug. That's fine. Or the other scenario where you can use pugs is if you're already geared. And in that case, if I'm like trying to get a heroic clear on my prot warrior, I join a group that literally says 245 item level only. I join that, one shot every boss on heroic, and it's just free loot. Those are the 2 cases where pugging is okay, when you are just kind of trying out the content or just kind of steamrolling it with an already geared group. If you're trying to actually progress through pugs, you're gonna have a bad time. That's just a fact. That's why this challenge is difficult. So don't subject yourself to that. Find a good team of players that you enjoy running with. 2 druids can be good because they can dreamwalk, go to the start of the instance and use the summon stone, but that's only if you don't get luck. Yeah, I have had people do that, but I mean, if I'm pugging, right, I can afford to just bring a lock. I should also note that for normal, at this point, I haven't actually looked at anybody's logs yet. I'm just going by item level. Normal is generally easy enough that I can just do invites on item level and then kind of weed people out as I go. So if I see that somebody's really underperforming, then I just kind of make a replacement at the time. Good morning, your local MILF. Good to have you here. Would like to get... Okay, Demon Hunter, that's good. And... This guy has Cutting Edge Sylvanas. Okay, well, he knows what he's doing, so... Here, what I'll do is I will set this guy, or, I will remove these people. The 3 stack that was under geared. And I will set this guy as a tank, because he asked earlier. Now, this guy queued up as a tank, so we can take him. We can set Johnny back to DPS. Lots of role changes going on here, but... LFR progression guilds? Oh. I actually joined a guild. Hold on. I'll tell that story of the LFR progression guilds after I've responded to everything in chat. I don't want to fall behind on chat getting into that story. So you have a bit of a problem. You want to play retail, do stuff, but you don't have fun. All you've done is leveling, and Torghast looks like a pain in the butt. Any tips on making leveling fun? Porfet, I actually have a leveling guide that will get you to max level as fast as possible. That said, honestly, I don't really think it's fun. I've experimented heavily to find the fastest leveling method, and the sad reality is, it's just not very fun. It isn't. So, yeah. I can't really say that leveling in this game is honestly just that fun at the moment. That's just kind of how it is. I would say the fun part of this game is getting to max level and, you know, getting to actually do the content at max level. I can kind of have fun with leveling if I speedrun it, but speedrunning, like actually speedrunning, isn't something that's practical if you're just getting into the game. So for now, I would say just take your time, get to the end, and then have fun once you're at the end with the content. As for how to do that, well, there's a lot of different methods. I'm trying to show one good way, which is, you know, raiding. Raiding, despite this being only normal, is still kind of fun. Easiest process in terms of doing content is finding a guild. Precisely, yeah. Get along with it. Otherwise, there's the choice to be the social experiment of the system. Pretty much. Form a 40-man group and apply to LFR. Oh dear God. Let's not discuss the fact that some pug groups ask for way above average item level even for normal content, or even those groups that are link cutting edge or link cutting edge KJ. Yeah. And here's the thing. I kind of feel comfortable asking for people, you know, above the item level that I'm at, because I know that I can pull my weight. First of all, I'm 230, which is more than enough for Sanctum, our normal Sanctum at least, but even on Heroic, like, I was pulling my weight. So if you watch episode 3 of Survival Hunter Challenge, where I did Heroic Sanctum, I absolutely did pull my weight. I wasn't the top DPS, but I did more than enough damage for my item level, and as a result, I also assigned myself to every single important mechanic. So I would always go out of my way to do stuff like chains on Dormazane, or whatchamacallit, like traps on Painsmith, etc. Anything that I think that was like an important role that somebody had to do, I would take care of that. So I am inherently picking up my own slack. Okay, definitely just need one more tank and then we're good. There's actually LFR progression guilds? Yes, unfortunately. Why don't I use Raider.io? I use Raider.io on my main. I've intentionally disabled it. Oh, is it on It's on Heroic, right? Yeah, okay. I've disabled Raider.io just because I literally turned it off on, I like disabled it for this character, and then I turned it off like just in general. I don't want to have the overlay here. So I see that more as like part of the challenge, but I'm still, for Keystone Master and stuff, using Raider.io and stuff like in a different tab. So I am using Raider.io, I just have disabled the add-on on this character, if that makes sense. But I use it on my main just to make it easier. But, you know, for raids, I use Warcraft logs. For, you know, keys, I do Raider.io. I just have the actual website open in a different tab. Let's see. Really been enjoying doing the hardcore challenge in Classic. You should try it sometimes. Right now, I'm just trying to finish leveling in BC Classic. I've messed around on BC Classic a little bit since the stream, but every single time that I want to actually level more in BC Classic, I'm like, shit, there's something else I need to do. So, what I'm... can do trash if we don't find one when we reach Terragru, we can swap. Okay, so yeah, every time I've tried to do BC Classic, I'm like, oh my god, I need to do something else I forgot. Like, I have homework, I have video editing, I have like a alt heroic or something that I forgot about. I just have not been able to actually get more work done on my character, so that is my first priority, of course, before I ever try something like a hardcore Classic challenge. And yeah, it's gonna take me a while. What I'm probably gonna do, so I'm not sure what I'll do for tomorrow's stream. I might do another Survival Hunter episode tomorrow, depending on how this goes. Like, if I feel that I'm making really good progress on this, and I think that within this same week I can make a lot more progress, yeah, I'll do another one tomorrow. But I might just do more TBC Classic tomorrow, because that would actually give me a good opportunity to, you know, get some more questing done, which I've been trying to do and just haven't found the time. But as mentioned, I will be doing a lot of stuff off stream. So as it stands, I literally have not touched my warrior, mostly outside of the streams that I did last weekend. I technically did play TBC Classic off stream, but mostly what I did is, like, I checked the auction house and stuff. Like, I would go over there, do things in the AH, I cleaned out my bags a bit, I mailed things over to my bank alt to, you know, make sure that I actually had room. Then I did some more research on, like, Aldor versus Scryer. It looks like I'm going Aldor, I think. And then I also just kind of did a lot of reading into what every class in TBC plays like. So I know a good bit more now about the TBC meta and how things work, which is just something I enjoy reading about. I just enjoy reading about the meta for any game. It's just fun for me. So I spent a lot of time doing that. But in terms of actually questing, I literally haven't done anything. So it might be interesting to do more of that. Reminding Harldan to tell the story about the LFR guild. I don't want to hype it up too much. It's not really that good of a story. It's a very short story. More just the fact that I found out it existed. Yeah, I definitely do want to play more TBC. I'm probably going to sometime this week put out just an episode of me doing offline TBC leveling. Or like off-stream TBC leveling. So that'll be something. Oh, found a tank. Perfect. Let's see. I haven't even made it past the first boss in normal due to the sheer amount of people that want out of normal mode. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can help me, but I'm torn between playing Alliance, where I've always played, or playing the Horde because your favorite race, Nightborn, is there. I would honestly recommend Horde. So, I have nothing against Alliance, and I actually really do enjoy playing Alliance, but the unfortunate reality is that Horde is the more popular faction at this moment. You're going to have a way easier time finding groups for literally any form of content on Horde right now. So especially if you're saying that your favorite race is Nightborn, then, I mean, it's just kind of a win-win, right? Preach had story times about this in one of the drama times. We'll try to find it. Interesting. People queuing up. Well, I'll take another Warlock. I'd like to get one more healer, though. Okay. Drama time, how bad can LFR really be? Interesting. I've watched a few of Preach's drama times. They're one of those things where, like, every once in a while, if I'm just, like, sitting there on my phone and I have nothing to listen to, and it pops up on my recommended, I click on it. I found them to be amusing. But I haven't watched them all. Mateus, at the end of the day, you should play the game the way that you have the most fun with, rather than the most efficient way. Yeah, for sure. I try to do a mix of both. But I absolutely do agree that having fun is, of course, more important than, you know, being meta or something like that. But especially if you are already playing, or planning on playing Nightborn because you enjoy it, then I can tell you that Horde is a very strong option at the moment. How does that even exist? Guilds doing LFR progress? Which guilds? I must check it out. Must be IRL cats playing the game or something. Drama time called He Lives to Cause Pain. It's a story about a guy who intentionally joins LFR to wipe people. I mean, I may have done that once or twice. In fact, I think I've told stories about him doing that every now and then. So, that actually sounds like an interesting episode. And yeah, the WoW Mythic Plus score thing is also pretty nice to use. It's LFR and you had some time to kill, may as well wipe some groups for fun. Yep. The most fun I had doing that was on LFR Agrimar. That story I've absolutely told on stream, but back in Legion, I wiped a group on LFR Agrimar. Well, me and my friends wiped a group on LFR Agrimar. I think it was like 7 times or something like that. The main reason it was so much fun is because on LFR Agrimar, The way that it worked is his knockback from Flame Rend, or whatever it was called, did reduce knockback the more stacks of determination you had. And we just kept knocking people off the platform. The only thing you ever got banned for? Wait, Love, you got banned for that? Yeah, so Dick Cheney in chat was one of the friends in question who helped me wipe LFR Agromar. You actually got banned for that. Or was that like another time or something? Because I remember they kicked you from the group, but they kicked all of us from the group, and nobody else got banned, I don't think. Unless you said something that got you banned. Oh, in WAD. Okay, so something different. Gotcha. I still have the screenshot of that in the Discord, by the way. I think it's pinned. And then they have, I think somewhere in there, you posted the screenshot of when they kicked you. Because, so, backstory. While me and my friends were wiping LFR Agromar, I was the first one to get kicked. I forget why. I think I was like the instance leader or something like that. And after I got kicked, my friend in chat, Dick Cheney here, said, "Not my peepaw," when they kicked me. So they assumed that he was saying that I was his dad or something like that. And his character's name was Craft Singles. So I remember the screenshot of somebody saying in raid chat, "Now kick his son Craft Singles," and then they booted him from the raid. Every time I remember that, I just fucking laugh. That was so fucking stupid. Come get your crack. I like that dude's back row for Healthstones. Yeah. Most interesting preach dramas are the ones about role-playing, because 95% of the time the story isn't about RP, just some LOL RP made for fun. Yeah. Min-maxing is fun? I agree. I love min-maxing. Coming from someone named Dick Cheney, I have a hard time believing that's the only reason. You're getting called out. Someone in my group took lumbering form. Oh, fuck me. I wasn't paying attention. That's gonna be fun. I mean, it's normal, so I don't really care that much, but that's probably gonna be a pain in the ass. Craft Singles, what a beautiful name. Yes. Lub here has some creative names. Yeah. Why do you still have Dick Cheney as your YouTube name? Just, it confuses me every time I'm talking about you, and then I'm like, yeah, but his name is fucking Dick Cheney in chat for some reason. Like, I don't understand it. Another reason to not do LFR, you can get banned for such silly things. And no, yeah, Dick Cheney's completely different. Paul is just named Paul whenever he appears. Paul, unfortunately, makes more rare appearances because Paul works, like, 24/7. So, the only reason Paul was even able to show up on that one stream that he did show up on was because it was Labor Day. I think that was on the Labor Day stream. So, he had off on work, which was why he was able to make it to the stream and, you know, fuck around and stuff. But, unfortunately, Paul works from, like, 6 in the morning to, like, 10 at night. It's kind of crazy. And he works literally 7 days a week. I genuinely do not understand how that man survives. I would just collapse of exhaustion if I had to do that. But, I mean, it's impressive. Doing a route on a third character now, and I find it super fun. Almost no one comes here, so most rares are up, even on a full pop. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit, I guess, I found my route to be fun the first few times I did it, but I'll be completely real and say that I don't enjoy doing my personal leveling route anymore, just because I've done it so many times. Like, if you do something enough times, you're gonna get bored of it. That's just kind of how it works. So, I'm glad that people are still enjoying my route, it's just I personally can't have fun with it anymore. You were on your hunter and you were misdirecting random people on some boss, but you fucked the mechanic up. Or it fucked the mechanic up, and you had 4 other people in the group toss blame. Best part of He Loves to Cause Pain, when the author says that you can kick people in LFR after only 60 seconds, but the bosses respawn every 30, so you can constantly reset and not be kicked. Oh, that's insane. You got a 30-minute ban? Oh, I see. You've been smart enough to avoid a ban for words or anything like that? Oh, man. Put down a mark for chains. Okay, good points. Take chains to blue. Also, speaking of getting a temp ban for saying dumb shit in chat, I was scrolling through like old posts on my Discord the other day, Lub, and I found a post of Pooty saying in Antor's general chat, "Go lift the dust or go lick the Cheeto dust off your fingers, you F word." But it was like one of the more offensive F words. And then he said something about the dude's mom, and it was a screenshot from an email where Blizzard was explaining to him why they denied his appeal for his silence. And that just... I fucking love that. It's so great. So you may be smart enough to avoid bans for saying dumb shit in chat, but Pooty unfortunately is not. Now that post is just an eternal reminder of that dumb Antorus run. God, I can't... Fucking hell, I can't believe he did that. I still laugh about that every now and then. 30-minute ban, was expecting it to be higher? Yeah. 30-minute ban is nothing, you just go and have a snack and boom, back in action, yeah. You got a 3-day ban for telling a GM to go back to blowing Bobby on his helicopter because they wouldn't refund Shadowlands. Or, sorry, Shadowlands. But you got a refund. Good shit. Jesus fuck. Okay, this rogue is taking a sweet-ass time. Like, come on. Just waiting on him. Wait, I'm logging, right? Combat log. Okay. We're good. So. You'll just go with 3 power? Okay, sure. Appreciate it. Alright, let's see how well I can do this. God damn it. Off to a great start. Fuck me, man. At least it's Terragru, so, like, who fucking cares, honestly. Okay. Bomb. Well, I managed to recover a little bit from getting feared during my burst window. Made it back up to top 5. So that's something. Oh, that spawned under me. That's good luck. Nope, nope, nope. Get that fear off me. Fuck that. Okay, Fleet Shot. Serpent Sting. Bomb, then get back up to full focus. Another kill shot? Fuck me. Okay, that was poor timing. Back for your circle. I want to at least be top 5. Don't ruin my hopes and dreams. God damn it. Well, I got a necklace, but it's not an upgrade. I was number 6. Fuck me. Oh well. You like the custom name of the boomkin in first place? Cal.exe has stopped responding. Yes. Good name on his part, for sure. Oh yeah, I never told the LFR story. So, LFR story, nothing really that special. Basically, when I was leveling a character on a random server back in WoD, so it was the monk that I've used in a lot of videos. First time I've leveled that Brewmaster monk was back on... It was an RP server, Maelstrom. Like, really, really low pop server. In fact, the reason I leveled it there is because I wanted to level a character, like, intentionally on a low pop server. Like, really, 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 like, you know, hard to find people and stuff like that. More just for fun. I wanted to see what it was like. And Maelstrom had, like, absolutely no active guilds. I think later on it got merged with other people, so maybe it's more active, but I doubt it. And while leveling up, I got invited to this random guild, and I just figured, fuck it, I'll accept for, you know, like, the Hearthstone cooldown reduction, or whatever. And while I was gearing up through, I think, like, it wasn't World Quest, because it was WoD, but, like, dailies or something, like, whatever the Apexis Crystal stuff was. So I was just minding my own business, doing stuff in Gorgrond, and one of the people in the guild messaged me, and said, hey, do you want to join us for our guild's raid night? And I was like, what are you guys doing? And this was before Blackrock Foundry had come out. So they're like, oh, well, we're doing LFR progression. And I kind of laughed at first, and I was like, oh, that's funny. You know, like, but I was like, are you guys actually doing raid? And he was like, no, we're serious. We're doing LFR progression. Like, do you want to come? And I was just so confused. I probably, like, should have asked more, but this was years ago, and my mentality was just like, what the fuck did I join? Because I did not realize that anybody actually did LFR progression. And, like, the moment that I actually realized that they were seriously doing LFR prog, and weren't just bullshitting me, I was just kind of like, yeah, no thanks, I'll pass. And, you know, if anything, that's the biggest regret in my life. Because now that I think about it, I'm like, why the fuck did I not join? You know? That was my one chance in life to join an actual LFR progression group and see what the fuck it was like. And I passed the opportunity. And now I'll forever wonder what LFR progression actually means. And I don't know. But unfortunately, that's the entire story. I never bothered to find out. I just kind of said, no, I'm not joining your LFR progression group. And then I left the guild the next day. So, yeah. The fact that it exists was enough for that entire memory to just stick there. And now I always wonder, is that a thing that people still actually do? Or was that just a fluke? LFR prog group would have been a good video. To be fair, this was back in Warlords of Draenor, which was like 5 or 6 years before I ever started doing videos. So nowadays I would have been like, oh my fucking god, yes, that's content right there. But, you know, it was not even remotely a thought on my mind at the time. Okay, we need more DPS. Orm Sanctum at Eye of the Jailer. Let's just go with I. Fuck it. I'll set a minimum item level of 226 at this point. That way people know that it's at least not a carry run. You would have joined that group out of sheer confusion? Yeah, I wish I did. I fucking missed out. Definitely something I should have done. Didn't take the chance when I saw it. Also, in case it's not already obvious, I am 100% going to try to do Tour of Shadows on this boss again. And if I fuck up this time, well, it's live on stream, so nothing will stop my shame from being shown to everybody. But I'd like to think that I'm pretty good at it now, so, you know. Maybe. If it was back in Dragon Soul, you would have accepted some LFR progress, but after that, it's so hard to hear about it. Yeah. I did LFR Dragon Soul the day it came out. I wasn't really into raiding back then, because I've talked about this before, but the first time I ever seriously did raiding was back in, Mists of Pandaria. I just never really tried raiding before. I was way too young, right? Like, back in Kata, I was 12 years old, I think. It was a long time ago. So, I just never really had the time, because I was in middle school or whatever, to actually raid. Much less learn how to not be shit at the game. And I actually really liked LFR when it came out, as a kid, because it was something I never got to do. Back then, the idea of pugging into a raid group was at least not common. So I know that people might say, well, they were pugging raid groups back in the day, but as somebody who did play WoW quite a bit back in Kata, for, like, the average player, it was basically a foreign concept of actually pugging a raid group. You effectively needed to find a guild if you wanted to actually enter, like, normal Dragon Soul or something. So, for me, somebody who had never gotten to experience a WoW raid before, when I was, like, 12 years old back in Kata, I thought Dragon Soul LFR was awesome. So I spent, like, 6 hours the day it came out doing that, and I had a blast. It was actually the most fun I've ever had in LFR. Because, you know, for someone like me at that age who had never done any sort of serious content, to actually finally get to experience what a raid boss is like was just so cool. Like, I remember the final boss of the first wing that came out was, I think it was like Hagara? Go TPS. Whatever the one was where it was like the orc lady with like the electricity orbs and you had to form a chain and break those like things and stuff like that. And I remember when I realized how to do that mechanic, like my 12-year-old brain was like, that's so cool. You have to coordinate like chains of people to bounce the orb. It was like, it was the biggest revelation for me. That, like, honestly, now that I think about it, it's something I've never really considered before. But, yeah, let me just quickly explain. YOLO on sides, tanks, make sure you split it. But yeah, come to think of it, that one experience of LFR Dragon Soul was probably the main reason I even got into raiding in the first place. It took a few years for me to actually give it a real shot, but remembering how excited I was back in the day, that was the first thing that really made me go, I want to try this more. I want to actually give this a shot. Because when I was a little kid and I was just doing quests in WoW and leveling up alts and stuff, I never really understood that I was missing out on an important part of the game. To me, the game was just exploring the world and doing quests and leveling characters. And once I realized that there was this whole other aspect to the game that I was missing out on, it was like a whole new world had been opened to me. So that's one of the reasons why the next expansion in Mists of Pandaria, I actually tried to get into raiding for real. So there is, in some ways, a merit to LFR. I think that LFR, in many ways, is, you know, people's... Oh, we didn't even manage to... Whatever. LFR, for a lot of people, is, like, their introduction to raiding. The problem is, honestly, it is too easy. One of the reasons why I really enjoyed LFR when I did it as a 12-year-old kid back in Dragon Soul is because it was brutally hard. It took me... however long it was, like, something in the realm of 6-8 hours. I got home from school, and literally from the time I sat down until the time I went to bed, I was doing LFR Dragon Soul. And it was brutally difficult because nobody knew what the fuck they were doing. So I had to learn all of these mechanics on my own, along with a bunch of other random dipshits, but that's what made it fun. That's what made it challenging, and it felt really rewarding when I finally got it done. I got... I think I still have it on my first ever hunter that I created. A piece of LFR raid tier, I think it was. The shoulders, I want to say. I forget exactly. But I remember feeling so proud of that pair of shoulders that I got because I felt like I earned it. Even though it was only LFR, to me, I had just spent hours of my time working on that boss to actually earn that piece of gear. And it felt really significant to me because it was a challenge. And that's, well, missing from modern LFR. Modern LFR is for the most part, face roll easy. And then you have stuff like Sylvanas, which is just kind of, I wouldn't say over-tuned, but the problem that I have with Sylvanas LFR is you're not actually going to wipe on Sylvanas LFR until the Enrage timer. So the amount of times when I've tried to do Sylvanas LFR and literally gotten until the last possible second at 10 minutes in, only to miss the damage check by 10% of her health, and then you have to do that again, it's frustrating. Now, I get it, a lot of people just do really shit DPS, and that makes it hard, and it's not that Sylvanas LFR is over-tuned, but when you consider the quality of players that enter LFR, it is kind of over-tuned, because the entire challenge of Sylvanas LFR is a damage check, and it's a damage check that the average LFR player cannot meet without, like, 5 stacks of determination, unless you get really lucky. Speaking from experience as somebody who has tried Sylvanas LFR on multiple occasions and ended up being the top DPS as a tank, it's not fun. It's not fun having to get 10 minutes to the end only to wipe because people can't do damage. So, I don't know. I feel like LFR should be more mechanically intense, because I think that's the really rewarding part of it, which is why, if you watched my video on the problem with raiding in World of Warcraft, I advocated for Blizzard to add a normal LFR, effectively. This difficulty, to be frank, is piss easy. I think that the mechanics are just hard enough that you actually need to think about it, but the damage check is still extremely forgiving, and nothing here can outright just destroy your group. Normal is, like, what LFR should be. And with the exception of maybe you could argue that normal Sylvanas is still a little bit harder than, you know, some heroic bosses, maybe. Like, obviously, heroic Terragru is infinitely easier than, like, any normal boss besides normal Terragru. I would still say that this is easy enough to give people, you know, a challenge-free raiding experience where they can gear up new characters, but they can still have fun, because it's actually, you know, it actually requires you to somewhat use your brain. So that's the most important part of it. And in that same video, I gave an example of how Final Fantasy does exactly that. Final Fantasy raids are not face roll easy. Final Fantasy raids can wipe you. If you fuck up the mechanics, your raid group will die. But at the same time, Final Fantasy has a system that encourages experienced players to help out with new raids, and that means that it's easier for new people to actually learn, because there are, generally speaking, people who will explain the mechanics and help new players understand what's going on. And I've gotten a lot of mixed feedback on that point since I made that video, like, over a month ago. A lot of people think that it wouldn't translate well into WoW, which I expected. I expected a lot of people would kind of dispute that point, saying that World of Warcraft shouldn't have anything else that feels mandatory, but the main point that I tried to make at the time that I think a lot of people missed, and I think maybe people don't understand it if they haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, that same thing I'm talking about in FF is completely optional. It's basically, you queue up for a normal raid, a random normal raid of any expansion, some of which are honestly really easy. So if you get, like, a very, very old raid boss, it's a one-shot, and then you basically just get free rewards. But in the off chance that it RNGs into a current normal raid boss, which does sometimes wipe, you know, you actually need to teach people the mechanics and focus up. And it's worth it, not because you feel like you have to do this to stay viable, it's worth it because it gives you a currency called tomestones, which is effectively used for catch-up gear. So, if I'm doing those normal raids in Final Fantasy, I'm never doing them because I'm like, I feel obligated to do this in order to, you know, stay viable for raiding. It's usually a scenario where I'm just kind of bored, and I'm like, hey, I kind of want to try out this other spec that I've never played. I need some gear for that spec. So I could sit there and farm crafting materials for ages so that I could, you know, craft an introductory piece of gear for that character, and that would take me hours of time. Or I could queue up for this, you know, LFG normal raid, get a currency reward for doing that, and then I can just buy catch-up gear using the tomestones. And that way, it's a faster, in many cases, method of getting gear for your alts. Now, whether or not it's more fun, varies from player to player. Some people don't like doing the, as it's called in Final Fantasy, normal raid duty roulette. Some people don't enjoy that. And that's fine. You have other options. You aren't forced to do it at all. There are other ways to get gear for your alt characters. But if you enjoy doing raid bosses and you don't mind helping out new players, it is an efficient method of getting catch-up gear. But once you've gotten that catch-up gear, you have no mandatory thing forcing you to queue up for it. It's just there if you want to do it. So, yeah. It's also a decent source of passive gold or gil in Final Fantasy game. If you do the, like, needed queue. So, if there's, like, a tank queue needed for that, and I queue up as a tank, I get, like, a pretty nice chunk of money from doing it as well. It's not, like, an insane amount, and it's only once per day. But sometimes if I feel like I just want to make some, you know, lazy gold in Final Fantasy, I'll just do my daily roulettes. You know, it may require me to use my brain a little bit, but it's not too hard, and I can feel satisfied knowing that I'm helping out some new player and, you know, teaching them the mechanics. Roulettes is somewhere between 13 to 14k gil, yeah. Which, like, it's not a ton, you know? 13 to 14k isn't going to make you, like, absolutely rich. But it's enough that I would say it makes the time that you spend worth it. So if you're just bored and you feel like doing it, you can go, yeah, sure, why not, you know? I'll do a duty roulette today. I'll get, you know, 13k gil and some tomestones for catch-up gear. Like, why not? It's just a fun little thing that you can do. You do normal raid and trial roulettes every day to keep your skill relevant, and also some party finder here and there. You've been so into E12 Savage Prog Party? Yeah. I mean, even if you're doing, like, E12 Savage, you can still do the roulettes and stuff to have fun. Sometimes honestly, it is kind of fun just getting to dump on, like, weaker raid bosses. You know, just flex your knowledge of, you know, the game and stuff like that. Okay, let me bomb here. I forgot to potion. Whoops. Okay, I'll read the rest of the chat comments after this pull. I just want to focus up. Tanks seem to be doing fine. I'm always worried that they're gonna fuck up and die, but I mean, it is normal. But the 9, a lot of people just get super confused with tank swaps and just fuck up and let their co-tank die. So good to see they're not doing that. Okay, that person's dropping it directly in the middle. Nice for pulling it out. Okay, I can use this bomb to do this, weave, do this, weave, do this, weave. Ah, barely missed the timer on getting that third stack to bleed. Unfortunate. Is the timer there for a reason? Yeah, it's to block chat. It's actually off-center. Now that you mention it, I just realized it's not completely centered, so I should probably fix it after this. But that's why it's there. You know how streams are, right? Gotta keep my chat blocked. Just kind of part of streaming. Oh, shit, killshot resets. Another reset. Nice. Change this to remnants. At least this tank is way faster than the one in the episode with moving the boss. Yeah. Oh my god, that was fucking awful, that one tank. I don't know why he spent so much time just sitting there. I've never seen people not understand how to do that mechanic. It was genuinely impressive. I'll take a 248, why not? Technically, don't really need anybody else, but it's like, you know, who cares? At that point, with that item level, I'll take him. Also curious to see how I'm doing. I'll take a DK just specifically for Dormazane. We kind of need the grips for that. Well, we don't need it on normal, but it's like, might as well. Can't hurt. LFR prog group would have been a good video. I actually did... Well, I didn't make a video, obviously, of that LFR prog group specifically, but I... Why does this keep happening? Every time I do a Survival Hunter video, people just eat shit and fall off the platforms. I'm literally cursed. It's just my presence makes people run off cliffs. I don't understand. Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, no, I actually did do LFR on stream, I think last weekend. So there was a lot of funny shit that happened. I am actually going to be turning some clips of last weekend's, or no, not last weekend, 2 weekends ago. 2 weekends ago I streamed LFR, and I'm going to take some clips from that and turn it into a highlight. Or at least I streamed it for part of that video, or part of that stream, right? LFR Tomb was still hell, that's true. LFR Kill Jaden was brutal. Couldn't wrap your mind about a killed LFR progress rate. Why? How? Yeah. Spine of Deathwing was a thing in LFR? Yeah. Tanks in LFR out DPS 70% of the damage dealers? Yep. That happens a lot. LFR doesn't consider the situation of putting people who barely even know how to WASD. That's true, yeah, because leveling has been so streamlined over the years, people end up in raid scenarios with, like, barely any knowledge of how to actually play the game. Like, I'm not knocking my cousin, but one of my cousins just recently started playing WoW. And he's been in chat, so if you were here for some of the previous streams, my cousin Eduardo, who has popped into chat a few times, he just recently began playing WoW for the first time. And he's asked me a lot of questions about it. And one thing that he managed to not figure out, at level 59, so he got almost to max level without actually realizing this, is he didn't know what Lone Wolf was. So he was leveling the entire time not knowing what Lone Wolf was, and he kind of messaged me really confused about why he was doing such little DPS. And he was like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, can you help me? And then when I found out that he was MM and using a pet, I explained Lone Wolf to him, and then, like, literally an hour later after he had figured it out and stopped using a pet as MM, he messaged me, he was like, oh my god, things are dying so much faster, this is awesome. And for some reason, the game, as an MM hunter, never actually communicates to you, hey, you should probably not have a pet out, because your damage will be higher. Like, obviously, it's a passive buried in your spellbook, but at no point do they say, yeah, this is a mechanic of Hunter. You either know it, or you have to find out the hard way. And I kind of couldn't believe that that just wasn't something Blizzard communicated, but I guess, come to think of it, I'm not really surprised, because the actual education of new players in this game through the in-game mechanics is fucking abysmal. It's so poorly explained half the time. And, you know, back in the day, that's fine. Like, if you're looking at classic WoW, it's kind of okay for a lot of things to not really be explained, because that was kind of the appeal, right? But when the game nowadays is entirely focused on raiding and, like, endgame stuff and knowing how to actually do proper damage, it's kind of important to actually have some sort of system in place to teach new players how the fuck to play your game. It's really bad. That actually surprised me. Like, like I said, not obviously shitting on my cousin because, well, first of all, he's my cousin, and second of all, it's not his fault. He just started playing the game. How the fuck should he have known that? I'm mad at Blizzard because I can't fucking believe that there was absolutely no easy indication for my cousin to figure out that Lone Wolf is a thing that exists. Like, there's no reason why I should have to be the first person to explain it to him at level 59. It's just fucking crazy. And there's lots of stuff like that in this game. Lots of things that are just really, really poorly explained. And then you look at Final Fantasy, and you are effectively railroaded into leveling the entire way through to endgame. And yes, on one hand, a lot of people complain that Final Fantasy has a very long leveling time. Final Fantasy takes forever. Yes. One second. I'm going to explain this mechanic to people. Bounce. Take bombs to orange every time. No rotation. Just orange each time. Kill orbs, etc., etc. But yeah, Final Fantasy will teach you the entire game as you level up. There's even something in Final Fantasy called the Hall of the Novice, which is actually amazing. It does a really, really good job at teaching players like new mechanics and stuff for MMOs. A lot of the stuff that it teaches actually applies to WoW as well. Like, I remember playing through that and being genuinely amazed for like the tank trial of the novice at how good it was at teaching new mechanics. Like, as an experienced tank, I'm looking at the stuff, and I'm like, wait, this is actually shit that I consider to be not, like, advanced, but, like, intermediate level knowledge that I wouldn't even explain to a beginner tank. Like, stuff on how to position your character to make sure that your AoE attacks hit every single enemy to maximize your threat generation. Final Fantasy has a tutorial on that. Which, like, obviously that's important, and obviously most tanks should know how to do that, but generally speaking, when I think what's an important thing to teach a new tank, I don't even consider, let me try to teach them how to aim their AoEs to maximize damage, because they're very basic things that they should probably learn first. And Final Fantasy covers that, but then it has even more tutorials on, like, intermediate stuff, such as, you know, aiming your AoEs, positioning, and, like, grouping up mobs to help the DPS cleave it down. Stuff that you would never expect them to actually cover. It's really good. Really, really good. So the fact that WoW doesn't have something similar is very surprising to me. It doesn't translate to WoW because being nice to people rewards people with actual things that helps content, while in WoW, that's never been the case. It's... yeah, that's fair. I will say, I think that, you know, a lot of people say that WoW is inherently toxic. I mean, I kind of don't think WoW is magically more toxic for no reason at all, right? Like, people say, oh, Final Fantasy just has a better community. You know, I don't really give a shit what you say about Final Fantasy. The community isn't better just because it has the name Final Fantasy XIV attached to it. The community is nicer because the mechanics of the game promote people being nice to one another. It starts in the game design. So it's not just that Final Fantasy is this magical place where everybody's like, you know, all sunshine and rainbows. It's that because the game is designed in a way that encourages people to be kind to, you know, their fellow players, it has a better community because that's something that's encouraged. And World of Warcraft doesn't do that. In fact, I've already explained just within this episode about how the most efficient way for me to form a, you know, raid is to invite people and then kick them after the fact. That is what World of Warcraft encourages doing. And, I mean, it technically doesn't encourage this, but when the path of least resistance, when the most effective way to get something done is inherently a little bit toxic, you're going to breed that type of mentality within your player base. So I don't really think it's anything special about WoW. I don't think that WoW has this super toxic community that just exists within a vacuum. Fucking what the fuck was that dispel? Res someone. Fuck me, man. If you don't look through the spellbook, you miss a lot. Yeah, and admittedly, that's why I've said this a few times before. If you're learning a new class, the absolute first thing that you should do is just open your spellbook. That is the easiest way to learn a new class. Open your spellbook and just read. Read through everything that your class has available to you. But a new player isn't going to think to do that. God damn it, I said go to orange. Why do they not listen? Whatever, as long as they dispel correctly, I don't give a shit. Why do I even bother explaining mechanics, honestly? Thank you. See, this guy actually listened to my instructions. I appreciate that. Okay. How did we lose somebody else? Did he fall off? Okay. I guess I need to start explaining boss mechanics in Spanish now, too. Fuck me. You don't have to do orbs. It's... Orange is rough. Orange... How is... Somebody... Okay. This motherfucker just said orange is rough. As in, like, it's difficult to get to orange. Can somebody explain to me real quick how getting to this marker is any more difficult than getting here or wherever else those people took the bombs? It's fucking equidistant. How is that rough? How is that difficult? What? Fuck me. Fucking hell. Don't understand. Just call it soul render. People understand that. Yeah, there's no extra difficulty on getting that to that mark in particular. I don't fucking get it. It's weird. Whew. I don't get when tanks don't move away from obvious things. Makes me think they're playing in first person, just watching the floor. Yeah. Sometimes, I gotta wonder. Let me check logs. Back in WoD, Lone Wolf was 30%, but back in WoD, Lone Wolf was a talent back in WoD. So, like, if you were taking Lone Wolf during Warlords of Draenor, like, obviously it was still BIS, but you had to make a conscious decision to actually take Lone Wolf. So there was no instance of you just not realizing it was a thing. So I would say it's actually better in WoD because, yeah, obviously it would be worse if somebody happened to fuck it up. up, but people would be less likely to fuck up Lone Wolf, because if they didn't want Lone Wolf, they just wouldn't pick it, even if that wasn't a viable option. But if they did pick it, they'd at least know what they were taking, right? As a tank, you had the funniest moment in normal while trying to find a guild. You had a guy ask what taunt is, and a person who crafted the base legendary, just like the white item base? What the fuck? How do you do that? I mean, I know how you do that, but I'm more asking, like, rhetorically, how the fuck somebody messes up that badly. God damn. I think it's a good thing. By reading and learning by yourself through the book, it's more immersive. Yeah, but, like, okay, that's why... Here's the thing. That's why I can kind of say that I understand why they wouldn't give a lot of explanation in Classic WoW. Because immersion is kind of a Classic WoW thing. The whole idea of being immersed in an role-playing experience is a Classic or even BC thing. The idea of having to, like, read the spell book and, you know, have to figure out everything on your own is not really what most of modern WoW has evolved to. Obviously, yes, people should be smart enough to do that, but at the same time, you have to basically design things as a designer for games or anything with, you know, the mindset of how might the dumbest possible person approach this system? Like, how can I retard-proof this thing that I've designed? You have to do that with everything in life. And if you design something that has clear flaws that somebody could just completely fuck up if they don't know what they're doing, it's a barrier to entry, and you're probably going to lose a lot of people who don't really care enough to figure it out. Anyone got Heal OS? Best general plan you can have to learn specific spells one by one is doing practice on your own and doing trials about it. That's how you learn to interrupt at the end of casts. Yeah, true. Definitely true. I mean, practice makes perfect, right? He was literally rocking the base item. I explained to him how to craft it and stuff. He thanked you and left the group. Fuck it. Let's give this a shot. Chains are YOLO. Don't overlap them. Be smart. Don't ignore it. Okay. Really, really, really would like to get the shoulders off this boss. I think, do chains have a cooldown? Or like a debuff, I mean, in normal? I can't remember. Hopefully they don't, so. If they don't, that means I can just take care of all of them. Ooh, that's awesome. Those guys got ripped together really fast. I knew it was a good idea to bring that Blood DK. Or just DK, not Blood DK. But either way, definitely made the right call there. Wait, do we even have chains on normal? Yeah, I mean, I see the timer on my DBM, so presumably yes. I feel like they should have spawned by now. There they are. Okay. Ooh, somebody snapped it really quick. Okay, there is no CD on chains. So I can just do every single set of chains. Which is exactly what I'm going to do, just to make it easier. Nice, I refreshed Serpent's thing. This is 1. Shrapnel bomb. 2, 3. Kill shots. This. Kill commands. Kill commands. 1, 2. Kill commands. 1, 2. Okay. Shot. Nice. Hey, made it top 5 that pull. No shoulders. Ooh, but that guy got shoulders. I mean, I'll ask him if he needs it. Let me check. Wait, he doesn't. Roll? Oh. Well, I rolled a 71. Do I want to take a... I'll wait a little bit, and I'll invite that druid if nobody else queues up. Okay, nobody else has rolled on the shoulders. Oh my god, if I actually finally get Dom Socket shoulders, I will be so happy. I've been trying to get these things for so fucking long. I would like the Sylvanas ones more, but, I mean, these are my current shoulders. Literally anything is a replacement. Somebody else rolled and they lost! Sylvanas' shoulders is better, right? But, like, if I can't get it to drop, which, I mean, statistically speaking, it's unlikely to happen. Especially because, you know, I can't rely on people feeding me gear. 99% of the shit that I win comes from winning a roll, because somebody puts it up for roll. Like, if it's a guild run, then usually people are there to help feed me gear if I'm, like, gearing an alt or something. Fuck yes! I love you. Oh, I got locked out. Oh well. Let's fucking go. These things are fucking massive! Holy shit. Each shoulder pad is like the size of my Volpera's head. What the hell? Okay. I have a shard for this, right? So I'm using Blood Set. And... where's my other piece? Ah, yes, this one. So I have Blood Set, and then I have Shard of D's Nuts in my other one. So I can put Shard of Core in here. Awesome. You're a Cerberus with those shoulders, 3 heads. Yeah, true. 229. Are traps a thing on normal? No, traps are a heroic mechanic, right? Yeah, okay, so I don't need to worry about that. I mean, that's honestly the only thing that can really wipe us. I guess we still have chains. Okay. Only thing that can wipe on normal is chains. If you get them, congrats. You're a ranged DPS now. GTFO from the group. Okay. I like saying capiche. Capiche is a fun word to say.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, 3 stacks of the bleed. Holy shit, kill shot resets. Okay, I can pump a lot of focus into this. Kill shots. That was like 3 in one blade shot. Absolutely fucking nutty. I only got 2 stacks off that. Didn't do it fast enough. Oh well. I feel like Painsmith will be a disaster. I mean, if you watch part 3, I managed to one-shot heroic Painsmith in a pug. It's honestly not hard if people know what the fuck is going on. And so far, most people in this group have been, like, okay on mechanics. Like, you don't even have traps on this difficulty. It's literally just Shadow Steel Chains that can really fuck people over. Fuck. Hey, even getting hit by spikes doesn't actually kill you. Technically, it doesn't kill you on heroic, but, like, the damage it did to me was non-existent. I'll take a Windwalker Monk. He's probably going to leave when he realizes that we're not actually on Painsmith, because he's probably doing this for Cruciform Vein Ripper, but on the off chance that he wants to stay for Guardian, well, you know, why not? What the hell are these kill shot resets? Holy shit. Oh, there's another one! Okay. And another one. Okay, we need to kill spike balls. Nice. You have, like, no health on normal. It's crazy. Kill shot. Nice. Okay. He says while getting impaled by spikes. Look. Okay. I'm not doing too bad, honestly. Huh. God, my shoulders look so derpy. With these shoulders on, you could probably see my hunter from fucking outer space. Jesus Christ. Nice. They lusted right on time. Kill shot. Oh my god, another kill shot. Another kill shot! What the fuck? Another one? What is going on? My fucking luck is crazy right now. That was just a regular kill shot. Yeah, see, that time I only got 2 procs, so it's not always that you get the really good RNG, but sometimes. Alright. Hey, 4th DPS. I'll take it. Honestly, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm happy about that. I need to start working on my conduits. My conduits I've been slacking on a lot. Tormented Rack Fragments. That is probably an upgrade over my shitty PvP trinket. So, I'll roll for it. I rolled a 26. Somebody rolled a 19. Okay, somebody rolled a 92. Okay, I'm losing that roll. Whatever. 234 Paladin, sure. Guardian. What calculates a parse? Warcraft logs. So Warcraft logs is the website where you can find parses, and if you go there, there's a thing called Warcraft logs uploader tool. And the way it works is you go into system, you go into advanced, or where is it? Network, right. Go to network, you check advanced combat logging, then you open up the program that you install from warcraftlogs.com, you click live log, start log, and then in-game you type /combat log, so like that. I'm already doing it, so if I actually enter that, it'll cancel my log. Don't want to do that. But that is how you log. That's how you start getting parses. Yeah, I'm curious actually how I've been doing. 82 on Eye of the Jailer. That's pretty good. 75 on the 9. It could be better. I got a 77 overall and 96 for item level on Painsmith. Pretty good. Happy with that. Soul Render 79. And Remnants I got in 69. Okay. Well, hey, so my lowest parse is a 69, which, I mean, is, you know, let's just pretend that I intended to get a 69 parse, you know? It was calculated. You might try Survival Hunter? Survival Hunter's fucking awesome. I love it. Yeah, it's really fun. It's a shame all the raid bosses are made out of thin air and not existing lore characters. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about that as much as long as they're fun. Like, Painsmith has absolutely zero established lore, and he's like my favorite boss in the raid just because it's a good fight. I do acknowledge that it can be fun to have, like, you know, well-known lore characters in the raids, but think about it this way. One of the characters in this raid that has the most lore behind it, as a raid boss, would be Ner'zhul, Remnant of Ner'zhul. And nothing about Remnant of Ner'zhul has anything to do with Ner'zhul as a character. Like, tell me how any of this relates to Ner'zhul the character at all. It's a good boss fight. I think Remnant is a fun boss fight, but they had a cool boss fight. They slapped they slapped Ner'zhul as a character onto it and just said, all right, we're going with this. And I'm like, okay, I guess, but we're down 1 DPS. To be fair, I actually like the concept of making some new characters specifically for that raid. Yeah. That's true. He's the leader of the Soul Forges. I could see that. I mean, obviously, he wasn't well established, but I'm not saying that he's a bad character by any stretch of the imagination. I like Painsmith. I think he's cool. Do you have any strategies for running Twisting Corridors all the way to Layer 8 as an item level 216 Havoc Demon Hunter? I would first recommend going Vengeance, because if you go Vengeance DH, you can literally face roll your way through Twisting Corridors. I have an unlisted video on my YouTube channel of me soloing the final boss of Layer 8 Twisting Corridors while AFK. Basically, the trick is you go Immolation Aura build, so you just like ramp up an infinite Immolation Aura, and you stay in Metamorphosis for an infinite amount of time by using this power that lets you get additional time on meta whenever you kill a Marat. So you have infinite meta, you have infinite Immo Aura that ticks for an insane amount. No. And then you just kind of melt mobs by standing in their general vicinity. You can do it on Havoc, but it's like, it still does a shit ton of damage as Vengeance. So, like, why would you want to do it on Havoc, basically, when Vengeance can just sit there and do nothing and face tank all the auto attacks and get the exact same result? So, definitely, I would say for Twisting Corridors, Vengeance is a better option. Like, obviously, if you have gear, you can very easily do Torghast as Havoc. In fact, the fastest class for doing Torghast is Havoc, if you're like super geared and you just want to speedrun it. But for actually just having an easy time, Vengeance is literally the easiest class to do Torghast with, by far. Am I tempted to Mythic Raid and do high keys in my Hunter? Those are the only things I found fun. So, okay, if you're new to this challenge, right? I do Mythic Raiding. I'm not like at this tier, I haven't tried to push super far. I've gotten cutting edge multiple times. I've done high key pushing at various points in the past. Never been really my thing. I prefer to do Mythic Raids. But I've done that many, many times. Right now, I am 5 out of 10 Mythic. Not amazing, but I do Mythic Raids. But I do Mythic Raiding as a tank, and I do Mythic Raiding on my Prot Warrior, Blood DK, and Brewmaster Monk. So that is what I'm focusing on in terms of like actually doing Mythic Raiding and key pushing. As far as this Hunter goes, I'm specifically playing this Hunter for the challenge of doing this without any help. So the title of Pugging Mythic Plus Dungeons, and you know the general thumbnail title effectively of Pugging my way to AOTC and Keystone Master as a survival hunter, the idea is that I'm getting these achievements without any external help from any friends or anything. I have to do it entirely with random people in Pugs. That's the challenge. I've gotten Keystone Master on... Well, I only have Keystone Master specifically on one character because I haven't bothered to do all the dungeons on alts. But I have Keystone Master on my Prot Warrior, so I've done it already. And I've done plus 15 dungeons on both my Blood DK and my Brewmaster Monk. And I have AOTC on all 3 of those characters, so it's not like I haven't done this already this patch. And I've done Mythic Raiding already this patch. I'm still doing it. As for whether or not, after I'm done with this Pugging-only challenge, I would want to engage with Mythic Raids on this character, that's a maybe. I might. The thing is, like I said, I play a tank. So in order for me to actually be able to bring my Survival Hunter to a Mythic Raid, I would need to convince my guild to let, somebody else tank for one boss so I could play Survival Hunter. Now, I may do that just for the meme aspect of it. Like, I've told some people in my guild that I'm doing this challenge and that I play Survival Hunter, and they think it's fucking hysterical that I actually play this spec. So I'm sure that if I really try to convince them, like, once I'm done, once I've finished recording all these episodes, like, hey, can I bring my Survival Hunter to, like, Mythic Terragru or something, just for fun, I'm pretty sure they would say yes, but I don't know if I actually care enough to do that. I'm more doing this just for the actual challenge of pugging my way up. I do love, Survival Hunter, right? I love the spec, but I am a tank player at heart. Fuck. Almost got me there. So, as much as I love this spec, unfortunately, Survival is not a tank. And while I can have fun playing it, it isn't the kind of thing that I would ever want to main just because I would get bored of not being able to tank. But, having this to play for fun, in my free time, to do this, like, nice little challenge on and take a break from tanking, that's kind of what I enjoy. But I wouldn't make this my main thing. Probably not. So I hope that answers your question. Okay. Well, that's what Eagle's for. Oh shit, oh shit. Okay, fine. We're good. Kill shot again. Kill shot again. Nice. Ah, barely missed a kill shot at the end. Why can't I loot normal Guardian? I'm supposed to be able to at least loot him, right? I definitely didn't kill any normal bosses this week. Wait, when did I kill normal Guardian and Fate Scribe? Why is my lockout... Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh yeah! I joined a lockout for... Oh yeah, that was in the unused footage. Okay, whatever. I still need Kel'Thuzad and Sylvanas. Yeah, I forgot I joined a group on Guardian. I got fuck all from it, but I'm locked to Fate Scribe and Guardian. Okay, that explains it. I completely forgot about that. When was that? I think that was... Was that Thursday? I think it was Thursday. Can't remember. Alright, we need... I'll take a priest. Let's see. The one sentence "Just Go Vengeance" is more helpful. You've watched dozens of videos on Twisting Corridors. Yeah. I mean, like, if you care, so if you want to see your local MILF, if you want to see the builds that I used for Twisting Corridors on my YouTube channel, if you go to playlists, there's a playlist called Torghast Runs Outdated. And in there, you can find some unlisted videos that I made back in, like, early Shadowlands of, like, some of my Torghast runs. And one of them is called Soloing the Final Boss of Layer 8 Twisting Corridors while AFK. And at the start of that video, I explain, or I show the actual soloing process. And then at the end of the video, I walk through the build that I used for Twisting Corridors as a Vengeance DH step by step. So, it's unlisted. You'll have to do a bit of digging. In my opinion, it's not really a good video, so, like, I unlisted it. But it's still, I guess, useful in that one particular context. I more unlisted it because it's like, you know, there are a few videos on my channel that have, you know, my X in them, and I kind of don't really want those up anymore. Not too many, thankfully. A lot of, like, the actual, like, you know, informative videos I just record on my own. But those videos, I'm just kind of like, yeah, don't really feel like keeping those up. You remember the AFK solo kill? Yeah. I was proud of it because I had to theory craft that build and get it to actually work. It was the only thing I actually enjoyed about Twisting Corridors, but I did end up delisting that, or unlisting that video, just because I wasn't really feeling like keeping it up. It also, like, it wasn't the best video ever, you know? It was kind of just thrown together at the last second. It was just one of those things of, like, I don't really know what the fuck I want to upload to YouTube, so I'm just going to put this up there. It was kind of during the phase where I was still figuring out what I wanted my channel to actually be. So, I took it down, but yeah, it's still posted. I will never private a video. So, if I take a video down, I actually have an entire playlist called Video Graveyard, where every single one of my unlisted videos is on there. There are only 2 videos I've ever made that are currently unwatchable, and that is actually 2 of my streams. Unfortunately, one of the streams that cannot be watched is the day 1, like, on release, Shadowlands leveling stream. Which, I'm really upset about that one, because it was a 25-hour stream, and I thought it was really, really good. I was happy with that stream. And it's down because YouTube has, like, some weird thing with, like, encoding really long streams, and basically it has a chance to just break if it's past 10 hours. So I just said, fuck it, I'm no longer doing any stream past 10 hours. So that that specific stream is gone. It's lost for good. And then I had another stream, which thankfully was like a pretty throwaway stream. I think I was like doing BOE farming or something, like on day 5 of Shadowlands. And that one was 10 hours and 5 minutes, and it broke. So I was like, okay, thank you, YouTube. And now I always stop my stream before 10 hours just to make sure it doesn't run into problems. But those 2 streams, unfortunately, can never be rewatched. There's nothing I can do about it. Every other video is somewhere on my channel, but it's probably, like, buried in the video graveyard, just because. But I'm keeping it there, basically, like, I know some of it, you know, basically for this exact instance. So if there is, like, one old video that I did, which is super, super, super niche, then I can still say, oh, well, it's there if you want to check it out, but it's not going to appeal well. Like, that kind of video would not do well, like, on the YouTube algorithm at all. It wasn't super interesting, in my opinion. But how do I feel about all the tank specs? I won't go into it because this is something that I get asked, like, every single stream. Not complaining. I do know that I talk about how I tank. I tank a lot, so people will ask. But real quick, I would say if I'm ranking tanks in order of my favorite to least favorite, it would probably be Prot Paladin / Brewmaster Monk / Prot Warrior, kind of. I like Prot Warrior, but admittedly, I'm kind of getting burnt out on it a little bit. Then I would say Guardian Druid is up there too. What? And my 2 least favorite tanks are Vengeance Demon Hunter and then Blood DK. So Blood DK is my least favorite. Now, I still play Blood DK quite a lot. In fact, I'm actually maining it right now. That's a longer story. But while I don't hate Blood DK as much as I used to, it's still my least favorite tank. Honestly, the main reason that I'm kind of semi-enjoying playing it right now is because it's kind of a little bit fun playing something that I don't really like. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but basically, I've historically not enjoyed Blood DK, so I haven't played it in a few years. And that means that it's basically a completely new experience for me. It's the only tank that I haven't played since Legion, I guess, which means I'm having to relearn, like, everything about it. So it's a fun challenge. But I still don't really enjoy it a lot. And Vengeance Demon Hunter, Vengeance is fun, but I've said this before, I mained Vengeance for all of Legion and all of BFA. And I loved Vengeance in Legion and BFA. It was my favorite tank by far. And they've, in my opinion, completely fucking butchered it this expansion. So Vengeance is still fun, but I am a salt shaker because it's not the Vengeance that I remember, if that makes sense. But in my opinion, I still have more fun with it than I do with Blood DK. Unfortunately, I think the only fun way to play Vengeance is Spirit Bomb, and they keep trying to nerf Spirit Bomb. And yeah, that's why I said, Dimitar, you don't need to worry. Like, I'm not mad that you asked, and, you know, as you can see, I'm still answering. Just basically saying I'm not going to, like, dive into a super thorough thing. I might honestly make a video about that, just because it's like, I've gotten asked it so many times that I figure if I make a video, I could just be like, refer to this video. But, yeah, I do, either way, enjoy talking about tanks. Tanks are fun. But right now, I'm maining Blood DK, even though I don't enjoy it. I think Prot Paladin's awesome. I think Prot Warrior, if you know how to play it, is really fun. Guardian Druid is fun if you know how to catweave. Admittedly, it's a bit stressful to play, because catweaving can be not the easiest thing if you're, you know, doing Mythic raiding, for instance. Because it's, you kind of have to play on like a razor's edge, where you have to really balance your survivability and your damage. So that's one of the main difficulties of actually catweaving. But admittedly, it is very fun if you know how to do it properly. Guardian Druid is a very, very fun tank. And then there's the other ones, like, you know, Brewmaster is just a fun tank to play. I think Brewmaster has probably the most satisfying mitigation style in the sense that you just don't fucking do anything. You just kind of sit there, get slapped in the face, and then purify the damage off. And it's like, kind of reactive, but, you know, you just take so little damage because of stagger that it feels really good. Brewmaster is definitely it's an easy tank to get into, but it has a very high skill cap, which is why it's fun. Because a lot of people will try Brewmaster because it's easy, and then they'll realize that there's so much to learn to, like, min-max their play, and they'll be like, oh, this is fucking awesome. And Brewmaster is very, very fun. Eating tank add, stacking, and... Make sure we do discs. You're maining Guardian Druid, doing Mythic, and thought about making another tank ult, so that's why you asked. So how do you like playing Guardian? Because that's the main thing. So if you're asking, like, what tank do I think would work well for you? Guardian Druid, I would say it depends on how you play it. Because there are definitely two ways to play Guardian. There's, like, the cat weaving playstyle, and then there's the, I just sit in bear form, like, layer on shit tons of Iron Fur, and I don't fucking die kind of playstyle. I'm not saying one is necessarily better or worse than the other, but different people play Guardian different ways. So, you know, depending on what you prefer, I might recommend something different for you. Let me read. Just had a thought that you could extend this challenge to joining a Mythic guild and raiding on a non-meta spec with the goal of documenting it on YouTube. That would mean joining another guild. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. So, Guybrush Fox, that's a good idea. I like what you're suggesting in concept, but the fact of the matter is, I do not have the time to do that. I absolutely do not have the time to commit to 2 Mythic raid schedules. It's already hard enough for me to record this just whatever off session. Can anyone run runes? Not sure on normal. Oh, sick. Yeah. So do that, please. You catweave, mainly trying to help DPS? Oh, fuck yeah. In that case, Prot Paladin. If you catweave as a Guardian Druid, you will fucking love Prot Paladin. Because that means that you enjoy min-maxing your damage, and no other tank is as fun to min-max damage on than Prot Pally is. Prot Pally's so fun. So, I would absolutely recommend playing that. And that also means that you're not afraid to, you know, take risks when it comes to tanking, and Prot Pally inherently is a bit of a risky tank to play. The amount of Mythic level Prot Pallies I've seen eat shit because they don't know how to play properly is, like, insane. So it has a very, very, very high skills cap. Skill cap. Blah. Words. Nubzinu. Okay, we'll wait for this guy. Yeah, that's completely understandable. Even just raiding 2 to 3 nights a week takes a lot of time. Yeah. For sure. I like the idea of your challenge, though. In principle, that would be cool. If I didn't have college 4 days a week, it might be something I would try, but unfortunately, that's just not the world I live in. Okay, let me ready check again just to see if the shaman's here. My sister stopped by and said she was ordering food, so she asked if I wanted anything. So I think she's going to order a pizza. Cool. Best race for Survival Hunter on Horde? Troll, by a mile. Troll is really, really, really good for Survival Hunter. Because of the haste. Lining up that haste racial with your cooldown burst window is nuts. Twisting corridors is fun, but after the Phantasma auto loot, you keep forgetting to loot bodies. Yeah, true. Your old experience with Layer 8 as a BM hunter was around 200 item level, and it was true torment. Yeah. Twisting corridors is not my favorite thing in the world. I've only ever done it once to get the rewards, and then I noped the fuck out. Back in BFA, someone tried the challenge to do all plus 15s as a tank without the Azurite necklace's traits. I mean, you could definitely do that. I would say if you were gonna do that challenge back in BFA, depends on when it is, right? Because your traits as a Vengeance Demon Hunter did not fucking matter at all. I would say with Twilight Dev as a Vengeance DH, you could just unequip your Azurite necklace and easily do plus 15. Now, it might be a bit harder if you didn't have Twilight Dev, because at that point, you know, it's a slight additional challenge, because Twilight Dev just literally fucking carried the thing for you. But even then, Vengeance Demon Hunter, by far, out of every single tank, had the lowest impact Azurite traits, and it was obviously really good in Mythic Plus. So, Troll Survival Hunter sounds good. Any tips for 50 to 60? None that I haven't already kind of shown when I leveled my Survival Hunter or in my leveling guide. So, I mean, main tip I would give, as you probably know by now, is just do campaign. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Do campaign, follow the route that I have in my guide, and you should be good. I'll wait 30 seconds, then kicking. Solo Mythic 15 with no armor. Honestly, maybe a Blood DK could do that. Oh, not solo 15, but just tank. At first I was still thinking about tank a Mythic 15 with no armor. A Blood DK might be able to tank a 15 with no armor. Obviously, your group would need to be fucking insane, but if you had, like, a ridiculously powerful weapon, and you were really good with your Death Strike healing, maybe. You would obviously need, like, a ton of misdirects and stuff to hold threat, but I could see that actually being maybe doable. Gotta wait. What the they summoned a Doomguard? Why? What the fuck? Okay, we need to... Has the Shaman gotten zoned out yet? Not yet. As soon as the Shaman zones out. What the fuck was that? No, don't summon another Doomguard! Oh, are you fuck... God damn it. Fine, I'll help. Okay. I guess we're summoning a second Doomguard. Jesus Christ. This is so stupid. Is one of the Warlocks gonna enslave it? Jesus Christ. Do we have to wait? God damn it. Now we have to wait for the banish. Thanks for clearing buffs. This hunter is not happy. Goodness. Is the Doomguard even good? I have no fucking idea. I've never seen somebody do this. I knew it was a thing that existed, but I've never actually seen somebody use it. Fucking hell, man. Is Exile's Reach the fastest way to level 10? Didn't see your at a glance guide starting from 1. I've never really done a guide from starting on 1 because yes, Exile's Reach is technically the fastest. So I have to give like a big disclaimer with starting from level 1 because there are faster ways to get to level 10. The fastest way to get to level 10 by far is actually as a Worgen. Worgen starting zone. But the Worgen starting zone will take you from level 10 to level 15. And here's the thing. Worgen starting zone is nowhere near the fastest leveling spot from 10 to 15. So it's debatable whether or not the Worgen starting zone is actually worth running, because it could be argued that it's only slightly faster, and I mean, times show that it is actually barely faster than Exile's Reach, and for being barely faster than Exile's Reach, it forces you to stay there all the way until level 15, meaning that you're effectively losing out on efficiency after you hit level 10. Whereas Exile's Reach takes you directly to level 10, and then you go right into the really efficient leveling zones. So it's very difficult to say what the actual best... Eat it. What? Stop kiting it, motherfucker. I said before the pull that we're eating those. Jesus Christ. So yeah, it's really hard to say what the actual fastest 1 to 10 route is, because there's a lot of variables depending on your race. If you're not a Worgen, Goblin, or Panda, then the fastest is Exile's Reach by far. So you're never going to have a faster experience on just one of the other classes that doesn't have a unique starting zone. It's specifically Panda, Goblin, and Worgen that have the fastest starting zones up to level 10, with Worgen out of those three being the fastest. But all three of them last until 15, meaning that you end up being inefficient in the long run. So I hope I explained that well. In the Worgen starting zone, you can kill yourself in a certain zone and respawn back in Westfall. So you can do that once you hit 10. Really now? Now that I actually did not know about. So I'm curious about that. I mean, I have never really tried, and nobody's doing this ring. This is gonna be a wipe, because this person just didn't do the ring, right? Unless he died? Oh my god, how did you die? I don't know how we're still alive there. Rez. Fuck me. I'm just gonna start doing the rings. Fuck it. A lot of people said in Raid Chat that they would volunteer for rings, so I was like, I don't care, I'll just let them do it. But if they're gonna be that fucking stupid about it, I'm just gonna do the mechanic myself. You can escape it using the Argus Fireball thing. Interesting. I'll have to look into that, because in theory, that would actually make Worgen the fastest race in the game for 1 to 60 speedrunning. Because they can be druids. So you would play, presumably, a Worgen druid, then you would do Worgen starting zone up to level 10, and then you would escape. That said, nobody's actually done a 1 to 60 speedrun but me, and I did not do it seriously. If you want to watch it, it's the Mage speedrun. I know a bunch of people have checked it out by now, but that was not a serious world record attempt at all. It technically is world record, because nobody else has done it, but nobody else has tried to actually refine the route, so to speak. And I did it on Horde, right, so that wasn't a factor. Druid best class, yeah. I'm looking into potentially doing Windwalker. I know the current Alliance world record uses Windwalker, but that's also, it's weird, right? Because Alliance has a major benefit with Dark Iron Dwarf specifically. Okay, this guy's got it. So because Dark Iron Dwarf can't be Druid, it's kind of strange for Alliance level 10 to 60. But specifically for Alliance 1 to 60, where Dark Iron Dwarf is not a factor, I would imagine that Druid is still the best. So there's that. But Windwalker is still, either way, a competitive option. What are they doing? God, these rings are taking way too fucking long. I also don't know how I'm still top DPS when I've literally been reading chat and, like, paying attention to what people are doing mechanics-wise for half this pull. I mean, I'm not top DPS, right? But I'm one of the top DPS. And I shouldn't even be in the top 5 at this point. So... at least the warrior's pulling ahead now that we're in execute phase, so that's good. The Doomguard has broken free and is now free casting on people. That's amazing. Is this guy gonna re-enslave his Doomguard? Oh, he did it too late. Fucking Doomguards, man. Okay, should be a kill. Huh. Cool. Everyone just staring the rings and going, circle and square, yeah. At least we got it. I was kind of worried that people would eat shit there, but worked out well. Let me update this to say Kel'Thuzad. AT. Now I can actually start getting loot. Hopefully. Good evening, Medius. Good to have you here. Bretman Bruh says he thinks they fixed it. Interesting. Okay, so there's a way to do it, but if you're speedrunning, it takes too much time. Gotcha. I'll have to look into it. It's interesting, just... Like, I would like to know how to do it just as a proof of concept type thing. If anything, so that if somebody asks me in the future, is this viable, I can say, I tested it and it's not. But just the idea of being able to escape the Worgen starting zone sounds cool. You spawn in the graveyard in the main quest hub in Westfall? Huh. That might be problematic if you can't actually easily get to Stormwind, but I'm sure you could MacGyver a strategy around that. Guild raid is starting, gotta go, have fun for the rest of the stream. Well, he's probably left by now, but either way, if you hear this, thank you for stopping by, Dimitar. Hope your raid goes well. Ooh! That's only normal, but it's still BOE. BOEs are BOEs. We fucking take those. Okay. Let me just throw this here. Holy shit, you have to really run with Kel'Thuzad to get him to reset. I actually don't need that BOE, so I can sell it. That's nice. Hello, Cosmic. Good to have you here. You escape it by deleting the Hearthstone and swimming under the invisible wall near the lighthouse. You'll be on the other side of the wall, and at that point, when you leave Gilneas General Chat, you say you're stuck and you log out, and you respawn in Westfall. Interesting. Found your videos recently, really enjoy them, keep them up. Thank you, Olo. Good to have you stopping by. Escape and exploring a lot of instance zones like that are fun? Yeah. So, if it's by the lighthouse, in theory, right? Like, if the lighthouse, you go there as part of a quest, or you go near there for one of the quests. So, as a druid, if I have, like, aquatic travel form or something, and I mail myself things like Shimmer Scale Diving Suit, then if I were to... Oh, goddammit, the Doomguard spawned again. So if I mailed myself, like, Shimmer Scale Diving Suit or, like, XA1000 Surface Skimmer, if it's, like, getting underwater, there are a lot of really easy ways to, like, traverse across the ocean with consumables. So you could theoretically do that, and if it only takes, like, a minute, it might be worth it. Because the Worgen starting zone, you have to remember, is, like, I want to say, like, 5 minutes faster than Exile's Reach. So you basically have 5 minutes of wiggle room. 5 minutes to manage to find a way to get out of the Worgen starting zone. So even if it takes you like up to 2-3 minutes, that's still a 2-minute time save, in theory. Now, the problematic part is it spawns you in Westfall, so then it's like, how do you get back from Westfall to, you know, whatever area you need to, presumably Stormwind in that case, to actually continue with the leveling route? I don't know. That's an interesting challenge, but Jesus Christ. I do think that that's a potentially interesting route to check out. Fucking, my dad, so I mentioned this before, but my dad's currently on vacation, so he's, like, up in the mountains somewhere, like, going on, like, one of those trips where he's, like, he and my stepmom, like, have a cabin, and they're, like, hiking and stuff like that. So he sent me this picture of him standing, like, out on this rock that's jutting above some gigantic cliff, and he's just standing right on the edge with his arms out in the air, like, faking screaming and stuff. Because he always does dumb shit like that, and then I call him an idiot because I'm like, one of these days you're gonna fucking fall. So he loves doing like stupid poses like that, like on the edge of a cliff, and then sending it to me. God damn it. Well, at least he's having fun with it. I should create a phylactery group, probably. So, let me... I'm going to put myself in the phylactery group. Because, you know, I'm melee. I could do Talkiss. Okay. Oh no, wrong one. I meant to get the H-Pal, so it would be Eddard. That's the one. Okay. Sounds like a cool dad? Yes, my dad is a cool dad. Unfortunately, as a result, if it wasn't obvious, that means he's not going to be making any appearances in today's stream. Kind of hard for him to stop by the stream when he's out in the middle of the Poconos, but take you out of Group 1. Fucking... Oh. Whoops. Forgot. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I put a tank in Group 1. Whoops. But yeah, so my dad's not going to be able to stop by today's stream while he's out in the Poconos, so there won't be any appearances from him today. But yes, he has stopped by the stream on a number of occasions. Usually, if he's just, like, sitting at home doing work on his computer, he'll just, like, keep the stream open in a different tab, and every once in a while, he'll, like, make fun of me in chat or something like that. So... You can swim north of Westfall? Yeah, that's a good point. The question is whether it would be time efficient. So obviously, like, there are fast ways to get back to Stormwind, but the question is whether they're fast enough to warrant starting as a Warden. Oh, somebody asked about group leveling again? I'll check it out in a second. I just want to make sure I don't fuck this up. Shimmer scale diving suit? Yeah. Presumably you'd already have one active if you're going under the lighthouse or something. So that would be relatively efficient. It's just... like, where in Westfall do you spawn? That's the main question. Because when people say the main questing hub in Westfall, I assume they're talking about Sentinel Hill, I think it's called, right? Whatever that big place in the middle with the tower is. That's what I assume they're referring to when they say main quest hub in Westfall. But if you're at Sentinel Hill, regardless on how fast you are, if you don't have a Hearthstone and you have to run all the way back to Stormwind, that might actually just consume way too much time. Because it is a long distance, even just to get to the coastline. But if you're spawning, like, somewhere in the north of Westfall, then that's a different story. So it is Sentinel Hill? Okay. I figured that's what you guys are talking about. So yeah, that's interesting. I just don't know if it would actually be faster. But now I kind of do want to try it, so... maybe I'll try that on stream. I mean, this stream's not going to be, like, the longest thing in the planet, because at a certain point, I'm probably going to run out of stuff to do on my Survival Hunter. So, maybe I could do that at the end of the stream. Like, you know, level up a Worgen Druid and test run that, little skip. We'll see. That actually sounds kind of fun. But for all other questions in chat, just hold on 1 second. after Kel'Thuzad, I'll make sure I respond to them. It's just, I do want to make sure I focus up. Remember when you said that time-walking raids are good for alt-gearing? I'm pretty sure I remember that, yes. Why do you ask, Toph? Okay. Blizzard hasn't fixed Firelands in 2 years? Oh, I know. So, some of the cut footage for Part 3 of Survival Hunter Challenge was actually time-walking Firelands. And I'm sure you can guess why that footage never made it to the final thing. Because nobody wants to watch me wipe on LFR, or not LFR, time-walking Bethtalak for, you know, an hour. Yeah. That footage did not make it into the final cut. It wasn't even really that interesting. People were just really fucking stupid, so... yeah, oh, I know, it's absolutely fucking brutal. To be fair, time-walking Firelands has always been really fucked on tuning. That guy did not even try to run on top of the group. What the hell? Okay. I actually nailed that silence. Somebody else got it too, so it wasn't as cool, but that disengage was pretty slick. Nice. Great shot. Okay, to generate some focus. Gonna get ticked by the ice here. Oh, barely made it out in time. Nice. Fuck yeah. Oh, well, that's my final shard of domination, so cool. I'll message this guy, ask if he needs the neck. Need that. Okay, looks like he's rolling it. I rolled a 61 for the necklace. And now let me list for Sylvanas. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. Nice. Well, nobody else rolled, so I guess I just get the necklace. Thanks. Sweet. $232 now. Cool. Oh, Jesus. I'm not even gonna ask. Okay, let me scroll up. Want to catch up on chats. I have to get my coffee myself? Yes, unfortunately. If you leave the zone, it might set your hearts to Stormwind. Interesting. Westfall is the default graveyard for Alliance, same with Barons for Horde. Yeah, that makes sense. Wouldn't it be easier to, after you're at Westfall, have two people summon you to Stockades? I mean, okay, here's the thing. As somebody commented, yes, the main category is groupless, so that technically wouldn't be a thing you could do. But also, if you're gonna have somebody summon you, you can just have them summon you out of the work and starting area. You can just skip all the previous steps. The main point is trying to do this solo. Will I roll on the bow? So I'm going to set my loot spec to Beast Mastery. If I get the bow, I get the bow. But I will not steal the bow from another hunter. But if I get the bow, I am keeping the bow. Obviously. Boss we on? Sylv? Obviously. It literally says Sylv. Why is somebody joining the group and then asking what boss we're on? Can you trade the bow? I don't know, actually, come to think of it. You're laughing at the warrior that tumbled off the platform on the hunter video? Yeah. That was pretty good. I was laughing my ass off just editing today's video. It's so much fun watching people fall off a cliff. Even if I've seen that clip a million times, and obviously I experienced it, it's just still so fun to watch people die to that. But I had to balance it out. I included a clip of me eating shit by disengaging off a platform, so I think it's only fair. Kill through freaking Zod, yeah. Could always use the Flight Path toy. That's true. That is an option. That's actually not a bad option, your local MILF. That's actually a good point. Flight Paths are significantly fast. I would have to time it, of course, but that is a pretty solid idea. Yeah, Nakasadu has a point that you obviously need to consider if it's worth the time, but flight paths are fast, so it might genuinely be worth the time. Because it's about a 5-minute time gain that you're getting, so... I don't know. I'll have to test it, but I think that could be cool. Shard of Big Smoke. Yes. I have to look into whether Blood or Unholy is better for survival. I mean, I could just do that now. The cut screen when the bear fell off. Yeah, I considered including the entire screen there. But after experimenting with it, I found it was just funnier if I cut my scream. Because I laughed my ass off with that bear. So I just cut, like, right when I begin, just bursting into tears. I think it was better, so I'm glad that you like that. Disengage at the end. That poor warrior, does the charge put you on the very edge? It does, yeah. So, I've actually done exactly what that warrior did on my tank a few times. It's not the easiest thing. Generally speaking, my recommendation is just do not charge to Eye of the Jailer on a warrior. At least if you're coming back from doing the grapple across the side. That is really, really tricky. What you can do, so what I literally do if I need to do that on my warrior, like if I need to generate rage or something, I charge and then I literally take my hands off the keyboard and then I just use my mouse, spin the camera around, and then go forward. So at that point, it's like, it's debatable whether or not it's actually a damage increase because I lose damage by not pressing any buttons, because if you move ever so slightly in the wrong direction, you're off the side. Technically speaking, if you're really fucking good and you walk that line perfectly, it's a damage increase, but it's so risky that I do not take the risk. If anything, what I usually do is I'll, like, walk a bit closer into the middle of the room and then charge Eye of the Jailer from a different angle. Because if I'm charging from a different angle, then sometimes it won't put me directly on the edge, so I'm not in danger. It's a bit tricky. But I would never recommend landing after grappling over and immediately charging, because then, you know, you'll do exactly what that warrior did. Lost one healer. But, well, it is what it is. We need to wait for a tank. Such is the nature of pugging. This is why I normally like to play tanks, because finding tanks can be a bit brutal sometimes. So many hunters in the group. I mean, we're on Sylvanas. I didn't even intentionally invite this many hunters. This is just kind of what we got. The later on you get into a Sanctum raid, the more likely you're gonna be to find a hunter. It's just kind of how it goes. You have to send the scream to the Perfectly Cut Screams Twitter accounts. I don't know if I'll do that. The bear was Pog, yeah. Dunmoreau, it's the second town for gnomes and dwarves. I see. I'm gonna just refresh the thing. Wait, let me change the description to easy one shot. I don't know, like maybe people will join then. I'm trying. Hello, March. Good to have you here, and thank you. I'm doing well. Hope you are as well. How high item level do you want your tank to be? I don't want... Okay, just to be clear, I do not want any of you to join this group. I appreciate that a lot of people have helped me out on streams in the past. I definitely do appreciate that. But the entire point of this challenge is to not get help from other people. I was already tentative about streaming it because, obviously, there is a chance that people watch this and join to help. Odds are I'm going to get more than enough people with good item level queuing up just because, you know, if you put together a good group, people will list. But, god damn it. You know, I don't want people to be joining this group because they're trying to help me. People have helped me with my prop pally, people have helped me with my blood DK, and I appreciate that, I really do. But that's not the point of this challenge. It is literally antithetical to this challenge, so... I did have to stream it because, as I've said, I would not be able to complete the series with the time that I have if I was not streaming this. Ah, fuck. No tanks. Please be a tank. Yes! Thank fuck. Okay. You are a tank. Fuck. I'm so tempted to invite these hunters because they can pass me gear, but, like, we only have 3 healers. I don't want to, like, overstack DPS and risk just getting fucked because, like, we don't have enough healing. Because healing on this fight can actually be a problem, so... I'm not going to take that gamble. I don't want to risk it. Forgot it was part of the challenge. You're good, Chori. Like, you've helped me in the past, and I really do appreciate that, but for this one... It's the one time when I would actively discourage you from helping me out. But I appreciate the thought, either way. Almost as if Sylvanas has a satchel on her back carrying dozens of bows for all these hunters. Let me make sure he's actually a tank. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, and his gear is solid. So. Okay. For the love of God, please do not die to Rive or Gravity in P2. Please, please, please. We make it to P3 with 0 deaths, and this is dead. Don't be stupid. Okay. Bait people with the description. I mean, is it a bait? This is probably going to be a one-shot. This group is good. The only way this is not a one-shot is if people eat shit in Phase 1 or Phase 2. That is the only way that we fail this. Good luck. Thank you, Nakasadu. I really don't want to be here for a while. I mean, we one-shot it. I'm pretty sure it was a one-shot when I did it the first time. But you never know with Sylvanas. Sylvanas is one of those fights where people just go full monkey mode sometimes. To be clear, I do want to make this clear. If you are just tuning in now, this is normal Sylvanas. So, the entire point of this challenge is to get AOTC, that is heroic. This is not like me completing part of the challenge, absolutely not. I wish, but I don't want people to be confused. We're still doing normal. I'm not at the point where I can do heroic Sylvanas yet, I'm just trying to get some gear so that eventually I can do heroic Sylvanas. But I just kind of realized that somebody might join this challenge, or join in on this part of the challenge and be like, wait, is he on heroic Sylvanas? Like, no, 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 no. Obviously, once you get to see that certain mechanics aren't appearing, the difference is obvious, but maybe people wouldn't notice super quickly. So I don't want to mislead anybody. And before everybody falls off the edge, yeah, I know, right? Now, heroic Sylvanas is going to take quite a few tries. The problem with heroic Sylvanas is, unlike normal, Phase 3 is not an auto kill. On normal Sylvanas, you make it to Phase 3, the boss is fucking dead. There's like almost nothing on normal that can actually wipe your group. The only thing that could, in theory, wipe your group is if literally everybody just turned their brains off and took Wailing Arrow directly on top of the raid. But I've never actually seen that happen. You can literally survive a direct to the face Wailing Arrow at least once, if your healers aren't bad. On Heroic, that can wipe you. And on Heroic, you also have Banshee's Fury. And Banshee's Fury is the main thing that is going to wipe you on Heroic Sylvanas 99% of the time. And that's why it's problematic. Okay, no Rive deaths so far. Don't want to jinx it. Come on, don't die, don't die. One more, I think. No, that's the last one. Okay. Your hunter performs well in DPS, yet survival is considered a meme spec. Why is this? Survival is considered a meme spec because historically it has been a meme spec. Somebody hasn't done this. Oh well. Survival is very good this tier, and specifically this tier. It's been a very long time since survival has actually been good. This tier, it is actually much better. It is genuinely a very, very viable DPS pick, this tier. So one of the reasons I'm doing this is because I want to show that survival is not the joke that people make it out to be. It can actually perform really well. You're waiting for somebody to post a video of multiple legendary bows dropping? Hasn't that already happened? Harldan talking about how easy Phase 3 is while your group wiped in an LFR multiple times. Hey, I talked about this earlier. I wiped a Phase 3 Sylvanas LFR a lot. LFR is a different story. LFR, if you wipe to Phase 3, it's usually because of a damage check. You obviously can wipe to mechanics. It is LFR. People sometimes are just that dumb. But the problem with Phase 3 Sylvanas LFR is the average DPS is just not going to pull enough to meet that enrage timer. Whereas on normal, I am specifically building my group to the point where if we get to Phase 3 with 0 deaths, Sylvanas is dead. Plain and simple. So that's not really an issue. It's just mechanics, honestly. Okay. I'll catch up in the rest of chat as we go. Obviously, I need to focus for Sylvanas. Don't want to, fuck up too badly here. Yeah, a few people got hit, should still be fine. I have Door of Shadows here. I'm actually going to Door of Shadows through Sylvanas' wave, though. So I can do this. Yeah, cool. Oh, there's one! Already got one down. My pet is taking his sweet-ass time. Come on, Tucker. Oh, lots of people getting hit there. Come on, nobody fall. Can hunter pets accidentally walk off? No. Hunter pets have, hard-coded teleports. Hunter pets, well, first of all, like, they can't fall off cliffs at all. If you've ever, like, typhooned a hunter pet off a cliff, they just walk directly alongside the cliff. So, no, you can't knock a hunter pet off. They can't fall off a cliff. They have perfect pathing. And if you did try to knock them off a cliff, they would either slide down it and then immediately run back up, or they would just hit an invisible wall and not fall off. So. Come on, get out of it. Nice! If that was an early interrupt, that guy should have waited. Wave. Okay. Here is that guy. Hunter pets work with Skyrim horse logic. Yes, exactly. Precisely. Okay. On third stack of bleed. Nice. Kill shot. How did that guy die? It's so easy to get out of Raze. To side to side. Hey, be rest. Hang. Come on. Shit. Oh no. Right during my burst, I had to get the fucking arrow. Oh, I'm sad. Whatever, it's a kill. Messy, messy fucking kill, though, but kill is a kill nonetheless. Spam bots! They're back! Oh my god! I thought we'd lost them. Haha! I missed having them around. No legendary bow. Oh well. Can you get an LFR Sylvanas bow? I'm curious. Does he need that? No legendary bow for anybody, huh? Interesting. I mean, I guess it is rare, but, you know. Okay, well, this guy hasn't said anything, so I'm guessing he needs it. Wait, he doesn't need it. Oh. Thank you. Yay! Good shit. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Well, that was normal Sanctum. Went pretty well. Now, it's time for Mythic Plus Pugs. So, as the title of the stream implies, most of this is going to be pugging Mythic Plus dungeons. So I'll have to see what I can find. Horse tilt and the hunter pets. From what I remember, you can't. You can probably check the dungeon journal. I forget what that was in response to, Nakasai. I forget what I was saying that you answered that with. Wait, shit. This means I need to extract the shard. Oh, wait. I already have Soulfire Chisel. Okay, never mind. We're good. Alright, I replaced my big shoulders with another pair of big shoulders. Fuck yeah. Alright. +2, 3.5k IO needed. Oh, you can't trade it. Oh, right. I got you. Okay. Don't really need this necklace. Let me check the price in the BOE. M0 with 3.5k IO requirement, yeah. In LFR, Phase 1 and Phase 2 are a joke, and Phase 3, the DPS check is a mess, yeah. Face reveal when? At some point. So I've said this before. When I do a face reveal, you're just going to show up to stream one day, and I'm going to have my camera on. I'm not going to hype it up. I don't want to do like a big hype face reveal thing. One day, I will just have my camera turned on. It's just one of those things where I'm going to do it eventually. And by eventually, I mean within the next month. I'm just kind of deciding when I want to do it. It's definitely like a self-conscious type of thing, but I also, need to spend the time to figure out like a good setup for my camera and whatnot, and that's work. And a lot of times I just haven't had time to, do anything. I considered it for today's stream, but I had to do a lot of editing this morning, and I ended up sleeping on the couch today because I'm basically pet sitting, because my dad's away for, this weekend. So I was watching the dog, and Tucker, who is the dog in my YouTube profile picture, unfortunately doesn't really like going into the basement. So I basically just slept on the couch and just slept next to him. He sat on top of me basically on the couch. So not the most comfortable thing, but I hate seeing him just sitting by the front door, just like whining all the time because, he misses my dad, right? So he has more fun. But half the time, he would wake up in the middle of the night and then he would jump down from the couch and paw at me. And then he would drop a tennis ball on top of me and then paw my arm to wake me up and then nudge the tennis ball towards me. So middle of the night, I would get woken up by a dog wanting to play fetch. So that made it rough to get a lot of sleep. So that's one thing. But then on top of that, when I got out of bed and went to go downstairs to my room, I found out that my cat threw up all over my bed. So then I had to clean my bed sheets, and that was 30 minutes. So yeah. Basically, did not have nearly enough time this morning to figure out setting up my camera and stuff. But at some point I will. I don't know if it'll be next weekend, but at some point. My cat's fine. My cat does this a lot. My cat also pees on beds sometimes. Luckily, it wasn't pee, so it wasn't as bad. But my cat basically is banned from my dad's room because she'll just randomly go in there and pee on my dad's bed for no reason. And then just, walk out. I don't know why she does it. None of us know why she does it. But as a result, my cat is, literally not allowed in there because she just randomly decides to pee on the bed. And then, my dad has to spend days cleaning it because cat pee is kind of hard to get out of bed sheets, unfortunately. That's not too bad. I'm just going to bump it down to 2,500. Honestly, I think she just has a problem with, controlling her, her bladder or something. We don't really know for sure. We've taken her to the vet multiple times over the years. None of them can really figure out what it is. Most of them honestly say it's probably just it's not even marking territory, I don't think. Because she did this even when we didn't have other cats. So, I don't know. Nobody's been able to definitively say, they can only guess. But there's nothing medically wrong with her, so she doesn't have an excuse there. The vets say everything looks fine. So my dad just says she's an asshole, and that's why she does it, but I don't know. I mean, I love my cat, don't get me wrong. She's very cute, she's very sweet, but every once in a while, she just decides she's gonna pee somewhere. It is what it is. Or today, she decided she was gonna throw up somewhere. Alright, let's see if I can get into a plague fall. No, we adopted her. So I forget how old she is now. She's probably close to 10 years old, but we adopted her when she was 3 years old. So yeah, maybe it is Nakasadu, but definitely I would have no way of knowing that. Because I believe she was a stray when she was young. So it is possible, yeah. Let's see. I could join a +10. I know I could DPS a +10, but question is whether they invite me. Excuse me. Okay, well, there's no good Plaguefall groups up, so I'll just look for keys in general. Okay, cool. Works out. You should queue up for a plus 19. Yeah, totally. I bet everybody wants my 232 Survival Hunter and their plus 19 key. Totally. You're absolutely convinced it's time to start the Year of the Spear? Fuck yeah, man. Year of the Spear for sure. That was for getting the bow from LFR? I see. Oh, right. Okay. I reread what you said. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. Don't disengage off the path, yeah. Hello, Fine. Good to have you here. I'm doing pretty good. Hope you are as well. Just waiting for a summon to this plus... I think it was a plus 10 Plaguefall. So we'll see how that goes. I don't really need shoulders anymore now that I finally got it. I should probably upgrade my shards, because I have 116 Stygian Embers, and I haven't upgraded any shards, so that would probably be a good idea. I think everything's enchanted. Yeah, I have Eternal Skirmish. Okay, so I don't need to enchant anything. We're good there. At this point, the only thing I really need is a better trinket, which would be File of Putrefaction. Ultra Spear Mode Survival is WoW Dragoon on Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I know, like, you're joking. Dragoon is interesting, but it plays very different from Survival Hunter, even though they both use spears. Hard to really say what Dragoon plays the most like in WoW. It's a unique class, that's for sure. I mean, it has all the leaps and stuff like that. Animation-wise, Dragoon is sick, though. It's never been something I've enjoyed a ton, but one of my friends who plays Final Fantasy XIV plays Dragoon. So he would always give me... I forget what the name of the cooldown is, but that Eye of Nidhogg thing where you, like, give a red chain to somebody and it boosts your damage. He would always give that to me, because every time we would queue up for something... Even though you're technically supposed to give it to a DPS, and I would play Gunbreaker, he didn't trust any of the other DPS, so he would just give me the damage buff and be like, here you go. And, you know, that meant I get to have a damage buff for my entire Gnashing Fang burst window, which was awesome. Or I think it's Gnashing Fang, Gnashing Claw. I forget the exact name of the Gunbreaker spell. It's been a hot minute. Plus 10 sounds fun. Yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, we're gonna get the affixes either way, so that'll be cool. How is everybody? I'm good, freaks. Hope you're doing well as well. I guess that, it sounds weird to say hope you're doing well as well. Hope you're doing good as well, I guess. But technically, hope you're doing well is the correct grammatical way to say it. But it does sound weird. I don't know, English is weird. You love queuing for random keys much higher than you just to see if anybody invites you for the meme. It got you into a +8 when you had all +4 gear. I mean, that I could see, but... Even on my Prot Warrior, which is like full Mythic gear, I get declined from like +18, +19 groups. Then again, I'm a Prot Warrior, so that's probably why, but still. It would be funny getting Misclick invited to a +20 and them not noticing till it started. Yeah. That would be pretty unfortunate. You're doing very well? Awesome. Glad to hear it. Okay, we found another healer. They are Goblin Shaman. What is this guy? Brewmaster Monk? Cool. Let me check to see... Actually, I'm curious. I wonder how I got in terms of parses for that. I checked some of the earlier parses, but I don't think I looked at Guardian onwards, so... Let's see. Guardian, I got a 70 parse, 83 for item level. Fate Scribe, I only parsed to 50, but we also were soaking the tank ads, so... Yeah, Fate Scribe's kind of skewed. I got another 50 on KT, but KT is a padding clown fiesta. And Sylvanas, I got a 55. And okay. I definitely think I should have done better. Whatever. It's good enough, but I do need to improve my damage. I need to look into, like, maybe some minor optimizations that I'm not making. What spec to level in? I would say Beast Mastery is probably the safest, just because of tank pets, but all Hunter specs are good for leveling. Like, Marksman is fine. It's good, but it just isn't as easy, I would say. BM does good damage, and you have tank pets, which makes it, like, completely face roll, so it's just kind of like, why not, right? That, then again, come to think of it, I wasn't running Birds of Prey for, like, that entire raid, which was an intentional decision on my part. So, not having Birds of Prey did actually kind of fuck my parse. So that was just kind of lazy on my part. I probably should have swapped to that, but yeah, oh well. Level in the spec you plan on playing at max, you learn the rotation. Yeah, like, for new players, absolutely. But if somebody's, like, already familiar with it and they're just trying to, like, level a second one or something like that. I forgot to summon a pet. God damn it. No, I'm, like, sitting here like, why is my fucking coordinated assault and kill command not working? And I forgot to fucking summon my pet like the absolute fucking chimp that I am. Jesus Christ. I deserve to lose to the Brewmaster here. I didn't deserve that. So fucking stupid. Okay. Oh, my dog's barking. I don't know if that picks up. Whew, nice. Okay, bomb, carve, kill shot. Kill shot, carve, kill shot. You were invited to plus 20 as an item level 50, level 50 for a healer monk, and they didn't realize? How the fuck? That is definitely surprising. Oh, somebody pulled. Can't interact with this. Keeps getting interrupted. Oh shit. I forget. I never looked into what I should pick for a DPS. I'm pretty sure it's Champion's Brand, but I might be wrong on that. I see a lot of people going Champion's Brand with that, so probably. You think it's Champion's Brand? Okay, cool, cool. They did it just for laughs to lure tanks to join? Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna make this healer work for it. Max stacks, baby! Turtle! I'm alive! Whew. Champion's brand for damage, volcanic plumage for utility. That wasn't one of the options. It might be one of the other Animus cells then. You wouldn't go double champions. Volcanic is good and fortified. For the others, the 10 on interrupt 10% extra damage and HP shield. I would always take the HP shield, I think. I'm pretty sure that's just like the non-troll pick. You know, if you're trying to not throw the key and just do good survivability, then I forget the name of that. Stone Ward, I think it's called, but yeah, I picked that on tank too. I'm sure there's like some niche situation where you could make an argument for the interrupt one, but I would say in most cases you just want to go Stone Ward. It's just the non-troll pick. Nice. Okay. Jesus Christ. Kill shot was my top damage. Fuck me. That was a lot. Right now, I might as well be a ranged DPS because I'm not even fucking going into the melee. Fuck those tornadoes. Tank is dead. Long live the tank. Oh shit. Fuck. I tried. I don't know why he was so aggressive there. Chain pulling like that on bursting week is a terrible fucking plan. That was way, way, way too aggressive. How's everybody's day been? My day has been good, Garfield of Jerusalem. Hope yours is as well. I like your name. Garfield of Jerusalem. Very interesting. You're 2200 Raider IO and item level 251 and you don't get invited to plus 20s? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what your spec is, but I think my warrior now is like probably 250. I forget exactly. I think I'm 250. It's been a while since I've logged into my warrior. Mostly been working on gearing alts lately. But I'm a prot warrior, so I don't get a lot of invites to Mythic Plus. That's just kind of how it goes. How's the defense of the Holy Lasagna? God. Holy shit. I don't know why I pressed Feign Death. I think I remembered that there's like a PvP talent that Feign Death like removes debuffs or something, and I'm like, Feign Death? Maybe I'll trick the debuffs into leaving me, but yeah. Healer is definitely struggling a little bit. Yikes. This tank is still just playing stupidly aggressive. And stupidly aggressive, by that I mean he's just playing fucking stupid. Like, why would you immediately jump into a new pull when half the group is getting ticked down by dots? That's just so fucking dumb. Let the healer catch up. You know, it's a pug. I don't know why. Especially when he just wiped by doing an over-aggressive pull just before. Just stopping by to say hi? Thank you. Good to see you, Devious. How do you choose which dungeons to do? Loot drops that I need or want? Right now, I'm just trying to get, like, one of every dungeon done because of a Raider IO score. Or I guess just now, like, the Mythic Plus score. But, Plaguefall is one that I haven't done yet, and I do really need to get a File Putrefaction, so because of that, I have chosen it because of the items I need. But generally speaking, I'm just going to need to do all Mythic Plus. You can't really get invited to groups consistently unless you've actually gotten experience. And as far as everybody's concerned, I have zero fucking experience doing keys. So why would they invite a low item level survival hunter who, as far as they know, has never set foot in keys? Oh, another spam bot! Hey! We just started a poll, so I can't ban him yet. But... and they really need to start naming themselves Spamton. If the spam bots name themselves that, I would let them just keep spamming in chat, right? Jesus, Touch of Death is nuts. Oh, okay. I guess if there's no other good survivability option. You know you've made it on YouTube when the spam bots show up. Spam bots have been here since the start of me streaming. At least since my return to streaming like a month ago. We've had pretty regular occurrences of spam bots. Oh, that Demon Hunter's... oh, is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Oh my god. He just got colossally fucked by that. What's the parses of the hot boys and girls, though? I don't know. And maybe they should just start advertising like a Warcraft logs. Like, click on my hot boys and girls video chat here's a link to my Warcraft log so you can trust I'm legit or something. I don't fucking know. This is a dumb example. I just kind of went with it. The group deaths are nearly higher than the key level. Now they're equal. Yeah. Yikes. That's Pugging keys for you. 30 parse? Probably. Feels legit to you. Yeah. Nice. Gonna post your parses on Tinder. So Dr. Golden Boy. I know you're saying that as a joke, but I actually know people who did that. There was this demon hunter in my guild in Nyalotha, which, I should mention, was the same guild with that cheating officer, right? And that demon hunter in Nyalotha legitimately posted about his parses on Tinder. No, it didn't work. He got, like, no views. But somebody found his Tinder profile because, like, he had his real name attached to everything, including, like, his Discord. So, for some reason, somebody stalked him, and by somebody, I mean the hunter. So that same hunter who brags about fucking his stepsister decided he was going to stalk the demon hunter. And then he found that demon hunter's Twitter and linked it to everybody and found that that demon hunter was making posts on his Twitter about, you know, his parses and bragging about, like, leading some raid in World of Warcraft. Mind you, he was not the raid leader, but all of his posts on Tinder were like, just had another successful night leading my raid team in World of Warcraft. And then he would link his parses next to it. And he was just like some random DPS on the raid team. So it was like extra cringe, but oh man. I completely forgot about that until you mentioned it. Fuck me. Once again, that was all within the exact same guild. The hunter fucking his stepsister, the demon hunter posting his logs on Twitter, or Tinder, and the officer cheating on his wife with a new recruit. All of that same guild in Nyalotha. I've said before, but that guild was a fucking experience, man. That sounds both stupid and hilarious. I mean, the nice thing is, nobody actually went ahead and told him that we found his Tinder, so we just kept checking it every few days to see what he would post. Come to think of it, we probably should have told him. That was probably a shitty thing. I should have mentioned it to him. But I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was hilarious, so I just kind of wanted to see where it went. So I didn't let him know that somebody leaked his Tinder. Oh god. I always forget the end of the song. Yeah, I guess I'll go into volcanic plumage. $5:30 a.m. WoW stream hits different. Where is it for you? Because for me, it is 3 p.m. So you must be in, like, Australia or something. Please tell me he's not going to leave this pack. Okay. I see. So he's doing it now. You love stories like that? Like Drama Time from Preach? Yeah. There's a bunch of them in my old speedruns. It's just at this point, like, I've told a lot of the really good stories. Every now and then, I remember, like, an additional detail from one of the stories I told, and I throw it in there. So that's always fun. But, I mean, I've had so many speedruns by now that a lot of my really good stories are buried in my old speedruns. I have said before that the cheating officer story, my tentative release date for it is going to be Wednesday. Oh my god, how did we not pull Dr. Ickis? What the fuck? Oh, no, damn it. We were so close. Lust, sure. Oh, that increases my haste. Right, I forgot about that. Why is it chasing me? Fuck me, man. Game fucking hates me. Oh my god, how has he not taunted the slime yet? He should be able to just burn through Dr. Ickis at this point. Nice. Ugh. Ickis just wanted to chill. You're upside down, I see. Yes. He should have had better parses. You'd only swipe for purple parses. Admittedly, he was good. I think he had, like, purple parses or something. He did have orange on a few bosses. The main issue with that guy is... So, that Demon Hunter was... He had, in many ways, an ego just as bad as that hunter I talked about, who, like, the stepsister hunter. But, unlike the hunter, he didn't own it. So, the hunter who fucked his stepsister was, like, always talking about how he was pumping. He's like, oh, man, I bring the pump. I'm so good. Oh, yeah, look at me. I'm pumping. That kind of thing. He had that mentality. So, he was a complete fucking parse whore, and he owned it. But that demon hunter who posted his parses on Tinder and stuff, he was just as much, if not more, of a parse whore, but he would act like he wasn't. So he would constantly try to say that he didn't care about his damage, blah, 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 blah. But then he would make, like, these humble brags about it, like, oh, wow, you know, my damage is really high, that pull. And then, of course, he's out here posting his parses on Tinder, of all places. So, that's the kind of shit that it's like, you know, if you're gonna be a parse whore, just own it. Just admit that, yeah, I'm a parse whore. I've done that. I am a fucking parse whore. Absolutely. If somebody asks me why I'm building for damage as a tank, I'm not gonna try to sit there and give a million reasons as to why I think that it's, like, better to do XYZ. I do think, generally speaking, it is better to min-max your damage as a tank, but there is obviously a limit, and I do realize that many times I go past that limit, and I just go full-on, you know, full throttle tank damage stuff. And I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. I am absolutely a fucking parse whore, right? But the people who act like, oh, I don't care that much about damage. I just want to make sure I'm helping the raid. And then meanwhile, the only thing they give a shit about is, you know, increasing their own performance. Those people, those are the ones that I'm like, ugh, yuck. I did hear there was, like, some weird survival hunter trick you could do with the, like, dancing shoes or whatever they're called. Don't think it's really going to work well unless I'm doing that solo thing. Why does he say let the webcast go off? Why would we need to let any cast go off when it's possible to just do it without letting anything happen? Intimidate. Do I have an MMO mouse? No, I have some, like, cheapo $10 mouse that my dad ordered off Amazon. So, nothing fancy for me. Okay. I just have long fingers. Oh, yeah, you mean for my keybinds? Yeah. I actually do use every single one of these keybinds. Yeah, a lot of people are surprised that I have stuff bound to keys all the way out there. I don't know. How do I press 6? I don't know, I just press 6. I have to move my hand slightly, but I've never really struggled with that. The ones that, for people wondering, I don't actively, like, press normally are any of these keybinds. Like, I obviously don't need to use a lot of these on a regular basis. I haven't been in a position yet where I've had to regularly use misdirection. I will move misdirection to a better keybind if I find, like, that I really need to use it in a lot of scenarios, but right now, I mean, I'm not doing nearly enough damage to justify its use, so... Like, on Skittish Week, maybe I'll have to use misdirection a lot, but... Ow. Nice. 6 makes sense. It's 8, 9, 0 that don't make much sense other than for not commonly used keys. Yeah, exactly. I actively use 6 a lot, and I don't have any issue with 6. To me, that's just reaching my finger a little bit. So I guess in that case, you could argue I just have long fingers because it doesn't bother me. 7, I need to reach my finger a little bit more, but I only use Harpoon every now and then. And yeah, I do have Shift keybinds. I have Shift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You use ESDF? Interesting. I've never tried using that for movement. Seven is always the spell you rarely use but need to be able to get, so it's Mass Grip. Yeah. Mass Grip for me, I bind to G, which I find that G is an easy enough keybind to hit. I don't know, like, even then, I've never really had issues hitting any of these keys. Like, if I need to, I just momentarily remove my hand from, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and stuff like that, and just tap the other button. You can make just really quick adjustments when you get used to it. Like, I'm doing my rotation, I could hit 9 and misdirect that guy. Obviously, I misdirected the Demon Hunter DPS, which isn't ideal, but in theory, right, if I were actually, like, using that as a keybind, I would have, like, a focus target, right? But I haven't bothered setting up that macro yet, because, like I said, I haven't needed it. But I can do that. It's just a matter of, like, quickly... I use my pointer finger, usually, I guess. Oh, shit. My house weeps with blight. Oh, that guy got clapped. Oh, we're lusting here. Okay. Thanks for the stream, Harldan. Gonna go to bed. Glad to have you stop by either way. And thank you for wishing me luck with drops. Always good to have you here. Ooh! Let's go! That was a completely unnecessary risk. I didn't need to do that at all. But you know what? It looked fucking awesome, so I did it anyway. I've gotten, like, no kill shot procs yet. Oh. There we go. Keystone Conqueror. Oh. That's just for completing 1 plus 10. I thought that was for all of them, and I'm like, how the fuck did I get that? Yo! That's actually really good. I didn't even give a shit that I didn't get, File of Putrefaction. Because that's my Bis Conduit. Well, technically, my Bis Conduit is, it's Empowered Release up here, but I also use Strength of the Pack, and that's a huge upgrade. From 184 to 226. Massive. You got it, though. Do you need that? He probably does, but, like, I mean, I'm gonna check. Yeah, he definitely needs it. Oh, well. Damn. Well, Conduit's still good. Still very, very, very happy with that. You have returned. Good to see you again, DFG Prometheus. Back when you were a total DPS noob, you used to use numpad buttons as points for some things and take your hand off the mouse. Yeah, I never like to take my hand off the mouse, but if I need to remove my hand from, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for a second, I can move it around for different things. I do that all the time. So, like, you know, when I play World of Warcraft, I'm basically playing the fucking piano, right? You know, my fingers are dancing everywhere. My friends always make fun of me for it if they ever actually watch me play WoW, like, in person. But yeah, okay, good shit. Now, what dungeon do I want to do next? I should also check, are there any conduits I can get from world quests? So... that would be good, because I really do need to start upgrading that. Do I have 226 Empowered Release? No, I don't. So yeah, I really want to get a 226 of Empowered Release. That will be very, very, very good. Do I use Shift B? No. I mean, it's still bound to the default, but I've never found... I've never really used that to just, like, open my bags. Honestly, I usually click my bags because, like, I'm never going to open my bags in combat, so I've never really found a use for having a keybind to open my bags. None there. No, Maldraxxus, maybe? No conduits. Alright, well, can't get anything from that. You feel bad for people that walk past your room when you play WoW, your keyboard sounds like gunfire? Yeah. Trust me, I can relate to that. Every single time, if I'm hitting my keys too hard, I get, like, YouTube comments like, "Herder, rip keyboard! Oh, wow, you really hit that keyboard hard, huh?" Like, every single fucking time. So, yeah, I get your feeling on that one. It's a constant struggle for me, because I just, like, when I'm in the zone and I'm not really, like, thinking about what I'm doing, I'm pressing buttons, right? And it never really, like, crosses my mind whether or not I'm hitting my keyboard, like, slightly too hard. It's just how it is. You've opened bags a few times in combat when you forgot to throw something like a pot onto a keybind for a new character. That's fair, yeah, I could see that. You broke your A key from hitting it too hard? Yeah, like two of my my S key and my D key have the letter just worn off from overuse. No, it is what it is. 1 second though. I think the food got here while I was in the middle of that dungeon, so I'm gonna run up and grab it real quick. So BRB like 2 minutes basically. Okay, so my sister said she was ordering like a personal pizza. You know, one of those like small pizzas that you can, eat on your own. And then she was like, oh yeah, it turns out the pizza was just like a full-size gigantic thing. So now I have basically an entire pizza for myself. Not going to be able to eat that all in one sitting. But I guess, at least I have leftovers. So, cool. Now, what is next? Let's take a look. A small 15-inch pizza, yeah. I'll mute my mic while I eat. Did I hear about the DirectX 11 beta for Guild Wars 2? It's doing wonders. I have not, no. Admittedly, I haven't followed Guild Wars 2 stuff super closely over the past month or two. Like, my friends in my old guild still give me updates and stuff. Like, they'll message me and be like, oh, they announced this new thing. Like, a lot of them were talking about, what's it called? Bladesworn? Whatever the new warrior spec is that they announced. The one with the gunblade. And they were all losing their fucking minds over that, so... That's, like, the main thing that I hear in regards to Guild Wars 2. Like, whenever they showcase a new spec, my friends all linked it to me and, like, at me in the Discord, and they're like, check this shit out, so... Yeah. I've seen that stuff, but... fucking palatable feast? Fuck that shit, I'm just using personal food. But no, I have not heard about DirectX 11. I mean, Guild Wars 2 already looked pretty good, to be fair. Definitely one of the better-looking MMOs out there. And honestly, I wouldn't really notice because my computer is kind of a piece of garbage, so... Graphics are something that have never really mattered to me because, well, I can't really care about them when I don't have the computer to really care about them if I wanted to. I'm sure if I had one of those amazing PCs that could, you know, have really good graphics, then I would care about a game having that, but at the moment, it's just not something that really matters a ton for me. The new Elite specs got people talking for sure. The game feels a lot better to play now with the DirectX upgrade. Graphics only matter if you're getting above your monitor's refresh rate. Generally the best way to do settings, in my opinion, yeah. You miss playing Lord of the Rings Online. Can't get back into it, though, as it feels way old. Yeah, they have not let that game age well, unfortunately. I actually looked into it. The worst part about Lord of the Rings Online is the pay model. Everything in Lord of the Rings Online is still full price. I genuinely was going to try it. Not, like, recently. It was actually before I was doing any sort of videos and stuff. One of my friends back in... What? I've never seen somebody pull this. Okay. Okay, we're just pulling everything. But yeah, so back in Battle of Zarlor, one of my friends told me that they used to play Lord of the Rings Online all the time. And they were like, oh, you should try it, it's really fun. So I looked into getting it on Steam, and every single DLC for it is still full release price. It's like $200 or something to get into Lord of the Rings Online. A game that has not aged well at all. It's probably like the worst like mod, or like, how do I put this? The worst, like, major MMO in the market right now. Not that it used to be bad, but they just haven't focused on keeping it up to date at all. So for them to still charge full price for every single one of the expansion packs is fucking ridiculous. Like, they lost my money on that. I genuinely would have downloaded it. Knowing me, I probably would have bought every single expansion just to give it a fair chance, because I usually do that for MMOs. I wouldn't have paid more than, like, $40 maximum for it. Because of the age, but they could have gotten probably up to $40 out of me if they had priced their stuff accordingly, and instead they got $0 because I just took one look at it and said, fuck no. Even the stores decide badly. I mean, I use Steam, so when I looked at it on Steam, everything was normal, as far as I could tell. Why are we just randomly imprisoning mobs? You don't need to imprison mobs here. It's a +7. Just fucking melt them. But definitely the pricing model is just baffling. Oh, please kick. Please. No. Devs should have let go of Lord of the Rings Online and let the community take over, like what happened to Warhammer Online. Yeah, I actually did try, what's the private server called? Return to Reckoning. It's the only private server I've ever tried. And the only reason I felt okay playing on that private server is because the game no longer exists, right? So it's like, if I'm gonna play in a private server, I would want to make sure there's absolutely no chance of, like, anything happening. Oh shit, it's on me. Fuck. My bad. The only issue that I had with it is it did feel really dated. And, like, that's fine. I get that it's a private server of an old game being developed by people just out of love for the game. And, you know, I'm not complaining. I'm not saying, oh, it should be better. I absolutely expected everything that I saw when I went into Warhammer Online. If anything, I think it's cool that people are still keeping it up to date. I think that's really impressive. Or not keeping it up to date, but keeping it running just in general. Honestly, though, like, I mean, I've talked at length before about how much I love the Warhammer universe. Ever since I first started playing Total War Warhammer, and I started reading more into the lore, I fucking love everything about the Warhammer fantasy setting. And I really think that if they made an MMO in that, it would just be so fucking cool. Obviously, you would need to make a good MMO. Like, the setting alone isn't enough to make something a good MMO, but it has serious potential for, like, a spiritual successor to World of Warcraft, effectively. I really hope that some studio picks up on that at some point, especially now with Games Workshop looking into doing more stuff with the old world. Like, I mean, you have, there's, like, the new models coming out, right? I don't know when they're actually doing that, but I've been watching, like, videos talking about, like, progress they're doing. They're obviously, even still, with, like, Total War Warhammer 3, they're adding new stuff to the lore. So, like, Cathay and, if they end up adding it, like, Nippon and Ind and stuff like that, are going to be brand new additions to the lore that never existed before. Obviously, Cathay existed, but it was not fleshed out to the degree that it is now. So they're still willing to give thought to stuff within Warhammer Fantasy, which means, like, the perfect thing to do for that, in my opinion, is just make it a fucking MMO. It would work so well, honestly. If they ever make, like, an actual, you know, fully supported, made by a good studio Warhammer MMO, I will be all over that shit, no matter whether or not it looks good or not. I will play it just because I fucking love Warhammer. So, absolutely, I think somebody needs to do it, because that would just be so fucking cool. You really want a Warhammer 40k MMORPG? You don't like the tabletop, but the lore is so amazing? Yeah, I haven't really looked that closely into 40k lore. I know a bit about it. I got it. Keep going. Yeah, I've, like, my friends, so one of my friends who, like, has stopped by the stream a few times, they are really, really, really into Warhammer 40k. Like, they do, like, tabletop stuff. Like, they have all the miniatures and whatnot. They were showing me some stuff about them painting a, I don't know the names of it, but it was, like, basically, it reminded me of the Protoss from StarCraft. And they sent me some videos on Warhammer 40k lore, and it sounds really interesting. I really like it in concept. So, admittedly, I've never really gotten into Warhammer 40k, but it does seem like something that I would probably enjoy if I took the time to get invested in it. Mostly just because, you know, I mostly play games, right? The tabletop really isn't my thing, but if they made a Warhammer 40k game that I was really interested in, I'm not saying they haven't made Warhammer 40k games, I'm well aware that there are tons of them out there, but none of them have really, like, stuck out to me, at least as something that I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to play this. Whereas, you know, Warhammer, Total War Warhammer is literally one of my favorite games of all time, so as a result, I am, of course, much more interested in that setting. Trying to shot. One thing that I actually really do want to try at some point that I keep meaning to give it a shot because I know I would enjoy it, but I've just never found the time, is Vermintide. Vermintide is a game that, like, so many people have told me Not really on stream because like I haven't obviously played Warhammer 2 on stream, so like there's not a lot of people I guess that would really think to recommend it because it's only something I've mentioned in passing. But every single one of my friends who knows that I really like Warhammer Total War, they're like, oh, you would fucking love Vermintide. And I've looked into it, and I already know I would really like Vermintide. It seems like a really fucking fun game. It's just one of those things where I've never found the time to actually try it. But one of these days, I do want to give that a shot, because I'm sure I'd enjoy it. Oh, another bot. There are no good guys in 40k, everything is just a warmongering faction? Yeah. That's one thing that I found interesting. And I mean, honestly, to a certain extent, it's like that in Fantasy too. You know, you do kind of have some good guys. Like, the Empire is definitely, like, kind of the good guys in, you know, Warhammer Fantasy. Which is one of the reasons I don't like playing as the Empire. But there are definitely aspects of the Empire that's not, like, clear-cut, like, good versus evil type of stuff. You know, Karl Franz is very typical, like, Mary Sue protagonist, right? Of, like, Warhammer Fantasy and stuff like that. But I've read into a lot of the lore of the Empire, and a lot of it is, like, there are different, you know, elector counts and stuff, and some of them, you know, get into conflicts, and some of them are kind of a bit batshit crazy, so even though the Empire, like, as a collective, and especially from what I've heard, as presented in a lot of the stories, is, like, the good guy of, you know, Warhammer Fantasy, it's apparently not that clear-cut in the lore, which I think is interesting. Witch hunters are super borderline villains? Yeah, exactly, that too. And then, you know, the other things, like the dwarves. Dwarves are technically good in Warhammer Fantasy, but you look at the dwarves and, like, as much as they very much are a, like, you know, kind of keep to themselves type of people, they do some really dumb, fucked up shit because of their whole grudge thing. Like, there's the classic story in Warhammer Fantasy lore about, like, the dwarves helped build a town for somebody in the Empire, and then they didn't pay by, like, a penny or something like that, and the dwarves, like, threatened that they needed to pay them that 1 penny, and all the people in that town thought it was a joke, and then the dwarves showed up and murdered everybody just because they were that pissed off at not being paid 1 extra penny. So there are definitely stories about the dwarves doing some fucked up shit, but for the most part, the dwarves are also, like, good guys in Warhammer lore. I really like a lot of the, like, the High Elves, I think, are a really good example of, like, a good faction that's written well. Because the High Elves have a lot of, like, morally gray stuff. You know, the High Elves have done a lot of, like, you know, basically Great Britain-esque expansion and shit. And lots of colonialization and whatnot. And in their history, they've done a lot of really, really fucked up shit in the name of, like, you know, bringing peace to this, like, non-civilized world and stuff like that. So I think the High Elves are really cool. And then the Lizard Men are really interesting because the Lizard Men are, like, all they care about is following the Great Plan. So they might be good. They might do just dumb shit and fight people just because the Great Plan says so. But they're very much just, like, cold, logical, we follow this, or maybe you could say logical, I don't know. They follow their, like, set of traditions, and they stick by that no matter what anybody else tells them to do, because all they give a shit about is the Great Plan. So I think that's kind of cool. It's a unique take on it. But some of my favorite factions are, like, the Skaven. Obviously, the Skaven are my favorite faction just because, like, in Warhammer 2, they're just so much fun to play. But they're also just, lore-wise, fucking hilarious. Everything about the Skaven is just amazing, and I love it. So, I really like that. It's, especially, I've read about, like, the Thanquol stuff. Unfortunately, Thanquol isn't in, Total War Warhammer. At least not yet. But it's, everybody, like, expects that they're gonna add him at some point. But the Thanquol stuff sounds really fucking funny, so I really hope they do eventually add him. I might, like, at some point check those books out, because they sound interesting, the Gotrek and Felix ones. Ah, nope, got that kick. And then I really like the greenskins are, like, bad guys, but I like how the greenskins, the way they're portrayed in Warhammer, is, like, they're just all fucking stupid. Like, the greenskins just want to fight shit and, you know, do vandalism and all this other dumb crap. They aren't, like, evil. They're just dumb, I think is probably the best way to describe it. So, that aspect of the greenskins I really like. Honestly, there's a lot of really cool stuff in Warhammer. Let me scroll up, I missed a few messages. Okay, well, as long as they don't break that, I have the trap down, so we should be good. Oh, got it. Honestly, I don't really think I need to dispel. This tank is doing more than enough. Did he use the... Yeah, he used Javelin and Anima. Okay, I was wondering how he beat me on damage there, because that was, like, fucking nuts. Gotcha. Never played the tabletop, but you still love the 40k setting? Yeah, it looks really interesting. Have I ever played League of Legends? I've played it, and I've never enjoyed it. I'm not a fan of League of Legends. Like, League of Legends is one of those games where I can definitively say that I've tried it, and I did not like it. Now, admittedly, I didn't play it for a very, very, very long period of time, but I'd like to think that I played it enough to make a judgment call that this game isn't for me. So, am I excited about them making an MMO for it? Not in the slightest. If it's a good MMO, I'll check it out. Like, I don't care what the setting is. If the MMO's fun, I'll play it. I'm especially excited if they potentially make a Warhammer MMO because I also love the setting. So that I would play regardless just because I am excited about the concept of a Warhammer MMO. But am I particularly excited for a League MMO? No. But if it's good, I'll check it out. The only thing I would dislike is if they made it so you get, like, lots of bonus stuff in it for playing League of Legends, because I'm not going to play League of Legends just because there's a good MMO, so I don't think they'll do that. I doubt it, but it's always a concern when you have, like, cross-game stuff like that. Like, obviously, Hearthstone has a little bit of that, but not that much. Not a ton, I should say. Gotta focus up for these polls. I'm slowly catching up through chat, so if I haven't gotten around to your message yet, I apologize. You're playing Star Wars The Old Republic. That game needs an overhaul in its UI design. Yeah, I played SWTOR a little bit. Definitely tried it a good bit back in the day. I did rating on it. The main issue I had is I actually got to endgame rating on Star Wars The Old Republic, and I'm gonna be completely real, it's piss easy. I did a raid, and I was like, okay, like, what difficulty was that raid? And the guild that I joined was like, oh, that was, like, the hardest difficulty raid. I'm like, are you fucking joking? I could not believe that. And now, it's maybe possible that they've added more difficult raids since then, but I finished, like, all of the endgame content in Star Wars The Old Republic at the time when I played it, and this was before I would even like to think that I was pretty good at WoW. Like, I wasn't even nearly as good, like, at MMOs just in general that I, like, am now when I was butchering words. Basically, I sucked dick at MMOs when I played Star Wars: The Old Republic, and I was still able to clear the hardest content, and because it wasn't hard. So that made me just kind of lose any interest in, continuing to play the game. But I haven't really followed it recently. Admittedly, I heard that it was kind of dead, so I just have never really had any interest in playing it, but, maybe something changed. Maybe they're actually interested in keeping the game going now, but I did not hear that. Warhammer dwarfs the definition of lawful neutral. That's true, yeah. Just gonna turtle this. I will say, dwarves in Warhammer Fantasy are amazing for meme potential. Just like the whole grudge thing. Like, every time, if Creative Assembly, the people who make Total War Warhammer, if they ever nerf the dwarves, like, you can guarantee there's gonna be, like, a Reddit comment somewhere saying, like, we have to add this to the book, and stuff like that. And I just fucking love that. It's this great community dynamic that just makes everything feel more fun to, like, interact with. When you just have, like, great built-in memes and stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just fun. I love the meme potential, I should say, of, yeah, the dwarf grudge thing, with how everybody takes it. And then, like, Legend of Total War makes, like, a dwarf unit tier list, and people are like, no matter how you rank these units, you're gonna get added to the book. I fucking love that. It just always makes me chuckle. Grombrindle's lore is kind of funny. His grudge is, like, a misunderstanding with the elves. Doesn't he hate Malekith? I'm pretty sure it's not a misunderstanding, right? It isn't Grombrindle's whole thing. I mean, Grombrindle is funny as fuck because his lore is literally, it's a dwarf that got so pissed off that he came back from the dead, and that's literally the only explanation about it. And, like, Warhammer Fantasy, from what I've seen, doesn't pull, like, dumb shit like that too often. But for every once in a while them to do something really fucking crazy stupid, like a dwarf got so mad it just, like, brought itself back to life, I'm fine with that, because it makes Grombrindle just especially funny that his lore is just so fucking bonkers. But I was pretty sure, wasn't the whole thing with Grombrindle, the fact that, like, didn't he, like, trust Malekith, and they had, like, a friendship or something, and then Malekith, like, basically manipulated the dwarves into fighting the high elves and stuff like that, and he basically, like, started a conflict that caused the War of the Beards. So he was, like, kind of the instigator behind all of that, so Grombrindle considers it, like, a betrayal on Malekith's part. Maybe I misunderstood it, but that's how I remember the lore. For Grombrindle, at least. Hearthstone lore over WoW lore? Honestly, I agree. Like, WoW lore is ridiculous, but Hearthstone lore has always been ridiculous. But Hearthstone lore is intentionally ridiculous. Like, it tries to be so fucking stupid and silly, and it gets away with it because that's what it's going for. If Hearthstone pulled I will never serve, everybody would just be like, yeah, that's just Hearthstone being Hearthstone. You don't play Star Wars: The Old Republic for the rating? It's a single-player MMORPG? Yeah, like, it had an okay story. I've been told that I picked, like, the worst character to play. So, a lot of people said the Star Wars: The Old Republic single-player story was really, really good. And I never really enjoyed it that much. But then, every single time somebody asks me what I played, I'm like, oh, I played Jedi Consular. It was whatever the one that had Jedi Shadow as the tank. Because Jedi Shadow kind of worked like old Brewmaster Monk, and I fucking loved it. I really enjoyed the class design in Star Wars: The Old Republic. It was really good. So I played Jedi Shadow, and I thought that was really fun. But overall, the story just didn't really draw me in a lot. So a lot of people have told me that, oh yeah, it's just because you picked, like, the most boring story to actually play through. Which, if that's the case, then that's unfortunate. But, yeah, I never really liked it. But people have told me in the past that if I played, like, a Sith something, so people have said, like, Sith Inquisitor, Sith Warrior, and stuff like that is really good. Imperial Agent has the best class story. It might, like, so there's a lot of things, obviously, I've said I might try. Star Wars The Old Republic is something that maybe, just maybe, I would give a shot again. So I'll keep that in mind if I do try it again. But obviously, that would not be for a while. I would have to really have nothing going on. So, you know, fair warning on that. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But I will keep in mind Imperial Agent if I try it again. Imperial Agent can't tank, though, right? Because that was the thing, like, you know, obviously, you know me, I like playing tanks, so I looked for what could play a tank, and Jedi Shadow seemed interesting, so that's what I picked, and yeah. Imperial Agent is indeed badass. It's DPS/heals? Yeah, I thought so. Because tanks were... Well, they were, like, technically, like, faction agnostic, right? Like, it was the same, technically, for both factions. They just had different names. So you had, like, Jedi Shadow, and then, like, it was Sith Inquisitor or something. I forget the name of the tank spec. And then you had Jedi Warrior and Sith Warrior, I think. Or was it, like, Jedi Guardian or something like that? And then Sith Juggernaut, I forget exactly what it was. And then it was like Trooper and Bounty Hunter. And those were the three tanks, I think. And they were like the same to like cross-faction, kind of. But those were like the three general tank archetypes, if I recall. Am I gonna... There's a Star Wars anime? Well, I can't really say whether or not I'll watch it, because I didn't even really know that was a thing that existed, so... I guess I'll have to look into it. If it looks good, I'll check it out. But, like with most shows, usually with anime or just shows in general, I never watch something when it comes out. I usually wait until people tell me, like, yeah, it was good. Like, it doesn't botch the ending. The only anime that I've ever watched... At least the only anime recently that I watched where I went in knowing that people said the ending fucking sucks and you're gonna hate it was Darling in the Franxx. I did watch that like a month or two ago, and I went in with the full knowledge that the ending was gonna fucking suck. And I was like, yeah, because people said that at least the first half of the show was really good. So they were like, yeah, you know, just watch the first half. And a lot of people said, you know, you can just stop watching after the fact. But admittedly, the first half was very, very, very good. But I did keep watching until the end just to see what it was that everybody was talking about when they said that Darling in the Franxx had a fucking terrible ending. And, well, I can confirm that it had a fucking terrible ending. To me, I didn't really think it was, like... It was bad. It was a bad ending. But it was, like, not as bad as I think everybody made it out to be. To me, it was just a very amateurish ending. It was just, like, really? It was just kind of dumb. What I can understand, though, is I think the problem that I see with the ending, and when I, later on, I went and rewatched some of, like, the reviews of the show, so I could, like, get a feel on what people were saying about it, and I understand where people were coming from. A lot of people complained that the ending to Darling in the Franxx just basically did a fucking 180 from where the story was actually going, and it was a completely different show. And I kind of get that. Like, you're watching the first half of Darling in the Franxx, and it's really good, and you're like, wow, this is a really good show, I can't wait to see where they go with this, and then they're just like, psych, we're ending it this completely different way. And it kind of feels a little bit insulting. I kind of understand that, but... It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it did feel like a bit of a betrayal on what the show was initially setting itself up to be. So, yeah. Like, I definitely was kind of disappointed. A little bit because I was hoping for more, like, development on the story that, like, I was interested in, that I think everybody was interested in. Namely Zero 2, right? But then, you know, everybody jokes that, oh yeah, after, like, episode 16 or whatever, her character is just done. Like, no more developments. And because I went into the show knowing that, like, when I got to episode 16, I was like, okay, so, like, this is where her character, like, ends its arc for the entire show. Sure, okay, I can be happy with that. But, like, I see how people who didn't know that and we're like, wow, this is really good. This is a great like climax for like a show. I wonder how they're going to continue it from here. Probably got frustrated when they realized they just fucking don't. They just basically are like, oh yeah, so this character is just like out of the story for the rest of it. So yeah, that's like probably the biggest issue I think people have, which is understandable, I think. It felt super rushed. We get her background, and as far as I remember, it wasn't discussed too much. Yeah, like, her background is literally set up so that she could, like, have her big final moment where she gets together with the protagonist. And that's it. And then there's just no more character development. So, yeah. Unfortunate. But I guess I'll look into the Star Wars anime. People are saying it looks good, so I'll check it out. That's what they expected with Valorant in terms of cross-game stuff? Interesting. WoW has a lot that TWT, many pets and mounts are bundled. Pets and mounts are fine. Like, cosmetics, I don't give a shit about. I've been pretty vocal about this. I do not fucking care about cosmetics. If they want to do, like, if they want to do something where it's like, you get a League of Legends skin by playing the League of Legends MMO, I don't fucking care. But if it's something where it's like, you get a direct advantage in the game if you do something like this, like an example, right? There was a, if anybody's played the Elder Scrolls Online, there was an Elder Scrolls card game, which I actually tried. So I've played both Elder Scrolls Online, which I've shared my opinions on, which effectively, summary is meh. And I played the Elder Scrolls card game, which also meh. And there was like this bundle for one of their like expansions or something where it gave you like these additional items and access to stuff in the Elder Scrolls Online game. And that I kind of disliked. You know, it's one thing to get like a different mount skin or something like that. Like, that's whatever. I'm not a mount collector. But when it's like you get actual items and stuff like that in the other game, that's where I'm like, yeah, no, fuck that. I don't even remember exactly what it was, but I just remember looking at it and going, that's kind of shitty. Isn't greenskin now a banned term in WoW? I'd imagine so. Let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anything. I ran a D&D Warhammer campaign. It was pretty fun trying to portray all those factions. That sounds interesting, yeah. Alright. Okay, I think I've caught up with chat. While this group forms up, I'm gonna finish my pizza really quick. Wait, you weren't joking? They actually removed the word greenskin from Danath Trollbane's voice line. Oh my god. Imagine thinking that fake racism against a fake race in a fantasy story is so inappropriate that you need to remove it. Like, fuck me. As if the whole, like, turning women into fruit thing wasn't ridiculous enough, they double down with that fucking insanity. You're joking. I don't think you're actually joking, but it feels like you're joking because that's so fucking stupid. But honestly, no, that actually is kind of exactly what Blizzard would do, right? So, fuck me sideways, man. Can't fucking believe it. Okay, this cape would actually be good if I could get this. Oh, I'm searching Beast Mastery. I guess this would be good. It's not amazing, but, like, I could, in theory, upgrade this with Valor to be better than what I have now. We'll have to see. Blizzard is 1/2 step forward, 20 steps back, yeah. Beating around the problem is easier than actually trying to fix it. Oh, absolutely. That's why they're doing all these dumb fuck changes. That's one of the funniest things on the WoW general discussion forums right now. I mentioned that at the start of the stream, that I've been reading that in my free time because it's just hilarious. And half of that stuff is like, Blizz, please remove slut mugs. It's offensive. It objectifies women. Or dumb shit like that. Where, like, obviously, no, it doesn't. You know, if people want to wear it, they should have the right to. But that's literally the WoW forums right now. He's called Troll Bane and not Troll Friend. Yeah. True. Very true. What was the other one I saw? Like, you know, let me check. Kind of curious now. World of Warcraft general discussion. I honestly, like, the more I talk about it, the more I definitely need to make a general discussion video at some point. The shit on here is just so fucking good. I mean, the first thread is, we the players did not sexually harass anybody and we should not be punished. That's just a general thread, not a troll or something like that. Let's see. Wait, are they actually changing the word dwarfs? Let's cancel out Admiral Prowler while we're at it. Hold up. They're not actually doing that. Right? Someone on the WoW general discussion forums said that they're changing the name of the dwarf race to the little people race. This has to be a troll. But, like, the fact that I'm not actually sure goes to show that Blizzard's just doing fucking everything now. I don't even know anymore. Last you checked, that guy hated orcs? Oh, he absolutely did. Let's see. Here's one. Booty Bay. Problematic name, no? Thoughts and alternative name suggestions are welcome. Oh my god. Booty Bay is apparently too offensive. Holy shit. Volpera, Pandaren, and Worgen Paws, do they smell like Fritos brand corn chips? What the fuck? Where? I love these forums. God, I fucking love these forums so much. Okay, this thread is just called Succubus is sexist. Please remove. Oh my god, and they're actually serious. Hold on. As the title suggests, the succubus demon/warlock pet needs to be removed from the game. It perpetuates a harmful stereotype of female subservience. Additionally, she is barely wearing any clothes. Now is the time. Time's up. Edit. With the removal of /spit, this is more likely than not going to happen. Oh my god, this guy posted this in July 28th? Holy shit, so he's been serious about this before the fruit thing even started. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, so he actually updated his post with a link to the fruit thing and said, this is proof that they're gonna edit the succubus. So this guy isn't even trolling. He's been promoting his succubus or anti-succubus agenda since July. Holy shit. What the fuck? I love this. I fucking love these forums. There has to be more. Oh my god. There's a post called, "Do you feel sorry for survival hunters?" I had a plus 16 Halls of Atonement key, and on the Mythic Plus queue it showed a hunter, and under the note he put survival. Made me feel sorry for him, so I invited. Aw. That guy's my hero. Let's see, what else do we got? No more revealing Mogs. Oh, this one should be good. That's respectable commitment? Yeah, no, he's been on that grind. He's been campaigning for change since July. So this one, no more revealing Mogs. Blizzard, with all these changes to explicit paintings, quests, references, etc. Why can our characters still stroll around Azeroth in such revealing outfits? Free Azeroth from all explicit content to pay for your employees' sins. Okay, so this one's taking the piss out of Blizzard. Okay, fair. So that one's not, like, actually serious. At first I thought it was, but then, you know, you got me with the last line right there. Cool, cool. Let's see. Oh, that's a thread. No, okay, that thread I'm gonna fucking use in a video. That one was fucking hysterical. I have so many of these WoW general discussion posts bookmarked. God. This is so fucking good. Let me see. I remember reading one. I'm trying to find it. Yes, wait, where was that? Hold on. I think it was Burning Crusade Classic. Fuck, where was it? Or was it just regular Classic? WoW Classic general discussion? Fuck, I can't find the post. Oh well. He's about to start. Wait, here it is. The subjugation pens. Hey all! The future increased emphasis on time walking. This will be more relevant than ever. One of the dungeons included in TBC Time Walking is called the Slave Pens. For those who do not know, the Broken, a sub-race of the Draenei, toil away here in service to the Naga. In light of recent events, you can, at minimum, see how this might be problematic or triggering. My humble request is for this name to be reviewed and potentially changed to the Subjugation Pens, so as to be a bit more sensitive to the different backgrounds of those who enjoy the game. There's already a precedent for this when the Warlock spell Enslave Demon was changed to Subjugate Demon. I was told this topic would be most relevant in general discussion for the retail version of the game, where the game is undergoing many changes for the better. God damn. Every woman's gonna have to wear a burqa now? Yeah, I know, right? Fucking hell. I feel there's a bit too many people that don't quite get that those aren't ways to change a company's value. Yeah, exactly. Like, in-game changes to World of Warcraft graphical assets aren't gonna mean shit. You're back. What did you miss? You missed a lot, not gonna tell you. You missed World of Warcraft general discussion forums. Oh, man. AKA literally the greatest part of World of Warcraft's website. Fuck me. The subjugation pens. As if that makes it any better. Like, he doesn't even, like, I love how in his post, he doesn't even talk about wanting the names of the slaves to be changed. He just wants the name of the dungeon to be changed from the slave pens to the subjugation pens. Like, what kind of fucking slacktivism bullshit is that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Those are just the ones, mind you, that are relevant to the whole people trying to get things removed from the game because it's offensive kind of posts. I didn't even read off the ones that are, like, unrelated to that, but are still just baffling and, like, what the fuck. Like, I talked about this at the start of the stream, but I found a post on the classic general discussion forums where somebody's talking about how Edgemaster's handguards needs to be removed from Classic WoW if they do a Classic Fresh. And he just started calling everybody ignorant when they told him that he was stupid. So, that was just a fucking goldmine, and I need to include that in a video. Oh my god. Ow, that hurt. BDSM pens. Yes. Perfect. The consensual bondage pens? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That's on EU, at least, usually pretty tame or not in English whenever I've opened them. Yeah, on US, they're not fucking tame at all. On US, the general discussion forums are a fucking cesspool. It's great. I love it so much. What? Why are we always CCing that? Good, somebody broke it. The one thing that I find funny about, like, 99% of the general discussion posts, though, is so many of them use, like, big fancy words, because every single person on there thinks they're, like, a fucking genius, and they'll use, like, all these, like, flowery words and stuff to basically ramble on about the dumbest bullshit that makes absolutely no sense. And that's what's so great about it. It's just... It's different. I don't know. Like, there's very few places on the internet like the WoW general discussion forums. It's very, very special. I should probably start focusing on the dungeon, though, huh? I'm kind of, like, autopiloting through, but oh my god, Bear's just like, we're fucking going. Jesus Christ. Okay, Why? What is this bear doing? He's just fucking going places. Ah? Holy shit. Nice. Whew. Everyone feels like a smartass on the forums? Exactly, yeah. Reminds you of Reddit, only it's harder to tell what's a meme? Yeah. Okay, the druid's going that way. Why would you pull this pack? That's 100% my fault because I wasn't paying attention. I need to, like, fucking remember that tanks here don't even know, like, basics of what a Mythic Plus route is supposed to look like. They just kind of see what's in front of them and go like, me tank, me pull, ooh, ooh, ah, ah. And, yeah, that's just, yeah. Fuck me. Okay, yeah, I have nobody but myself to blame for this one. Fuck. LOS? Well, LOS isn't gonna fucking work if the tank doesn't do it, so... There he goes. Okay, we don't need to LOS that far. In fact, it kind of defeats the purpose of LOSing this far when you're just gonna let them... Oh my... God damn it. Why have I done this to myself? Ah! Bag of Tricks my face. You know what? You're actually right. I completely forgot that Bag of Tricks heals. Honestly, I forget Bag of Tricks is a fucking thing. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate Bag of Tricks. I don't really like Volpera. Not like, I don't hate the race, but I fucking hate the racial. It feels so useless half the time that in the one scenario where you're right, it actually would have been really useful there, I just fucking forgot to use it. So, yeah. I mean, that's definitely my fault, but... Whoops. Forgot about Bag of Tricks, only really remember the make camp racial? Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Bag of Tricks is just such a garbage fucking racial. It does absolutely nothing in most cases. Okay, we can still pull this pack. It doesn't matter if the healer doesn't have mana. It is a +8 after all. Okay, we're apparently not gonna run over here. I'm just gonna stun it because, okay, yep, the tank doesn't really know what's going on. It's actually funny how I think a +10 is easier than a +8 and +9. Because at a +10, you get the seasonal effects, which is actually kind of good. I honestly think the seasonal effects makes keys easier. So, I think it's genuinely harder to do 8 or 9s. Are you what the fuck, man? He left just because he died on one pull? Why are we still pulling? We can't... Like, yes, this tank isn't good, but this tank is more than good enough to finish the dungeon. Alright, well, that's, I guess I probably should have expected that. This is Pug Mythic Plus, after all. God damn it. Whoops. He's playing Iron Man mode. When you die, when you die, you delete your character. I mean, okay. If you're doing Iron Man mode and you enter a +8 Spires of Ascension in a pug, you deserve to fail that challenge. Yeah, like, so what happened on the last poll, for people who didn't notice, is this Kyrian Dark Praetor. So he jumps to a random location and he starts spam casting on, like, a random player. And it does pretty heavy damage, so the tank is supposed to run over to it to get it to stop casting. This tank, obviously, did not do that, because he has the situational awareness of a fucking donut. And as a result, the Dark Praetor killed that mage, and because he died on one pull, the mage left. Mr. Bear, I think the key is dead. Mage left, if you didn't notice. I'm not going to 4-man it. Sorry. Yeah, that's a big oof. Like, I feel bad for them, but I mean, I'm not gonna sit here. I like they even said so. They said I think you can kind of see chat, right? Because chat keeps moving up and down depending on like whether or not I'm in a flight path. But even said like we might not time it, and like at that point, why fucking bother, right? You know, I'm not gonna sit here for another 30 minutes or more and fail a timer on a key just because somebody left. I mean, at this point, it's literally the first quarter of the dungeon. Yeah, it's definitely doable, right? You can fucking solo a +8. I can go on my Prot Warrior right now and solo a +8 key. Like, you can do it, it's just can you time it? And the answer is probably fucking not. So, yeah. I'm definitely gonna try to find at least +10s from now on. I mean, my gear is like okay, right? Trying to do a no-hit Iron Man in Pugs? Fuck me. That sounds awful. Nakasadu, I feel like you suggest the most diabolical shit. Like, if something sounds completely masochistic, you're bound to come up with it. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get into +10s. I mean, what's my Mythic Plus score? It's not terrible, right? I'm obviously missing half the dungeons, but like I've timed a 10, so I've shown that I can do it. My gear is not amazing, but it's, in my opinion, good enough for a 10, so maybe. I'll just queue up to a bunch for any dungeon and see who takes me. If I absolutely can't get invited to any +10 group, then I'll continue looking for stuff that's like 7 or 8, but at this point, I might as well, seeing as how bad most 7 or 8 groups are. I mean, 11 is like effectively the same thing, right? If only I could heal or tank. I mean, obviously that would defeat the purpose of doing it on a survival hunter. But sometimes I'm like, if I only could play a tank as a hunter, this would be so much easier. Everything about this challenge would be so much easier if I could tank. You can usually think of some way to make an already difficult situation effectively impossible. Since random target plus AoE damage would make no hit close to impossible, yeah. World of Warcraft is not a game that you can reliably take no damage on. It's actually an interesting scenario because, you know, you look at Guild Wars 2, and actually, it's kind of funny. Guild Wars 2, almost all of the meta raid builds revolve around taking no damage. It's like you just dodge everything because you can dodge roll to prevent yourself from taking like big AoE bursts. And that means that basically the only thing you should really be taking like damage from is either avoidable damage or if a tank is taking an auto attack. So a lot of the meta builds for Guild Wars 2 rely on having the tank stack really heavy dodge. So you run like Chronomancer Mesmer and you do double swords and you just have I forget the name of the spell is, but it's like a big flurry or something where you avoid all damage while it's active and stuff like that. And because you can just dodge roll through all the rest of the damage, you can go with like extremely high DPS builds for your raid comp and not worry about actually healing off the damage because you don't need to heal if you don't have anybody taking damage. Like, there are some raid bosses that people legitimately one heal in Guild Wars 2 with like one druid that is only there to provide raid buffs to increase the group's damage, and the druid basically just does DPS for the entire fight. And they're only there to heal in case of like an emergency or something. So that approach to raiding I find really interesting. That like the way that damage intake is designed in Guild Wars 2 kind of encourages you to basically play a bit more risky because if you play well, you might just not take any damage at all. So that's kind of neat. Honestly, dodge rolling in Guild Wars 2 just as a concept is really cool. I wish WoW had something like that. Nope. +10 Sanguine. That'd be nice. Plus 10, I mean, I'm probably not going to get invited because the lead is 2.4 KIO. So why the fuck would they want to bring me? Plus 10 need healer. Well, you also need a DPS, so I'll queue up. Oh, they declined me, I see. Reminds you of when WildStar came out, they have displays of AoE attacks to dodge and whatnot. I mean, even Final Fantasy has that. Final Fantasy is really good in terms of its telegraphs. Like, Final Fantasy raid mechanic telegraphs are amazing. It's standardized, so basically, once you understand what a mechanic is telling you to do, you can walk into a new boss fight and immediately figure out half of the mechanics just by understanding what the telegraphs are, because it has universal markers. So that makes it a lot easier. And overall, I would say Final Fantasy does a better job of making its raid fights easier to understand. That doesn't mean that it's not as difficult. I would say in Final Fantasy, they are still very difficult bosses, but it's not as hard for most people to pick up. It's also a bit softened by the fact that you only have 8-player raids, so having 8 players understand the mechanics well enough to kill a boss is much easier than having 20 players understand the mechanics well enough to kill a boss. That's just a fact. So, as a result, Final Fantasy raids feel easier because there's less room to have Joe Dipshit fuck up your raid. Which I think is good. I really like that. And it also means that roster issues rarely ever happen. Once you find a raid team, you can reliably have that raid team for, you know, your entire prog. In the off chance that, like, one person can't make it, you just kind of pug a backup for that week or something. It's usually easy enough to do that. Or at least it was for me when I did Savage Raiding for a bit. It's an oceanic group. Am I interested in Lost Ark? I haven't really heard much about Lost Ark. I've heard it mentioned, but I don't really know about it. So, I don't know. Maybe I should look into it, but I've only heard it mentioned, but nobody has, like, told me, oh, you should really check out Lost Ark. So it's just never been something I've looked at. It has a lot of what you like to do in raids. If you're saying it does, I'll look into it, but I did not know much about it. All I know is that it is a game that exists. That's pretty much the extent of my knowledge there. Nice game to pick up on class design alone. Yeah. I mean, I definitely need to be picky about what I try, right? Like, right now, the list of stuff that I'm playing is fucking ridiculous. You know, I'm already playing, you know, WoW a lot. And within WoW, I'm doing the Survival Hunter thing, I'm doing the Mythic raiding stuff, and now I'm gearing up 2 different alts. So, oh, it's the Korean one. I did hear about that, actually. I was gonna say, I couldn't remember it. I was like, I had heard about it a little bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna play a Korean MMO. Forgot about that. I was thinking it was something else. Now, yeah, Nakasadu jogged my memory. I did watch a video about that. If it's somehow different, then maybe I'll try it. But yeah, I did see a video about that MMO, and I've seen a lot of videos about Korean MMOs, and like Nakasadu said, the pay to win immediately turns me off. I really, really, really dislike true pay to win. Now, it's one, like, people will argue that boosting is technically pay to win. It doesn't affect me, because somebody boosting to get, like, AOTC or something like that, I don't give a shit about. Even if, like, let's say right now, someone were to boost and buy a full Mythic clear, I don't care about that. Because to me, all I care about is my personal Mythic rating experience and whether I'm able to compete and compare myself against other people of my class. So that breaks the challenge rules, Sam. So yes, that in theory, right, would actually be good. I've disabled my Raider IO, so normally people would just be able to see that, but that would effectively break the challenge rules. It's the same reason why I'm not, like, queuing up for groups and linking, like, Keystone Master. Like, I could queue up for one of these groups and link them Keystone Master, and, like, I don't know, Mythic Soul Render or something. But that kind of defeats the purpose. So that's the reason I'm not doing that. But like, for instance, I guess I don't really know too much about Lost Ark. So I guess if I hear that it's different than most Korean MMOs, then maybe I'll give it a shot. But I heard a lot about Black Desert Online, for instance. And everything I've heard about Black Desert Online has made me go, yeah, this doesn't sound interesting in the slightest. Because I've heard so much about how it's like mega pay to win. And when there's pay to win in a sense where you can pay to basically enhance your individual character's progression within the game's systems, that's where it's a problem. So if I was able to pay money to like get my conduits upgraded or something like that, that's where I would draw the line. Like if they ever do that, oh sick. If they ever do that like in WoW, I'm out immediately. But if somebody wants to pay to get carried through the content, to me, I still don't think that's healthy for the game, mind you. But do I personally care about that? No, because it doesn't affect me. If I am competing against other people of my spec, and I want to make sure that I'm performing at the best level that I can, then Joe Dipshit getting carried to Mythic Sylvanas is not actual competition to me. His achievement means nothing to me, and it doesn't matter to me that he got that carry. So I don't really care about that, I guess. I suppose you could make the argument that maybe somebody could, like, if they're doing actual Mythic Prog and they're already good, like, let's say, for instance, let's say I bought a carry, and I bought a Mythic Sylvanas carry, never going to, for the record, but if I did, then I would have a lot better gear, so because I can already play my spec, in theory, I could get better gear to get an even better parse than I already have. In that case, that would be bad, sure. But I really don't think anybody's actually doing that. So it doesn't matter to me. And if I wanted to get Mythic Sylvanas gear, I'd just join a better fucking guild, right? Like, that's an option that's available to me. I could do that. I just don't want to. No. If I want to complain about not having Mythic Sylvanas gear, I have only myself to blame for, you know, staying in, like, middle-tier progression guilds and being content with where I'm at. But I'm having fun here, so I'm, like, kind of fine with it. And, yeah, I have heard that Lost Ark has heavy monetization. It depends on the type of monetization. Like, if the game seems genuinely fun to play and the in-game microtransactions, like, aren't bad, maybe I'll check it out. But this is, like, a big maybe. But anyways, point being, there's... and Nakasadu said, Black Desert Online's combat is amazing, but the pay to win as you get to the end game is ridiculous. That's what I've heard, yeah. And yeah, raid boosting in WoW, the main thing I don't get it is, like, the entire fun of raiding is, you know, actually getting to experience the boss fight and get that challenge. That's why I raid. It's the challenge. So the thing to me that really fucks over the game is when you can pay to skip the grindy bits, right? Because, you know, as much as I hate it, if they add something like, you know, if they add conduits to the game, I fucking hate upgrading my conduits. I clicked the wrong tab. I hate upgrading these fucking things. But let's say that I had a way to pay Blizzard money to get all of these to 252 item level. If somebody did that, and because of that, they got a better parse than me, and they didn't have to spend the hours that I spent farming my, like, max conduits or whatever, I would be fucking pissed, right? That's where I draw the line. Because at that point, both me and that other person are still getting to have fun doing the good content, but that other person is just better than me because they paid money. Now, WoW doesn't have anything like that, which is why I'm kind of fine with it. Boosts, in my opinion, just, you're kind of ruining the game for yourself. So it's like, fuck it, whatever, right? I don't care. But, you know, I've heard that a lot of the Korean MMOs have pretty much exactly what I'm describing. You don't mind the idea of conduits since they're effectively old glyphs, but the item level of them is dumb. The way that you upgrade them is fucking dumb. Fuck Archivist's Codex and everything about it. I fucking hate that reputation with every fucking fiber of my being. Yeah. And now, especially, here's the thing. Like, I'm getting new characters ready. Do you honestly think I give enough of a shit to work on Archivist's Codex from the ground up on multiple different characters? Fuck no. The fact that I need to grind that one specific rep to be able to upgrade an integral system to raiding is absolute fucking bullshit. I hate it so much. I haven't even finished it on my warrior, to be honest. At this point, I probably would if I was actually like planning on playing my warrior, but I'm not, so it's like whatever, kind of. But yeah, so what I was saying before, there's a lot of games that I'm playing right now, like obviously World of Warcraft, gearing up multiple alts and stuff, and doing the Survival Hunter Challenge, and whatever other videos I want to record, right? It's a lot. I've also added BC Classic to that list, so for better or for worse, I have been playing a lot of BC Classic. It's something that I've been doing a lot, well, on stream, right? And I've been messing around with auctions and doing research and reading and stuff like that a lot. So I've put a lot of time into doing reading for that. And I do want to spend a lot of time getting to max level. More time than I've already spent right now. So there's that. There's BC Classic. And that's going to consume more of my time going forward. Then, whatchamacallit, you also will have Final Fantasy XIV. That I'm not playing right now just because I don't really have anything to do. God damn it, I forgot to summon my pet again. But people have asked, and I'll say it again, I absolutely will play the shit out of Endwalker, right? Like, I get that, you know, not a lot of people right now want to watch Final Fantasy XIV content. At least, when I say that, I mean, like, within my audience. Like, a lot of my audience is ride or die WoW. And I get that, and I get that most people don't really care about Final Fantasy, but it is a game that I enjoy. If I only wanted to play Final Fantasy, I would be playing that right now. It's just right now, I've fully caught up with the main story quest. There's not really any other content in the game, so, you know, while we're waiting on the expansion, I don't feel any need to play it, but leading up to Endwalker, I will absolutely be playing and streaming Final Fantasy a lot. So that's going to consume a lot of my time in like late November or late October and like mid and to late November, right? It's going to consume a ton of my time. Now, I am very, very, very lucky in that Warhammer 3 and Guild Wars 2, the new expansion, End of Dragons, both got postponed to 2022. And those are both games that I was really looking forward to playing, and I was worried because at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter how much I love Total War Warhammer or Guild Wars 2. Final Fantasy XIV would have fucking won that battle absolutely 100% of the time. Where are we going? You're not... No. No. I've never seen somebody go on the left side. Why are we going here? There's no... Oh my god, this is such a terrible idea. Is it for the portal? Do we really need to pull this extra pack just for the portal? Fuck it, whatever. As long as he's only going here for the portal and he's not going to try to, like, pull the entire opposite side of the room. Whatever in that case, but... You're sad about Total War Warhammer 3 getting delayed? Don't be sad, man. I'm happy about it. I mean, I'm happy about it because, obviously, my schedule would have been tight. So I'm glad that now I'm going to be able to actually dedicate the time. But here's the reality. A game, if it needs the time to, like, actually be completed properly, should get that time. I'm so happy, not just that it's being delayed so I can play it more, but that they're actually giving Total War Warhammer 3 the time it needs in development, because, let's be honest, we all saw this coming. If you've been following the development cycle, like, really closely, which I have, you could tell they were nowhere near ready for release. Like, there are so many factions that are going into that game, and the only ones that were fully fleshed out were Kislev, Khorne, and then they mentioned that they were prepared to show Cathay before. Obviously, now they have showed Cathay, they've showed Tzeentch. That's really cool, and they clearly have a lot of work done on all 4 of those factions. But everyone, like, right now, we've seen nothing for Nurgle. We've seen nothing for, whatchamacallit. We are actually doing this fucking stupid route. Oh my god, why? Yeah, so we've seen nothing for Nurgle, and we've seen nothing for Slaanesh, right? And there's also... It's heavily expected that we're going to get, like, Chaos Undivided or something. And we're going to get... I forget the name of that. Like, there's that demon... that, like, Archdemon or whatever it is that's, like, really powerful or something. And he's, like, the champion of all 4 Chaos Gods or something. And people expect that we're going to get him as, like, the final Legendary Lord. And then... I mean, we all know at this point that ogres are going to be the pre-order bonus, and we've seen virtually nothing about the ogres aside from what's in Total War Warhammer 2. Like, we know some of their units, but presumably if they're actually going to be a race... No, Scarbrand is Khorne. I forget the name of the one that people have been speculating is going to be Chaos Undivided. I wish I remember the name, but I don't. My memory isn't that good when it comes to this stuff, because I've watched videos and stuff about it. Like, Great Book of Grudges has a lot of really good videos about it. Yeah, I can't remember the name. I remember, like, I even remember the picture of him, but I forget what the name of that guy is. You're back, you decided sleep is for losers? Awesome. But yeah, and then, on top of that, yeah, we haven't seen anything for Ogre Kingdoms, and we're almost certainly going to get Ogre Kingdoms at this point, especially when they announced it as, like, the thing for Warhammer 2. So that's probably going to be the pre-order bonus. The fact that we didn't see any of that stuff, and we were nearing the release date, and they still hadn't really provided any concrete details on, like, what month it was going to be or anything like that, I knew it was going to get delayed for a while. And I'm glad that they actually decided to do that instead of rushing it out. I wasn't really surprised because Creative Assembly has a really good track record at this point. Obviously, with some of the older Total War titles, right, like, what was it called? Thrones of Britannia and stuff like that. They definitely... Bellicor, yes, that's the one. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah, like, Thrones of Britannia and stuff like that, obviously they have, like, a spotty history. But I would say over the past 5 years, like, in almost every single release, Creative Assembly has been doing really well in terms of, like, high-quality products. Like, they'll delay something, and they'll make sure that it has the time it needs to actually be good. So, Creative Assembly is, like, one of those few companies where if they say that they need to delay something to put out a quality product, I will absolutely believe them. Because the last, like, 2 years of Total War Warhammer 2 has been fucking amazing. Every single DLC has been absolutely brilliant, and I've loved. So, I really can't see them, like, randomly delaying it without putting out just a really great product. So, I'm not unhappy about it. Like, obviously, I get it. It sucks to hear. A lot of people were looking forward to it. But this can only mean good things for the game. It just means we're gonna get a better game, for sure. Like, there's absolutely no signs, in my opinion, that it's gonna be a Cyberpunk 2077 situation, because that's just not Creative Assembly's track record. And, I mean, everything we've seen so far looks very, very good. Like, the, even though it was, you know, still just 2 factions, the gameplay trailer of Khorne vs. Kislev looks fucking awesome. That's really, really cool. And so far, everything I've seen for Grand Cathay looks really, really good. Especially considering it's, like, all brand new lore. Like, I think a lot of people were skeptical about how well they'd be able to pull that off, and as far as I know, everybody thinks it looks awesome. I think it looks fucking awesome. So yeah, really excited for that game. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, when it actually comes out, I'm going to be playing the shit out of it. If siege battles are improved, they are. I mean, I assume you've been following it, right? But massive siege improvements. You can already see within the Khorne v Kislev, like, gameplay reveal, there's some clear siege improvements. With, like, you know, some of, like, the more deployable stuff, and you have, like, various, like, different spawns and different siege layouts and stuff like that. But in some of, like, the, I wouldn't say leaked screenshots, but in, like, in the trailers, if you pay really close attention to, like, some of the frames, you can see these really crazy siege maps, because it uses in-game footage. And some of those, like, you can tell by the models that it's, like, the same gate models that are used in current sieges, but the layouts for those maps look fucking crazy. So they've already promised siege reworks, but everything that we're seeing hinted at for siege reworks looks really, really good. You think Blizzard should cut 50 to 60 down by at least half? I absolutely agree, yeah. I think it takes way too long. Troy was kind of lackluster, not bad. Yeah, I didn't play Troy. I wasn't super interested in it, but here's the thing. I have heard that they did a lot of post-release support for Troy. And one of the other things about Troy is they did just release that new update to Troy, which is like the mythology thing, where you can continue to play Troy as like a historical title, but now it has like Cerberuses and leviathans and all that crazy shit. So it's kind of like a Warhammer-esque take on like Greek mythology. And, you know, you can choose like whether you want to play like historical, full-on mythology, or like a mix of the two. And I think that's really cool. It's not something that I'm personally going to play, just not really something I'm interested in or that I have time for at the moment. But I read about that, and I was like, hey, that's actually really cool that Creative Assembly's doing that. So I think they took a lot of the main complaints that people had about like Troy and stuff like that, and they've been trying to improve upon it. Whether or not they've succeeded, I guess that's up for debate. I can't comment because I haven't played the game personally, but I've heard that a lot of people seem to be happy with the changes. Either way, they're trying, right? Like, they're listening to player feedback and trying to make the game better. And that's really all you can ask from a company. Like, that's what everybody's been asking for Blizzard to do for years, right? And, you know, you even look at shit like Warhammer. You know, Warhammer 2, already, really good game. I don't know what they're trying to do here. Can you skip this? I'm 99% sure you can't skip this. Well, I guess Gateway works? Can you see? I've never tried. Oh, whatever. That's actually neat. Cool. I know you can invispot this, obviously, but, like, never really bothered skipping it. It's really easy with discharged anima, so, like, why bother? But yeah, so you look at Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2, already, really good game. Honestly, very little that anybody could even say it has problems with. It's not a flawless game, but almost everything about it is really great. But then you look at Cavalry, right? And Cavalry have been reported by the community to be really underpowered and really broken. In fact, I think it was it Milk and Cookies Total War, or was it I forget the name. There's a lot of like PvP Total War YouTubers that I forget about. Like, you have Zerkovich, Milk and Cookies, and there's one more that I'm blanking on the name. I feel bad. But I forget who it was that discovered the Cavalry bug. But there was, like, a really bad bug with Cavalry that somebody pointed out and said, this is, like, breaking PvP, and it's also kind of ruining a lot of Cavalry-based armies in player... Turin. Yes, Turin. Thank you. I knew I was forgetting somebody. Yeah, Turin. I forget which of those three actually discovered it. But yeah, I've seen a lot of their videos and stuff. I don't actually play multiplayer, but I think it's interesting. I like watching their videos about multiplayer. And that Cavalry bug seemed really bad. And I was like, wow, I can't believe this is like a thing in the game. And give it a few weeks, once it was brought to Creative Assembly's attention, they released the beta patch for the Cavalry fix, and they're experimenting with lots of different ways to actually solve the problem. And I think that's awesome. I love how they actively, like, talk to the community and try to figure out, like, what players think is better. Like, they propose a few different changes and then try to see what everybody thinks will be the best way to handle it. It's a really... I guess it's a really nice way to look at developers when you're so used to the WoW devs. It's just fucking night and day. Like, how responsive and active the Creative Assembly devs are with their community compared to, you know, World of Warcraft. And so I really like that. And yeah, multiplayer definitely isn't like the biggest scene, but you can tell that they do care about it. They do care about making the changes necessary. Like, I think some people will still complain that, like, oh, Creative Assembly doesn't care about multiplayer, but admittedly, I don't think it's that they don't care. It's just, like, people don't really play multiplayer Total War a lot, right? Like, I get that there is a scene for it, and I've watched some of the tournaments. It's interesting, but admittedly, that's just not why I play Total War games. I play it for the single-player campaigns, and there have been, like polls done and stuff like that, and people have looked at statistics to find that the vast majority of Total War players never even touch PvP whatsoever. So when it's such a niche thing, it's kind of hard for a developer to get like active, like, you know, relevant feedback on it, because there's just not that many people to get that feedback from. But even with that, it does seem like in most cases Creative Assembly has done a very good job at, like, actually trying to improve multiplayer where it needs it. So I think that's really cool. You're talking about that I find it really annoying when people complain when a game is released, or when a game is delayed to fix bugs, and then complain the game is released too early because there's too many bugs. true, but admittedly, like, the general response that I've seen in the Total War community has been really positive. Like, people are obviously like, ah, bummer, I wish the game was released early, but I honestly haven't seen, like, anybody, even on, like, Reddit, of all places, saying, oh, man, fuck Creative Assembly, they're delaying the game. Like, almost universally, I see the opinion of, this is good, I'm glad they're doing this, it just means the game's gonna be better. But I think it's kind of easier to have that opinion. Yeah, it's really easy to have that opinion when Creative Assembly has been really active. They're very open and, like, they communicate with their players. So when they do that super actively, it builds up trust. Every single time there's, like, something going on in the community, they respond. Like, even in the cases of, there was, like, drama in the Total War community, like, a year ago or something, where one of the biggest Total War YouTubers, I'm not going to say his name, but obviously not one of the ones that I've mentioned, not one of the ones that I like watching, but one of the biggest Total War YouTubers, like, apparently was doing a lot of, like, really racist stuff, and he was actively harassing people, and he had, like, he had a Discord where people were apparently, like, saying really, really vile stuff, and there were, like, screenshots of DMs where he messaged people some really fucked up things because they, like, commented mean things on his YouTube videos and whatnot. And this was, like, a guy with 100,000 subscribers, so, like, not a small YouTuber or anything like that. And basically, it became a big deal because a lot of people were like, how is he allowed to just, you know, do shit like this and then still get promotions from Creative Assembly? And then what did Creative Assembly do within, like, 24 hours of hearing about all this? They completely cut ties with this guy. Completely just said, like, openly stated, we're no longer associating with this person, fuck this guy. Well, they didn't actively say, fuck this guy, but they were like, you know, we don't support that kind of behavior, etc., etc. Like, I respect the hell out of that. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah. I'm gonna be completely real, I never liked his content anyway. I found, like, the few videos that I watched of his was, like, him whinging about how, like, oh, Total War these days is all, like, Warhammer Fantasy, and, like, nobody cares about historical anymore, and, like, that's the real Total War, and, like, oh, I hate that they don't care about historical, and blah, 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 blah. So, I never really cared for his content, to be honest. I thought it was just non-stop fucking hour-long rants about how much he hates Total War Warhammer, which, like, okay, dude. I can understand enjoying, like, the historical titles more than, you know, Warhammer and stuff, but acting like the historical titles are, like, the better way to play Total War, and that, like, anybody who likes Warhammer is just enjoying Total War for the wrong reasons, I thought that was a really shitty mentality to have. So I never liked his videos, but, of course, when I heard that he was doing that stuff, I was like, yikes, like. And then to see Creative Assembly immediately jump on top of that and be like, nope, we don't tolerate that bullshit. I thought that was really cool. And, like, that's the kind of shit that Blizzard wishes they could do, right? Except here's the thing. Creative Assembly, to my knowledge, doesn't have anybody doing shitty stuff. So, you know, Blizzard can't really make or save face when they're the ones causing the problems. That doesn't really work that way, unfortunately for them. Imagine gatekeeping fun? Exactly, yeah. It's like, basically, it's kind of the retail versus classic argument, except, like, I would say the vast majority of the Total War community is pretty chill about it. Like, they're all like, yeah, you know, some people enjoy historical. Legend? Well, yeah, Legend is a different story. Legend, I mean, first of all, I've talked in detail about how I absolutely love Legend's videos. But Legend of Total War, I think what you might be thinking of is he got, like, some person at, like, Creative Assembly basically blacklisted him years and years ago. He's now, like, he's back, like, working with them and stuff. He gets, like, all the benefits of being, like, a content creator and stuff like that. But he's talked about how years and years ago, they blacklisted him for Thrones of Britannia. So basically, Legend of Total War got early access to Thrones of Britannia, and he justifiably said it was a shit game. Now, admittedly, you know, if you've ever watched Legend of Total War, you know that he is very, very, very vocal about his opinions. If he thinks something sucks, he'll openly tell you, this fucking sucks. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I enjoy his content. You know, if you listen to his videos, you're going to get full and complete honesty. But what ended up happening is he played the new Total War game at the time, which he got early access to from Creative Assembly. He put out a review saying, this game is garbage, don't buy it. And then they said, oh, you're going to actively shit-talk the game that we gave you early access to? Well, we're just going to prevent you from getting early access to any game in Total War at all in the future. Which is a really shitty way to look at it, right? You know, he probably could have worded it better, I'm sure. But all he was trying to do is point out that, yeah, it's just not a very good game. And, I mean, quite frankly, that was the pretty common community opinion at the time. Ah, shit. That, you know, it was a flawed game. And for them to do that to him because of that was pretty shitty. That said, credit to Creative Assembly. Depends on how his opinions were told. Yes and no. I mean, I didn't watch Legend at that point. I heard about this after the fact. Because I only started watching him a lot when Total War Warhammer, was a thing. And this was before that time. But I think I saw a clip of that review, and it wasn't bad. Like, it wasn't offensive. He was just very, very, very critical about the game. He pointed out how bad it was. He pointed out how, like, half of the stuff in the game was just mechanically broken, and how it just wasn't fun to play, and how it was a really shitty Total War title, so for them to be charging full price for it was kind of absurd. So he absolutely reamed the fuck out of Creative Assembly on that one, which, in my opinion, fair play. You know, if you're a content creator, you're not supposed to be helping the company, you're supposed to be helping your viewers, the people who are watching your content and trying to make an informed opinion about a game based on your review. And he did that. He gave a pretty biting, accurate review of the game, but as a result, he got his, access privileges cut off by Creative Assembly. From what I've been told, though, or not what I've been told, right, what I've heard, right, you know, there apparently a lot of other content creators said that they ran into similar issues with, like, this one person at Creative Assembly who was apparently, like, really, really nitpicky with that. And a lot of people got blacklisted for really unfair reasons like that. So apparently once that dude in question was fired, a lot of people, such as Legend of Total War, were, you know, brought back to, you know, the regular status of getting early access to, you know, DLCs and new titles and stuff like that. Which I think is good, because, honestly, I think Legend has good content. At this point, I'm pretty sure he's, like, the biggest Total War YouTuber, so... It would be really silly if he didn't have access to any of the new content. But these days, I mean, he definitely is much nicer to Creative Assembly, but admittedly, it's easier to be nicer to Creative Assembly when they're constantly putting out really good quality content. I can't really blame him for saying Thrones of Britannia was a bad game, because it was. Or at least everything I've seen makes me think it was a bad game. I did not play it. I did not waste my money on it, because I didn't think it looked very good. But yeah, no, that other YouTuber definitely, like, that's the thing. So, Legend was just a bit too harsh about the game. The other YouTuber was just saying outright vile, racist shit and, like, actively stalking and harassing people that left, like, bad comments on his videos. Stuff like that. So that was just a completely different story, and Creative Assembly shut that the fuck down. So, I mean, if you want to look into it, you know, you can definitely find it, but obviously I'm not going to, like, openly name the person here. But definitely, I think overall, overall the Total War community is much better than I would say a lot of other games. Like, I really enjoy, just kind of, like, you know, I never really post on Reddit. I've made, like, 2 Reddit posts ever, and it was for my Covenant spreadsheet and my leveling guide, right? The only reason I did that is because I thought they were useful tools for the community, so I shared it. But I read Reddit posts every now and then, and it's really nice just reading, like, the Total War subreddit, because it's just really wholesome. Like, everybody there is just always nice. Like, I've almost never seen, like, outright negative stuff. Like, if something is negative, it's usually in the light of, like, hey, this isn't very good, we should probably, like, contact the company and try to get them to fix this because it's, like, harming the game or something like that. And then a lot of those times, somebody from Creative Assembly will pop up in the Reddit comments and be like, oh, hey, yeah, we're looking into this, etc., etc. So overall, it's a very nice, I guess, environment to, like, you know, see. I don't know, better way to describe it, but it's cool. It's very refreshing seeing, like, a games community being that positive and just, you know, nice to each other, including the creators. That, I got really carried away with that. All that to say, you know, really excited for Total War Warhammer 3. When that comes out in 2022, I will be playing it basically nonstop. Fuck. Okay, I had to kick the heel, and I ate that bit of damage to get it. I really do think the lore is what carries the Warhammer community for positivity. Which is funny, right? Because the lore in Warhammer is so fucked up. Like, everything in the Warhammer lore is, like, really, really messed up, and it's basically, like, everybody's an asshole, right? But there's such, like, I guess a strong community that's, like, passionate about the lore. And yeah, that is really cool, I guess. I think it goes to show that people saying that, like, one argument that I found a little bit weak in terms of, like, Final Fantasy is people say, oh, the Final Fantasy community is nice because the game's story encourages you to, like, be nice to one another and stuff. And I feel I've heard that argument, and I think it's an oversimplification of the Final Fantasy story. Like, the Final Fantasy story is not everybody holds hands and stuff like that. It's a bit more on the side of, like, yes, you should try to, like, understand your enemy instead of just, you know, mindlessly murdering them because you have a disagreement. But even then, Final Fantasy does, at many points, like, acknowledge that you can't always agree with somebody, and sometimes you just kind of need to fight over your differences. So it's not, like, all touchy-feely, huggy-happy kind of story. But I've seen people argue that because of the way the story's written, that's why the community is so positive. And I think, if anything, Warhammer is an example of why that's not necessarily true. Because Warhammer lore is fucked up. Like, it's about as dark as it can get in many cases. And, yeah, you're right, it is a very, very positive community. The lore community in Warhammer is really awesome. There's just a bunch of really cool people in that community. So, it's not always the case that, like, having a happy-go-lucky lore is the key to having a great community. Final Fantasy fandom reminds me a lot of the Warframe fandom. Unfortunately, I have not played Warframe, so I cannot comment on that, but I guess what aspects of the fandoms are similar to you? Just out of curiosity. Ratspew, get to work, and don't fail me like your predecessors. Oh, and also, Joseph, I just noticed your comment about corrupt saves. There's actually a way to fix the corrupt save files. Some of them are just fucked, but one thing that I found, because I actually had a Norska campaign that got corrupted, and I was on, like, turn 200. So, normally if my save file gets corrupted and it's, like, early, I'm just like, fuck it, I'll restart my save file. But I was on turn fucking 200. I had spent a week on that campaign. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not restarting this. So I actually spent a ton of time looking up how to fix that corrupted save file bug in Total War Warhammer 2, and I actually found a pretty consistent method that has worked for me since then. One of the most common save file corruptions is actually really, really stupid and really easy to fix. There's a chance that when you save your game, if it, like, lags out, it'll save it with a there's like a, whatever the ending is, it's like .save or something like that, whatever the file name is, it puts 2 of those at the end of the file name. And the way to fix this corrupted save file is to just edit the name of the file to remove the extra .save or whatever it is. And boom, your save file is fixed. This doesn't work for every single corrupted save file. Sometimes, you know, not every corrupted save file is made equal, but I would say in almost every scenario that I've run into where my save file has been corrupted, it's been that particular bug, which thankfully is very, very easy to fix. I don't know why it happens, but I've noticed that whenever my save file's been corrupted, that has been the bug, and I've been able to fix it that way. I have heard that there are other ways that it can get fucked, and if that happens, of course, you know, it's unlucky, but I have not run into that. You have a Skrulk turn 175 campaign that you wanted to get back? Yeah. Disclaimer, it may not work. I don't know if this is a 100% foolproof strategy to fix it, but in my experience, that has fixed all of my corrupted save files. So I guess, you know, worth a shot. Oh, we're going. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm good. 1 second, Cosmic. Just trying to finish this plus 11. I don't want to risk depleting it on the final boss, so I'll respond to chat in a little bit, whenever this boss fight's over. We're definitely cutting it close here. They're gonna refresh, and can get a lot of good damage in here. Okay. Nice. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going down. The sheer willingness to help out new players, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So what does this buff give me again? Is this a damage buff or a haste buff? I always forget. It's, oh, a crit buff. Okay. Nice. Alright, well that's another plus 10 done. I mean, plus 11, so even better. And it's good to know I'm not getting carried at all. I am thrashing meters. Ooh, if that guy doesn't need that, I would do anything to replace this goddamn trinket. It doesn't, he shouldn't need it, right? Because he has high item level stuff. Buddy? Is he just gonna... Okay. Well, cool. Oh well. He didn't even respond. That kind of sucks. Oh well. Is what it is, I suppose. I don't think this ring is going to be good for me, at least not on survival. Because the 2 rings I have are fucking nuts. Like, this is literally my best in slot ring. And then Sworn Oath of the Nine is, like, nuts because it has a ton of haste. The mastery isn't ideal, but it's still really good. Hey, Harldan, stupid question. I've been playing WoW for about a year, and I want to get into Mythic Dungeons. Was wondering how you get keys. Do you have a video out on how to get them? You get keys by completing a Mythic Zero dungeon. Those can be accessed by setting your dungeon difficulty to Mythic. So yeah, pretty much what your local MILF just said. Basically, if you do a +0 dungeon, you will get a +2 key. If you do a Mythic Plus dungeon, you will get a key relative to whatever level dungeon you completed. So, for instance, the first key that I did this week was the Theater of Pain in part 3 of my Survival Hunter challenge. And because I did a +7 theater, I got a +6 keystone. So it was one lower than the first dungeon I ever completed. So that's one way to do it. You could just queue up for a Mythic Plus group and then get a key off the final chest. And then every single week after that, when you open your Great Vault, so if you don't know where the Great Vault is, it's in Oribos right here. There's a big marker on the world map. You can click on this. It tells you what you're going to get from your vault. You go over there, you open it, you pick whatever reward, and then that reward will give you a keystone as well. So once you've already gotten a keystone, as long as you do a Mythic Plus every single week so that you could get something in your vault, you will get a new keystone at the end of the week. But yeah, for your first one, definitely if you're brand new to WoW, then, you know, just do a +0. But you said you've been playing for a year now, so if you already have a decent item level, I would say join like a +5 to +8, somewhere in that range. Actually, maybe if you're like really just getting into keys, maybe try like a +5, +6. M0 doesn't count as Mythic Plus. Yeah, so M0 won't give you credit for the Great Vault. But I'm saying, like, if you do a Mythic Plus key, you will get something in here, and then you can get a key at the end of the week. But yeah, good point, Nakasaru. Thanks, man. You appreciate it. Your item level's a 215 Demon Hunter. Do you play tank or do you play DPS? Because if you tank, honestly, I would say you could probably join a +5 already. If you DPS, it might be harder to get into a +5. But you could definitely do it, right? Like, your item level is good enough for that. But with the, like, difficulty of actually finding a good tank, I would say, if you know what you're doing, you could probably convince a group to invite you as a 215 Vengeance DH. It might be harder as a Havoc. But if you are still 215, I would say then just start with +2 keys. DPS, all your gears from Korthia, gotcha. Definitely do LFR if you haven't already. LFR is a really good way to get some starting gear. And I would say Mythic Zeros, Mythic Zeros give 210 gear, but if you're still missing a few slots, then you could replace it with Mythic Zero gear. And then after that, probably just work your way up through keys. But most importantly, I would say, and I'll say this to everybody, join a guild. Find a guild that is looking for DPS and explain to them that you're willing to learn, you're new to the game, and you're just trying to get into like raids and mythic dungeons and stuff like that. And if you find a good guild, even if they're just like a normal guild or heroic guild or something like that, you'll probably be able to find people willing to, help you out and bring you to some of their normal clears. And then you'll be able to get more gear, you'll be able to enter mythic dungeons and stuff like that, and overall it'll be a lot more fun that way. And I mean, hey, if you're in a guild, it's even easier to find groups for keys. So there's that. Your item level progression is really slowed down. You're 235, so nobody invites you to heroic, but as a Havoc Demon Hunter, you don't get upgrades from normal. That's the thing. Unless you're forming your own groups like I've been doing over the course of this challenge, it's really hard to get invited to heroic pugs. That's an unfortunate reality of things. I would say if you're really trying to get like forward in heroic and you don't really want to make your own group, join a guild. So like I just said, join a heroic guild and work your way up. If you join a heroic guild that's like only on heroic remnant or something, well then at least you have 3 heroic bosses that you can kill each week to get gear from. And if you join a guild then that is on like heroic guardian or something, then you can get a lot of heroic gear and stuff like that. Keep working your way up. If you join that guild and you want to keep going, find a guild that has killed Sylvanas. Maybe they're only just starting Mythic Terragru prog now. Well, you can still get a full heroic clear. Generally speaking, if you join a guild, doesn't matter the guild, a guild run is going to be way better than a non-guild run. And it's easier to get invited, right? Because if they're a guild, they're obviously going to focus on bringing guildies. And then, maybe, if you want to, you could even get into Mythic from there. It's definitely, you need to work your way up. Like, at this point, I will say, I have the privilege as somebody who's played for years of when I'm trying to get back into raiding, like, so at the end of this tier, or at the start of this tier, I mean, when I first came back to 9.1, I immediately started messaging Mythic Prog guilds. I immediately said, hey, I have literally not set foot in Heroic Sanctum yet, but here are like 5 years of Warcraft logs and cutting edge achievements that I can link you to prove to you that I know what I'm doing. And if you do that, people will be like, okay, yeah, we'll bring you. You know, if they really need a tank, they'll be willing to help you gear up and just say, fuck it, yeah, this guy's an investment, right? So I have that privilege, I'll be completely honest. But if you're new to raiding, you'll have to do the thing that I did as well when I first started raiding, which is, you know, join guilds as like a stepping stone, effectively. Join a guild, see if you like it there. If you don't like it there or they're going too slow for your taste, join a better guild and keep doing that. That's just kind of what you got to do. At least if you want to keep progressing. It's not for everybody, but it is the best way to make your way up. In fact, if I wanted to finish this challenge within like a week or something, I'd just join a guild. But the entire point is I'm pugging it, right? The pugging is the challenging aspect of this. Like AOTC and Keystone Master, I'm going to be honest, are not hard. You just need to find a guild that's willing to help you with it. And if you find a guild that will help you with AOTC and Keystone Master, you can get it done in like a week or two. Easy. And it's not really going to be challenging because you're going to have other people to consistently group with and work towards that challenge with. The hard part about this is getting to do it with random players. Just curious, why do you stream on YouTube instead of Twitch? My audience is already here on YouTube. I started off making videos. My videos did well. When I eventually started streaming, I initially decided I'm going to stream on YouTube. It's just the logical choice for me. Why would I want to move to a new platform and try to rebuild my audience over there when I could just do it on YouTube? And another really simple answer is, at this point, what's the difference? Like, YouTube has better video features, and it has worse chat. Slightly worse chat. But who cares? Like, I don't care about having, like, all the fancy emotes and whatnot. You know, to me, chat is chat. If somebody wants to ask me a question or something like that, they can do so just as easily here as they can if it was on Twitch. So there's effectively no difference. And in reality, I honestly think that, YouTube streaming is growing way faster than Twitch streaming is. A lot of big names have already signed up to Twitch. There's a way to stream on both. Yes and no. You can't become a Twitch partner if you want to stream on both. So you're never going to be able to really, really grow on Twitch if you want to stream on multiple platforms, which is the main reason why a lot of people are still staying on Twitch, even though, honestly, YouTube is growing pretty fast. And there are some people who've said, fuck it, I'm just going to quit Twitch and go to YouTube anyways. Twitch also has better stream discovery. That's fair, yeah. That is a fair point, but at the same time, I would say that the vast majority of people that hear about my channel are going to hear about it through my videos and stuff like that. So, I mean, a few extra people might discover my channel or discover my stream if they like had better discovery on YouTube, right? But just by nature of the fact that the vast majority of my viewers like know of me from like either my leveling guides or some of my other videos like the speedruns and stuff like that, that's where most of my audience will come from, and that YouTube does a perfectly good job at like recommending the content and whatnot, so I don't really have any issue with that, really. Hello Zools, good to have you here. And yeah, what Nakasadu said earlier, doing a 0 world tour if you still need 210 pieces is always a good idea. But if you're 215, you probably already have a decent amount of gear that's past that level. Okay, what else can I do? Let's see. Maybe I'll do... I'm thinking I'll do one more plus 10. Now, I've done a decent amount of keys today. Because I did 2 Necrotic Wakes, I did the Plague Fall. Well, I technically did the Spires, and then, you know, it failed halfway through. And obviously, full normal Sanctum. Survival is so fun to level. Yeah, I love leveling as Survival. In fact, you know, I actually had more fun leveling as a Survival Hunter than I did leveling as BM. But in terms of pure efficiency, especially 10 to 50, I would say there is a significant advantage to BM because of Hillsbred Foothills. BM is significantly better at doing those Hillsbred Foothills quests than Survival is. So I agree that it's more fun, but BM's just going to be an easier, faster experience overall. So let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find one more plus 10. And then after the plus 10, I actually want to try that, what's it called? The Worgen thing. So people have talked about the Worgen trick. I actually want to test that out. You guys have piqued my curiosity. I'm gonna try it after I'm done with the Survival Hunter stuff. So I'm really anxious to give that a shot. It's a 10 mists, but like, I already have score for mists. I really want to increase my M+ score so I can actually start getting reliably invited to groups. Oh, DOS would be good. If I could get invited to that group, that would be sick. Sanguine would be good. Oh, but that guy's really high IO. He's probably not going to take me. Yeah, declined. Yeah. Can't wait for that. Have I ever leveled a rogue? I've leveled a rogue, but I haven't done a speedrun on a rogue. I've been told by a lot of people that rogues are one of the least fun classes to level. A lot of people have said that trying to do, like, if you do some of the pulls that I've done in my speedruns, it's just not possible at low levels on a rogue. Now, that may be incorrect. Maybe some people who are really, really good at rogues can handle that. But generally speaking, people have said that it's really, really difficult to level a rogue up. What about a feral druid? I have actually technically done a world record partially as a feral druid. So if you watch my current world record, I'm 99% sure that I played feral for like the first 5 levels or something. I usually do that for the start of Silverpine. So technically I have. The problem with feral is feral has the exact same problem on it cannot do mass AoE. And considering Guardian is one of the best specs in the game at doing gigantic AoE pulls while leveling, it's just why even play feral when Guardian exists, you know? Feral is good for very, very low level quests where you can just single target down a mob and then cat form to the next mob before you have fast travel form. So that's where feral is good, but doing an entire run with feral would not work very well. AoE is king for speedrunning leveling. You mained Rogue in BFA, and the only reason you had fun was because you used the boost to 120? Yeah. Definitely people have told me that Rogue is one of the least fun classes to level. What's my main, and do I play on US or EU? I play on US, and I technically main every tank. Right now, the 3 that I'm playing the most is Prot Warrior, Brewmaster Monk, and Blood DK, but I have used all 3 of those tanks in Mythic progression, so if I'm using a tank actively in Mythic progression, then to me it's a main. So, for my main is tank. Like, I'm definitely not, like, very focused on the spec specifically. I main tank, and I play all the different specs. The only ones that I don't have leveled on Horde right now are Guardian Druid and whatchamacallit, Protection Paladin. I technically have every tank at 60, but my Guardian Druid and Prot Pally are on Alliance, and I don't raid on Alliance, so those characters I just have kind of for fun. But I do want to eventually level a Prot Pally and Guardian Druid on Horde, so that I could potentially play them for Mythic raiding. And while I do have a Vengeance Demon Hunter, I'm not interested in playing it for Mythic Prog right now, so I guess mostly at the moment I'm maining Prot Warrior, Brewmaster, and Blood. Those are like the 3 I've mostly played. You can do mass single target damage with Predator talent on Feral if you know how to use it properly. Mass single target, dot a bunch of mobs. True, but like, it's not going to outperform Moonfire. Like, Moonfire spam and then just melting things with Thrash with Moonfire on all targets, it will not outperform that. Just honestly. And the main thing is your survivability. Like, Feral does not have the ability to tank massive damage, because there are some pulls that I've done during my world record speedruns as Guardian, where even as Guardian, through survival instincts and multiple Iron First stacks with Frenzied Regen rolling, I'm getting fucking annihilated by auto attacks. And I managed to survive, but that you have to do some really ballsy pulls. It's not as fun. I mean, I love Guardian. I fucking love Guardian Druid. So, I don't know. I mean, to each their own, but I think it's fun as hell. There's a reason I've leveled so many Guardian Druids. It's really enjoyable for me. I don't really feel like doing Halls of Atonement right now, so I'm not going to list up for that group. This person doesn't even say what level their key is, so that doesn't help. I'll queue up for a plus 12 DOS, maybe. Feral does ridiculous damage if they bite properly with Blood Talons? Yeah. I've started maining Druid Tank, but learning Mythic Plus routes and pulls kills the enjoyment for me, and if I do one mistake, everybody just starts crying and losing focus. Any good advice for tanking? So I'll say I'll separate that into two parts. The aspect of having to learn Mythic Plus pulls and stuff, honestly, no advice there. I hate it just as much as you do. It's one of the main reasons why I enjoy raiding a lot more than Mythic Plus, because having to constantly, like, stay up to date on what the most accurate or, like, most viable pulls are for Mythic Plus really sucks, in my opinion. There's good pulls that you can do to get a plus 15 done, and then there's, like, the MDI pull, where if you don't do it, as you said, Joe Dipshit will cry that, like, you're not doing what, you know, Tettles did in the MDI or fucking whatever. I'm just naming the first Mythic Plus person I know. I don't fucking know. Does Tettles even do the MDI anymore? I think he just casts it, but either way, I understand your frustration there. Yeah, so absolutely I can understand your pain on that, and I don't really have any advice. It's kind of an unfortunate aspect of tanking a Mythic Plus. You are expected to be the person who does that stuff. Now, that said, in terms of your second part about everybody crying and losing focus, that's another thing. The reality of tanking is you are a babysitter. You know, you are the guide of the group. You are the person that, you know, has to survive, and you are also the person who has to babysit all the shitty DPS that whine and complain when you don't do the pull that their favorite streamer did, right? So that is another reality of tanking. Here's the thing. There are two ways you can approach that. You can approach it like, oh, you know, let me just do more research onto the pulls, or you could do what I do and say, shut the fuck up, this pull works, we will time your key, just pipe the fuck down and follow me. Now, that's how I do dungeons. If somebody's bitching and they complain that I didn't do XYZ pull, I just tell them to shut the fuck up. And what are they going to do? Leave and deplete their own key? Right? Like, I'm not going to deplete the key. I know that my pulls are enough to get the keystone done on time. So they can either, you know, pull extra shit and potentially wipe their own key. They could leave and deplete their own key, or they could just shut up, follow me, and let me do the good pulls. And, you know, that's sometimes just what you've got to do. It's pretty much what I do every single time that I get my weekly keys done. But that's pretty much the only bit of advice I can give. You're gonna have people like that. You're gonna have tons of whingers who say, like, you're not doing the right pull. And just tell them to shut the fuck up. That's it. Can I show talents? Sure thing. So, Survival Hunter talents. Let's do a quick 1-minute TLDR of Survival Hunter talents. If you are Venthyr, this is the correct talent build. If you are leveling, this is the correct talent build. For all scenarios while leveling, you should run this exact talent lineup, except for Trailblazer while leveling. Having that additional movement speed helps, but that's a utility thing. For damage, always go with Alpha Predator while leveling up. Guerrilla Tactics is BIS in all scenarios for all builds all the time. Bloodseeker while leveling, and for endgame Venthyr, which I'll explain in a bit, is the best talent. This is personal preference, Born to be Wild or Post Haste. I've, over time, found I enjoy Post Haste more. Mongoose Bite is infinitely better than Tip of the Spear. Tip of the Spear isn't terrible, but it's nowhere near as good as Mongoose Bite once you learn how to play around your Mongoose Bite windows. And while leveling and in AoE scenarios, Wildfire Infusion is the best talent. And it is very, 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 very powerful. This thing is nuts. When you see me doing bonkers damage on AoE, like, that is why. So if you look at, like, my overall, you can see here Shrapnel Bomb, just Shrapnel Bomb alone, and the dot and stuff. Fucking shreds. It's nuts. So Wildfire Infusion on multiple targets is really broken. Now, if we're talking about actual endgame Survival Hunter builds, this is the build that I run in pretty much all forms of content, with the exception of this final tier. So Wildfire Infusion for Mythic Plus is the go-to for all Survival Hunter builds, but all Survival Hunter builds on single target will also run Birds of Prey. So, you know, you look at raids and you see like Remnant of Ner'zhul. I would say in most cases even the 9, because the 9 is like a cleave fight, but mostly single target. So Birds of Prey and the 9. Eye of the Jailer is still mostly a single target fight. Painsmith, on Mythic, obviously it's weird, but Heroic Painsmith and below, single target, go Birds of Prey. Guardian, single target. Fate Scribe, you know, there's pad shit, but it is inherently a single target fight. Kel'Thuzad, who fucking cares? And then Sylvanas, once again, Birds of Prey. Sylvanas is a single target fight. So, for any sort of single target scenario, regardless of your Covenant or Legendary choice, Birds of Prey single target, Wildfire Infusion AoE. It gets weird when you consider Legendaries. So, for all Venthyr Survival Hunters, you're going to be running this Legendary, Leggards of Razor Wire. This makes it so your bonus kill shots from Flayed Shot, which is your Covenant ability for Venthyr. So Flayed Shot, you fire it at a target. It has a chance to proc a free kill shot that deals a big chunk of damage. This Legendary makes it so that big chunk of damage gets converted, or at least 60% of it, gets converted into a bleed on up to 6 nearby targets. So this is your BIS on single target. This is your BIS on AoE. It's really, really fucking good. It's the reason why Venthyr Survival is really good. Now, if you are not running Venthyr Survival, for various reasons, maybe if you mostly play BM and you're just dabbling in survival, let's say you're Kyrian. If you're Kyrian or Night Fae, really. If you're Necrolord, what the fuck are you doing? But if you're Kyrian or Night Fae, then there are 2 viable builds, depending on your Legendary, that you can run for single target or AoE. So AoE, this is still the build that you run, no matter what Covenant you are. The only difference is your Legendary choice is going to be not the Venthyr one, obviously. It will be this thing, Wildfire Cluster. So Wildfire Cluster just makes it so your Wildfire Bombs, which are already one of your biggest sources of AoE damage, just hit harder. So if you're Kyrian, run Wildfire Cluster and this exact build. And if you're Venthyr, this exact build plus still Leggards of Razor Wire. Now, it gets weird when you look at single target for Kyrian and Night Fae, because Kyrian and Night Fae single target run a completely different build. You run Viper's Venom, because on pure single target, this is better. It's weird as to why it's not good. The main reason why it's not good, right, is you effectively are going to have, like, less GCDs to actually afford to use Viper's Venom in most cases. So getting the extra attack speed and stuff with Bloodseeker and Alpha Predator is just better for Venthyr's overall damage. It would take me way too long to explain that. But Viper's Venom is generally a better pure single target pick than Alpha Predator for Kyrian and Night Fae. That said, this is one of those where if you even have a second target, so like Eye of the Jailer, the 9, even arguably something like Remnant of Ner'zhul, if there is even one target active at periods of the fight, it's possible that Alpha Predator is just a better pick with Bloodseeker. It's tricky. This is where it kind of is weird. But then again, the main reason why you don't really want to run Alpha Predator is because you're not running Bloodseeker. Now, Bloodseeker makes Kill Command really good. And Alpha Predator makes Kill Command also really good. And if you run them together, they're very powerful. But if you are not Venthyr, then you are going to be running, where is it? This thing. Nesingwari's Trapping Apparatus. So this is your BIS Legendary for single target for non-Venthyr Survival Hunter. And because this is so good, if you don't have Leggards of Razor Wire, then you need to run Steel Trap, because Steel Trap is pretty good, but it also synergizes really well with this Legendary. And because you're running Steel Trap, you're not running Bloodseeker, meaning Alpha Predator becomes lower in value, meaning that Viper's Venom is now suddenly ahead of Alpha Predator. So Survival Hunter talents are weird. Honestly, one of the nice things about Venthyr is if you're Venthyr, none of that shit matters. Just run this build and swap between Birds of Prey and Wildfire Infusion on single target and AoE. But if you're not Venthyr, boy, does it get complicated. And Venthyr is top right now. So, you know, it's getting buffed in the next patch. Why is Venthyr getting buffed in the next patch? Fuck if I know. It's already really fucking good. But the best Covenant for survival is only going to be even better in 9.1.5. So just play this, or play this build and this legendary, right? You're going Venthyr? Fuck yeah. Awesome. I gotta admit, it's impressive how you're able to talk so articulately. Fuck. As you're saying I'm able to talk articulately for hours, I butcher that sentence. But yes, I appreciate it. I mean, sometimes I trip over my words, but when I'm really passionate about something, I can talk about it for, like, ages. Save the hassle. Is Venthyr worse for every other hunter spec? For Marksman, it is. For BM, it's not. Right now, I believe Night Fae is still top for Beast Mastery, but Venthyr is, like, really, really, really close. So, if you're Beast Mastery, Venthyr is already, like, about to beat Night Fae, and I think in niche situations, it is ahead of Night Fae. So, there is actually an argument to be made that Venthyr will be BIS for BM hunters in the next patch. And, in fact, my the hunter in my guild, who is pretty good, is convinced that that is the case, that it will be BIS. So, we'll see. But it's technically not bad for Marksman either. But for Marksman, the way that their damage profile works, they are super duper bursty, which means that them being able to funnel so much of their damage into Resonating Arrow window just makes sense for them, honestly. It's really good. Survival Hunter does really, really good sustain damage. It does good burst AoE. So Kyrian's Survival is actually pretty good for Mythic Plus. It is the best by far for burst AoE. So on Soul Render Dormazane, the top parsers for Survival are Kyrian. Because if Survival drops Resonating Arrow and just slams with all their Wildfire Bombs and stuff like that, they will shred. But their single target is not really that bursty. It's like they have very high sustain. So as a result, Venthyr just works much better for them, which is why it's BIS. But yeah, for Mythic Plus, it's definitely, you know, an argument to be made for Kyrian for Survival. That said, on higher keys where mobs will live a really long time, they're going to be more likely to eat the entire bleed from Leggards of Razor Wire. So if they're able to eat this entire bleed, it will pull ahead. The reason why Kyrian is good for burst AoE is, like, if you can't get the full benefit of this legendary, then you're benefiting more from Resonating Arrow because you can funnel more damage into a shorter period of time. So specifically burst. Sustain AoE, Venthyr pulls ahead, but if it's a shorter kill time, then Kyrian. So basically Soul Render adds. Blizz is making quite a few changes to their chain of command. Anything new? I'll check Wowhead, but yeah, if it's just the recent days types of stuff, then yeah. Okay, so nothing super new. Yeah, I've been keeping up with that stuff. They definitely are shuffling a lot of people around. It's kind of interesting. Rip that sentence, yeah. I try. You know, every once in a while, I'm just going to completely trip over my words. It happens. Them buffing that doesn't really fit Blizzard. I mean, remember when they tried to nerf Shards of Domination and there was just massive backlash? So I think they've learned that buffing things is just better. Did 19 to 20 keys as a tank in BFA, but in Shadowlands, Mythic Plus is not as fun since you need to do the same thing every time. Not even done all keys in plus 15. Thinking of just starting to tank on my DK and getting it done. Yeah, I agree that Mythic Plus isn't as fun in Shadowlands. I haven't been enjoying it a whole lot. Then again, I didn't really enjoy keys in BFA as well. Keys were fun in Nyalotha just because Twilight Dev existed, but I didn't really like BFA dungeons. So keys were fun when I would just get a random proc and have a giant laser beam just fucking demolish everything. Let me try to find a group. Oh, speaking of which, I think you guys can see, because when I'm mounted, my thing doesn't block chat properly. But my friend Amar here. So if you watched today's video and you saw that the first clip of the warrior falling off a platform, that's this friend's. He's been trying to convince me to play Diablo 2. So I might play Diablo 2, but once again, that's another thing that, you know, I just have so much shit that I'm trying to do right now that I don't know if I would have time for Diablo 2. But he's been really trying to sell me on D2, saying it's, like, really fun and that I would like it. But, you know. I'll have to consider it. But yeah, I don't know. Uh, I'll admit it sounds cool, but I don't know if I would have the time. I keep looking for a key. I might need to just not look for a +10. So it doesn't seem like there's any up. Yeah, there's not even a +10 in queue right now. Oops. You don't like D2? I mean, it definitely seems very, very outdated in terms of, like, its mechanics and stuff, but from what my friend has described it to me, it kind of sounds like WoW Classic in a sense, where, everything is just brutally punishing, and it feels like a very old game and stuff, and it's something that maybe if I played, I might enjoy just for the experience. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love D3 as well, but I've played the shit out of D3, so if anything, I'd want to see what it was like. But my friend loves it. He streamed to me over Discord some of the end of Act 1 like encounters and whatnot. And it definitely does have that classic feel of, like, you're just kiting mobs and auto-attacking things and, like, using potions in your inventory to not die, which I think is cool, but I don't know how much replayability it would actually have for me. Let me catch up on chat, though. I'm really hopeful 9.2 to 9.3 will be good enough and that the next expansion won't suck. I'm going to be completely real here. I don't think we're getting a 9.3. I fully expect us to only get a 9.2 and then for the expansion to end there. And I'm fine with that as long as they make the next X-Pack good. If the next X-Pack is a turnaround for Blizzard, fine. But if they call it quits early in Shadowlands and then don't deliver something good, then I have a problem. You'd be fine if they just wanted Shadowlands? Yeah. I think that's what most people want at the end of the day. I hope the amount of stress that's being taken off their shoulders with the firing of certain people will allow them to focus on more content. Yeah, for sure. Definitely hopeful that with a better environment, it's easier to actually produce stuff that doesn't suck. +10 learning group. I hate when people put learning group in their title. I'm actually gonna skip. To me, that just screams we're gonna wipe over and over and over. And I don't want to have anything to do with that. You just want the game to be good? Yeah, I mean, same here. I think that's what everybody wants. Oh, this group actually looks good. These people seem to have gear. It's still weird to see the use function on anima items. Does it really? You're right, it does. I never noticed that. Huh. Using double swing as a barbarian and chugging health potions while you decimate everything? Yeah, my friend is playing Barb. No guild? No, that's the point of this challenge. I honestly don't even, like, so what I'm worried about, right, is I've told my guild that I play Survival Hunter, but I haven't actually told my guild about the challenge that I'm doing. Because I don't really want to, like, if I explain why I'm doing this challenge, right, they'll probably be like, why the fuck would you do that? And then, I mean, what am I going to say? Oh, just, for fun, right? I mean, the reality is I'm doing this because it makes for good YouTube content. But really, it's not just like, oh, I'm trying to get views, right? It's an interesting challenge, but it's more interesting because I'm trying to show that it's possible, even if it is really difficult. So there's like a purpose for it. But I don't really think there's any way that I could actually explain why I'm doing this without saying, oh yeah, I make YouTube videos. And I've mentioned this before, but I don't like mentioning to guilds that I'm in that I do YouTube stuff. I don't actively record them. Like, if I ever have to record something that I'm doing with guildies, I will tell them. But I generally just don't like them to know, so I just don't record anything with them. But, you know, as a result, I don't want to get this character in my actual guild because then I'm worried that they might try to help me, and then I would have to say, I don't really want you to help me. And yeah, it would just be difficult. If they cut this X-Pack short and deliver near Legion levels of content in the next X-Pack, I'll give them absolutely all my money. Yeah, absolutely. I would rather they just, like, if they need to cut Shadowlands short to deliver a really good X-Pack, absolutely I would prefer that. And I'm going to be real here. I'll try it no matter what. So, if it looks like it'll be even a passable expansion, I'll give it a shot. And I'll see if they, you know, improved. But, we'll see, I guess. It's kind of impossible to tell what's going to happen with Blizzard at this point. I hope it's good, but anything could happen at this stage. I'm trying to see what it's like for the guildless players. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the reality of this challenge is somebody asked, what's the challenge? I'm basically pugging my way to AOTC and Keystone Master as a survival hunter, but basically with no external help from friends or guilds or anything. So I have to do this completely on my own. And as a result, I can't really use guilds anyway. You know, that's not an option to me because that kind of defeats the purpose of pugging it. But even just joining a guild, it puts me in a scenario where people might try to help me without knowing, and then I would have to basically be rude and say, yeah, I can't accept your help for this, and yeah, I don't know. You did that as a warrior both seasons? Nice. Yeah, it's not an easy challenge. God damn it, I forgot to summon my pet. So that's definitely impressive. God damn, this BM hunter. Well, I don't have a ranged kick, so I can't really deal with that. All I can do is stun it. But if somebody wants to bring it in, there we go. What's this guy's gear? Is he Mythic? He hasn't actually done Mythic raids, but he has a lot of 252 items. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Why did I leave the crazy guild back in 8.3? I mentioned this back in the original story, so I'll give me a second and I'll tell that. It's honestly nothing bad. Honestly, the reason that I eventually left that guild was pretty mundane. Like, for all the stuff that happened, I know you might be thinking, oh, something absolutely over-the-top crazy must have happened, and not really, honestly. I left it for a pretty basic reason. The short answer is I left it because they just weren't progressing at a pace that I was happy with. They were stuck on Mythic N'Zoth for ages. And the main problem that I had with it is I was actually an officer in that guild, which I mentioned how, but I can re-explain it in a second. But I was basically trying to suggest this one strategy, which was the go-to strategy that everybody was using. So if you killed Mythic N'Zoth, the strategy that you used was probably the one that I was trying to recommend to this guild. And they were using some dumbfuck obscure strategy that nobody used, that they read in like a guide somewhere that people did for like already killed Mythic N'Zoth, like mount farm runs or something like that. And they were trying to use that strategy on progression for no fucking reason. Like, they had absolutely no reason why it was a good strategy other than we saw a video saying that it worked. And I tried to point out to them that this was a strategy used by guilds who had already killed the boss, who had really, really, really good DPS and were able to meet a ridiculous damage check. And the crazy part about it is it didn't even necessarily make the boss easier. It honestly made the fight harder. So they were intentionally making the fight harder mechanically, while also making the fight next to impossible in terms of the damage check. For no reason. And I sat there for weeks trying to explain to them why this would not work, and saying, you are not going to be able to kill the boss with this method. Plain and simple. It is mathematically impossible. And I kind of stuck it out because I still had some friends in that guild, and I didn't want to ditch them. But what I ended up doing was, at a certain point, I realized these guys really have no intent on listening to me. And I cannot fucking stand sitting here and just being ignored while we continue to slam our face into a boss with a strategy that will not work. They never did. No, in fact, after I left the guild, they changed to the strategy that I had been suggesting. So this isn't even necessarily a story of like, oh, it took them like 500 pulls, but they eventually got it. They did get Mythic N'Zoth, but only after they changed to the strategy that I did and completely reprogged phase 3 of the fight, because they had been doing it incorrectly the entire fucking time. So yeah, it was frustrating. And that's the shame, right? It was a good team. Like, the players in that team were good. It's just the officers were so fucking stubborn, and nobody could agree on anything. And it was like, you had... So, basically, the backstory that I didn't explain is, right, like, how did I end up being an officer in that guild? Well, what ended up happening is I joined that guild at first, like, back in, I want to say, like, May or something? Like, May or April. And then the cheating officer stuff happened in, like, June, and that guild actually fell apart. But what ended up happening, as I described in the original story, is effectively, like, 3/4 of the raid team quit that guild and then made a new guild. So it was effectively the same guild. It was the same people aside from the shitty guild leader and the cheating officer. Those were the only two people that didn't stay. There was like 1 or 2 other DPS that didn't join our new guild. But the hunter was there. The demon hunter that posted his logs on Twitter was there. Or on Tinder was there, I mean. So a lot of the main characters, except for the officer who cheated on his wife, were in the new guild. And that is when I started recording a lot of the dumb shit that that hunter would say. And so for people who were there for the initial story, I'll give you a little tidbit of advice. I've mentioned in the past that while I recorded a lot of the things that that hunter said during raid, I could not actually show it on stream because it would get me demonetized and probably get my YouTube channel taken down. Now, that might be a little bit of an exaggeration. I found the old list of quotes, and I actually realized that I took out a lot of the really bad ones because even I was like, yeah, this probably shouldn't be here. But there's still some pretty fucked up shit there where, like, YouTube doesn't even like really sexually explicit stuff. And yes, I have mentioned that I have a Google Doc full of this stuff. Now, all I'm going to say is, for people who don't know, I have a Discord. Now, if you want to join my Discord is... I don't have open invites because I got raided by 4chan once, but if you want to message me on Discord, which is Harldan #2316, I will respond to your message after the stream, and I will invite you to the Discord. And all I'm going to say is there might be a link in the pinned comments on the general channel to said Google Doc. So if you're interested in that, you know, just shoot me a message, and I'll send you an invite. You know, you might find something interesting that's relevant to the story. I did, as I said, I did end up... I didn't even do this, like, just now. I think I did this a while ago. I took out a lot of the really, really, really bad stuff. One thing that I think was kind of funny is I talked about I talked on the thing about how that hunter was really, really homophobic, and a lot of people, when I shared that Google Doc, mentioned that they were like, oh yeah, it's really strange that you said he was homophobic, but then at the same time, half of the quotes in here are him saying like super gay stuff. And that's because we all thought that he was gay. I still think he's gay. But all of the quotes of him saying something really gay were when he was drunk. So basically, when he was drunk, he would say really, really, really gay stuff. And then when he was not drunk, he would say really, really, really homophobic stuff to convince everybody that he wasn't gay. So I did forget to mention that bit. So that's why if you look at the quotes, it might not make sense with the context of he would say a lot of homophobic stuff. Because, you know, the stuff that he said that was homophobic occurred when he was sober, when he was trying to convince us that it wasn't the case that he was gay. Even though, unfortunately for him, I started recording everything he said. He's gay. Yep. Brian, you met that guy, right, in my Nyalotha guilds? I'm pretty sure you did. I think at the very least, like, I introduced you to him at one point. And didn't, like, you were trying to improve your BM Hunter damage, and, like, didn't I tell you to talk to him or something like that? And, like, he wasn't very helpful? I vaguely remember that, or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Back in Nyalotha, I don't want to say his name, but do you remember that hunter that I raided with that would always talk about how he wanted to fuck his stepsister? That one? Like I said, don't want to say his name. I'm sure if I said his name, you'd recognize it, but I don't want to, like, directly out the guy on stream, but I definitely told you about him, but I'm pretty sure you talked to him at one point. But I can't remember for sure. Or did you not play Nyalotha? I can't remember at this point. Sounds like an interesting guy? Yeah, he was interesting. Anyways, point being, when this entire guild basically imploded and then reformed, a lot of the initial officers were still there. So the ones that weren't cheating on their wives, right? They were still officers in the new guilds. But they promoted 2 new people to officer. Me and that hunter. So, now, in this new guild, I had an officer position. Meaning, you know, I basically covered raid stuff. So, it's generally what I did. The reason they made me an officer is because even in the old guild, when I wasn't, when I was just the tank and I wasn't, you know, an officer of any kind, I've always been the person who, like, helps people look over their logs. Like, if somebody's struggling, I kind of reach out to them and I'm like, you know, here's what you can do to improve your performance. I look over stuff with them, try to help them out. That's kind of what I've always done whenever I'm in a raiding guild. So because I was doing that anyway, they just made me an officer to continue doing stuff like that. And also, whenever I'm in a guild, I usually handle a lot of recruitment. I'd like to think that I'm generally pretty good at doing guild recruitment. So I was basically, like, in charge of recruiting. If you want to look, you can actually still find old forum posts made by I think it was my Demon Hunter. I did, like, all of the WoW progress stuff and WoW forums recruitment for that guild and stuff like that. So that was, like, my role as an officer, effectively. Like, helping people with logs and doing guild recruitment. Stuff like that. But in terms of raid strategy, we all kind of did it collectively. We had one raid leader. So I was not the raid leader. I didn't want to be the raid leader. It's an absolute pain in the ass trying to do raid leading while you are, while you're tanking. So I didn't want to be a raid lead. This other guy was doing raid leading. And, come on. Hello? Who cares? One of the DPS DC'd. I don't give a shit. He's not doing any damage. Haven't a bunch of old forum posts been removed? I mean, yeah, but this was like a year or 2 ago, so it's probably still on there. In fact, I'm almost certain it's still on there, because I think, like, it still pops up in my, like, recommended posts whenever I'm looking at, like, a general discussion. I'll get, like, notifications that say, you have responses to recruitment posts and whatever. One of my DPS just DC'd. I mean, he's back now, so it's whatever. As long as he doesn't pull a mob, which he just did. It's okay, though. He pulled this, and I'm a Venthyr. Ha! He died so my damage could be increased. Thank you, Mr. Shaman. My ego thanks you. I'm still gonna lose to this BM Hunter. This BM Hunter's damage is fucking nutty. Ah, damn. But I got, my damage was 6.9. Easy. Calculated. DPS came back and got a grand total of 1 cast off. Ironically, he actually helped by pulling that mob because I was able to mind control it. So, I know that wasn't his intention, but it unintentionally ended up benefiting us. Jesus. Beast Cleave is nuts. Yeah. Okay, so I only told my cousin the story. I guess I remember one of my friends was playing BM Hunter, and I had them talk to... Wait, was that Lub? I think Lub might have been the hunter in question. Yeah, I think it was him, because he wasn't playing Demon Hunter that patch. At least I don't think so. I'll have to ask him later on. I'm pretty sure he was the hunter that I had talked to the stepsister one. Either way, I could be misremembering it either way. Okay. Oh, nice. Wait till they group up, then this, then this, then this. Bomb. Oh, let's go. Didn't get them all, unfortunately. Wait, where's the shaman? Did he DC again? Come on, man. Oh, you guys realized before I did. I just looked in chat and saw Nakasadu said he DC'd again. God damn it. Wait, he pulled more trash? No! Oh, shaman, why? Why would you do this to us? Okay, this time there's no right side to it. He just royally fucked us. Why would he do that? Come on, man. Why? Oh my god. He pulled trash and ran it to the door? Oh. Oh my god. Bad shaman, yes. Lemon, you are accurate with that statement. It was an accident? What do you mean it was an accident? Fuck me. McDonald's Wi-Fi is better than that dude's Wi-Fi? Yeah. Jesus fuck. That is the perfect representation of pug life? Yeah. I'm kind of glad dumb shit's like this happening. Because if these keys went perfectly smoothly and stuff, people would just be like, oh, you know, you had an easy time getting Keystone Master. So the fact that it is hell on earth for me too, just goes to show that nobody's immune to these types of groups. Fuck me, man. You're grinding for Brewfest Ram? Nice. Oh, fuck me. My potion's still on cooldown. At least all my cooldowns are back up. Oh! God damn it, I can't beat this guy. He's just too good. God damn. That, like, that was me trying my hardest right there. I could not top that hunter. I mean, he does have way better gear than me, but I was like, oh man, burst AoE, this is my jam. And he still shit all over me. There's no such thing as an easy time when pugging Keystone Master Sun Tzu, probably. Yeah. Have I ever had a key where a tank just leaves after dying once? Not on this stream, but yes, that has happened. Well, that has happened to me not a ton, but only because I normally am the tank. So, you know, just because of that, not really. But in the sense of, like, whenever I'm not playing tank, yes, that is something that I generally do encounter a lot. But luckily, that actually hasn't happened this stream. In fact, we had a mage earlier die once and then immediately leave. I don't normally expect that from a mage. Normally, it is the tank that does that, so that was kind of weird. Especially because we were already doing pretty good in that key. And he just randomly decided, fuck you guys, you let me die once, and peaced out. So, definitely that was a bit frustrating, because I didn't expect it. Damn. Yeah, I cannot top him. It's mostly healers. Yeah, I've seen healers rage quit out too. It definitely can happen. Oh shit. Almost died because that disengage didn't take me as far as I thought it would. Okay, I need to wait for this thing to disappear. We can just pull the boss and I'll MC it at the start. Good idea. Okay, nice. Like, even with my Stoneborn, this guy's still fucking destroying me. I'm impressed, I won't lie. This hunter is very, very, very good. This is the first time this stream where I haven't just been demolishing the damage meters, and... I mean, it's a nice change of pace, that's for sure. I honestly like not being the top, because if I'm not the top hunter, or if I'm not just the top DPS in general, it makes me work harder. Because then I'm like, I want to be the top DPS. I need to beat this guy. So, I'm playing as good as I possibly can, and I'm still losing to him. That was with Stoneborn. Fuck me, his damage is nuts. Does it actually give me credit for that? Yeah, I mean, actually, it's only 2% of my damage, so it's not as big of a deal as I thought, but even still. Watch bursting? Do these guys all give bursting? Please tell me these don't give bursting. There's no fucking way. So far, I haven't seen any bursting stacks go out. Trying to be cute there and get a mass CC with Door of Shadows. Okay, fuck me, I suppose. Wait, I was actually top this pull. I finally did it! I didn't even pop Coordinated Assault. I finally beat the Hunter. Fuck yeah! It's the one pull that Survival is really fucking good at. Oh no, he's catching up. We're on a straightaway. He's gaining on me. Oh no! We gotta kill it. Oh, yes. I got one. Just one pull where I was on top. I'll take it. Refresh that, I would have gotten it refreshed either way. Damn it, man. He's really good. I couldn't even come close. Fuck. Nice. That's actually good. Well, that guy's probably happy. Isn't that pretty good? Am I thinking of a different trinket, or isn't, like, Amethyst a good trinket for a lot of casters? I could have sworn I remembered that being something that a lot of people wanted. Only 3 more tries at Ram before you have to level more? Ah, well, best of luck. Ah. Let me, scroll up, probably miss chat. MDI strats? Yeah. Raymond thought, or random thought. I was wondering who the hell Raymond was. Random thought, but I wonder what item level you could realistically get to without joining a single group in WoW. Yeah, probably, yeah, as far as Korthia goes, I guess. Obviously, yeah, because pugs are still not included in that. So, Technically speaking, it would be, so Toth said 233 item level plus your legendary. You guys are forgetting something. You're forgetting mythic BOEs. So it would be Korthia gear plus max legendary plus full mythic BOEs. That would be the highest item level. Probably. Yeah, I don't think you could get anything else. But Korthia goes up to like 230. I think it's 230, right? It's like 233. And Toth said 233, so I'm going to go with 233. And then your max item level legendary is, obviously mine is not max yet. I'll be able to get my max legendary next week. So 265 legendary, I think. And then 252 BOEs. Is Venthyr good for all hunter specs? Venthyr is BIS for survival. It's a very, very strong option for beast mastery, and I would say it's not great for marksman. Marksman, you really, really want to be either Night Fae or Kyrian. But it's amazing for survival and still really good for beast mastery. Some people would argue it's BIS for beast mastery. I think in 9.1.5 it might be, but at the moment I do not believe we're there yet. You didn't consider BOE since you have to be insane to spend that much? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be insane to try and push for highest item level possible without joining a group, right? So, I mean, might as well include BOEs in there. And also, I guess, are there any slots where Korthia can't drop an item? I think Korthia covers everything. Maybe not a trinket. Huh. Don't know. But I'm pretty sure you can get almost every slot from Korthia. Kyrian is BIS for MM, it's just too good. Yeah, I mean, definitely Kyrian is the way to go for marksman. But I would say, like, if you are playing a mix of BM and MM, I would say go Night Fae probably. Because it's really good for... It's obviously not as good for Kyrian, or not as good for MM as Kyrian is, but it's probably the better mix for hunter specs. And, like, I guess Kyrian and Night Fae are both, like, they're both fine for all three specs. Like, even for survival. For survival, Kyrian is good, and Night Fae is, like, solid. So if I was doing, like, my Covenant spreadsheet rankings or something, I would say Kyrian BIS for marksman, Night Fae BIS for BM, Venthyr BIS for survival. But then I would say Night Fae is good for all of them at the very least. Kyrian is good for all of them at the very least. And then for Venthyr, I would say it's BIS for survival, good for BM, and mediocre for marksman. So, you know, do with that information what you will. Mythic Leather BOE is only 190k. Yeah, so I know that Korthia trinkets exist, but are there multiple? Right? Because I know Fine Razorwing Quill. Actually, I think there are, right? Because there's also, like, a Crowd Disruptor or something like that. So, I would imagine you'd be able to get 2 trinkets from Korthia. Night Fae... Yeah, Night Fae was BIS for MM on launch. Yes. I don't really know necessarily what changed. I do know Kyrian got a pretty significant buff in 9.1, just passively. Not just for Hunter, but the Soulbinds for Kyrian got a good bit better, and the Soulbinds for Night Fae got nerfed. Iron Maiden's Toolkit would be more of a tank thing, but yes, that is technically, yeah, an option. MM goes Venthyr for PvP. Yeah, true. That's a good point. I have heard that Venthyr is really good for Hunter PvP. That's bad. You do not like Kyrian? Yeah. I mean, Night Fae is still a viable option. It's like running Night Fae for Balance Druid, right? Like, you can still play Night Fae Balance Druid and be viable. You just won't be, like, the best. That one more people are probably pissed about, because people love Convoke. So the fact that Convoke is no longer actually BIS is a really big problem for a lot of Balance Druid mains. World Quest trinkets are stronger than heroic trinkets. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Hymnal of the Path is fucking bonkers. In fact, one of the Korthia trinkets is something Resonant Crowd Pummeler here. So as I've said, this is all I'm going to do for Survival Hunter dungeons. So I'm going to do some... I'm still going to be doing WoW things, but I'm going to experiment with some other things in WoW. But while I'm setting that up, I can go ahead and swap to my warrior and look at my trinket collection. I should mention, I went Necrolord on my Death Knight, so If you watched the Death Knight stream, then you probably remember that I picked Kyrian. I still think Kyrian is better, but I actually did swap to Necrolord specifically because I went Blood DK for my guild's Mythic Soul Render kill. So Abomination's Limb there is really fucking good. And, you know, I kind of just had to go with that, right? It's just the better play. But I did swap my Covenant on Blood DK. I actually don't mind A-Bomb Limb. I think that, I still like the Kyrian ability better, but admittedly, my main problem with the Kyrian ability is the fact that it doesn't reliably spread on AoE, and they're changing that in 9.1.5. So, once they actually make the Kyrian ability much better, I'm gonna fucking love Kyrian Blood DK. But A-Bomb's Limb is fine. I don't mind it. I can see why people enjoy it. Haven't tried Venthyr Blood DK, though. I've heard good things about that. Slappy Hands is the most fun to play as DK, yeah. It definitely, the utility of it is nuts. But I really like the Bone Shield stuff. I didn't realize how useful that was, but what I realized is because it's refreshing your Bone Shield, even though that doesn't seem like a lot, what it's effectively allowing you to do is not use Marrow Rends in your rotation as often. So whenever you have Slappy Hands, you don't need to actively refresh with Marrow Rend, meaning that you can spend more runes on Heartstrike. So it effectively makes your rotation feel better because Marrow Rend is such a fuck off spell to press. I hate it so much. So not having to press Marrow Rend, right, feels really good, at least during Slappy Hands. Where's my trinket collection? Here we go. This is the one I'm talking about. Harmonic Crowdbreaker. So this thing is really fucking good. This is by far the best trinket from Korthia. Obviously, don't use it if you're a caster, right? But in terms of like what Korthia trinkets are actually useful, if you are a strength user, look into this. Because this trinket is genuinely fucking nuts. It does really good damage for its item level. So if you're still doing like heroic progression or something, this might honestly be, when upgraded, a better option than any of your heroic trinkets. Like, check sims and stuff like that, you know, do due diligence in that regard. But it is worth taking a look at. But yeah, that was the main thing I wanted to show on that, because that trinket is really good. What's the proc rate on it? Honestly, I haven't messed around with it a lot, but I've seen really high parses with it, and it does really well in sims. We can test. Here, let's test that. Let me pop over to Korthia and do Korthia dailies. Chuck Salvage Fusion in my bags for this. So I do have a 252 file. I've talked about that before. But yeah, I'll give it a shot. I think I can upgrade it one further. Now, for me, it's not better, because Salvage Fusion is really good, and obviously 252 file is your best trinket for Prot Warrior. It's best for a lot of people. So that's really good. Soul Cage Fragment is off the World Boss. That one, it's not amazing. But let's see. I got a 252 Arms Warrior weapon. So I might mess around with arms a bit. I've been thinking of trying it. It's just one of those things where, you know, I don't really have a ton of time to mess around with, like, too many different specs. I'm already learning survival, so adding something new would be a lot. Isn't File Bis for, like, 90% of specs? Pretty much, yeah. So I'm still not finished with Archivist's Codex. Probably should do that. Haven't even done Shaping Fate this week. I've been slacking. I'll be the first to admit that I've been pretty slacking. Okay, so let's grab all these quests and show how good this trinket is. Let me catch up on chat. The question was only highest item level, not best gear. Yeah, true. I mean, if you really wanted to be specific, you could, technically speaking, I wonder, like, what is the highest you can upgrade Valor gear with no Mythic Plus keys done? Like, what does the upgrade go up to? I don't know. Can I... Okay, no, I need to buy the upgrades to get it further. So this brings it up to 233, right? But I can't do that yet. But I have to wonder, right? Like, if you got... No, 246 is with Keystone Master. So with no Mythic Plus keys done, so with none of the achievements, right? I'm trying to find the right words. If you don't have any of the upgrade achievements, what's the highest you can upgrade gear with Valor? Because I know you have to get, like, Keystone Explorer for some, then Keystone Conqueror for, like, the next tier, and then Keystone Master for 246. So I don't know what the lowest amount is. 226 with no achievement? Okay, so that wouldn't be better. Because I was thinking, right, like, if you really wanted to try to do something stupid like that challenge, in theory, you could solo Mythic Zeros, which is possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. It's on a tank, specifically. Or maybe, like, on a hunter, you probably could do that. So you could do that, and then you could upgrade your gear with Valor just by farming M0s. But that would take a very long time. With rating, yeah, that's true. It's like the rating now. Forget how to do this. So I need to... I shield the A-bombs. What is this? Shock a corrupted Colossus. Oh, right. I haven't gotten this quest in a while. Ah, shit. Oh, can I get a double here? Yo, let's go. Okay, now I just need to heal allies. So I love these quests where you have to you have to put a shield on 6 abominations and kill 3 colossuses or colossi, I guess. But then you need to heal 40 allies. Like, why? Why is one objective just so much larger than all of the other ones? There's multiple quests in Korthia like this, too. It's baffling. I don't get why. Okay, one more. Alright. Can I... oh shit. Well, I still need a quest here, so I need to heal the Covenant guys. Right. You could get all your Valor from Callings, but that would take much longer, since you get such tiny amounts from Callings. True, but what I'm saying is you would need to do M0s to get the base piece to actually upgrade it. So, that's something you would need to do. It is an interesting thought for a challenge, but because there's nothing significant that you can do with it, and it would just be boring as hell, I don't really know anybody that would want to try and do that. But I guess as a thought experiment, it's interesting. Like, how far could you get in this game by playing with absolutely no other players, Pug or Organized? And, I mean, you know I love thought experiments like that, so it's a cool thing to think about. So, while I do this, I'm going to try to just do a big pull, and I'm just going to throw this on my bars to make it easier. Where are some mobs that I can kill? It's like all the mobs in this area are dead. I'm just going to need to go somewhere else if I want to test out this trinket. I could pull these, but they're already being killed by these NPCs, so it's like, ugh. It would be like a 300 episode challenge run. Yeah. Yeah. That's for sure. If you thought the Survival Hunter challenge run is going to be long, whew, that thing's going to be nuts. Let me scroll up. I missed a few messages. I swear every boomkin that uses Ravenous Frenzy is you losing brain cells at a fast rate. Yeah. That's definitely true. I might get hate for that, but I do agree with you. If one of those players like Rextroy who understands the tank class well enough to solo an early raid boss, you could get higher. Maybe? Yeah, well, here's the thing. Rextroy very, very rarely actually solos current content raid bosses. He's done it before, like I think he did Shriekwing at the end of the tier, but you also have to remember a lot of that stuff is not easy and you need a lot of setup with it. Like, a lot of the stuff that Rextroy does, I honestly don't think would be possible to do without grouping with players. Because a lot of the setup that he does probably requires people to help him, or requires him to already have a lot of gear to actually be able to do that solo. So you'd have to solo those bosses while super under geared. That might not be doable even for Rextroy. Now, if Rextroy wants to get a character that has... I guess what item level would we be considering for this challenge? Like, you would have to have like 235 with all fully upgraded Korthia items and a legendary and 2 mythic BOEs, I think is what we decided is the most you could get. If Rextroy wants to try and solo like normal Terragru with oh yeah, so there was a proc right off the bat. So you can see the proc. It did pretty solid damage. That's actually a really cool visual effect. Doesn't he also use exploits? So, okay. I don't love Rextroy's videos. Not in the sense of, like, I dislike them, but I've never been interested in learning how to break the fuck out of the game just to do something that people have already done months ago. Like, those are not the kind of exploits that I enjoy. Like, if I enjoy an exploit, first of all, there's two types of exploits. There's exploits where it's just clever use of game mechanics, and then there's exploits where you're just ruining the game for other people. So an exploit that is like clever use of game mechanics is a lot of the stuff that Rextroy does. And I think that's fine. If you're doing something that isn't hurting anybody or isn't causing like an imbalance in the game, and you're just basically utilizing really broken combos to do something powerful, then yeah, sure, that's fine. Now, admittedly, I know what some people are going to say. I have heard that Rextroy does basically test a lot of his stuff in PvP. That is a slippery slope, and now, obviously, I know that Rextroy does obviously report it all to Blizzard. He makes sure that it gets hotfixed and stuff like that, but you could argue that, like, the people who he tests it against before it gets nerfed, he's kind of ruining their experience. Kind of. So it's like, there is definitely a gray area there. I would say that as long as he's not, like, blatantly breaking anything in the game, like, exploit is kind of, it's weird, right? Like, some things are definitely doing what they're intended to do, and he just finds creative ways to use them. And other things are like, it's clearly not intended, and, you know, you shouldn't do it. Like, an example of a recent exploit, the most recent one I've heard of, was actually in TBC. So apparently there was a quest in TBC with the release of Phase 2 where you could farm this one quest over and over and over and get like some potion that sold for like 30 silver to a vendor. So people would just infinitely farm that one potion over and over, and by infinitely farming that one potion, they made, in some cases, a ton of gold. Now, it wasn't like a shit ton of gold, but it was an efficient like gold per hour farm. So a lot of people did it, and there were a lot of people that got banned for it. Now, that is the most blatant example of a clearly not intended thing, because not only is it obviously not intended that you can repeat that quest over and over, but it's also something that has already existed in the game back in TBC, and it didn't work like that back then, so everybody already knew this was not intended, it was just a bug. So yeah, if you abused something like that, that's obviously exploiting a game mechanic that isn't intended. But there's a lot of things where it's hard to draw a fine line on... Yeah, see, that did a shit ton of damage. So, definitely good procs in this trinket. But it definitely is hard to draw a fine line on, like, what is a game-breaking exploit and what is just being smart about using game mechanics. And I think Rextroy rides that line, like, perfectly. He knows just what not to do to, you know, abuse it too much. And the main thing is, like, if you find something broken, report it. And as far as I know, he does that. So, yeah, it's fine. But I can understand why maybe some people wouldn't really be down with Rextroy's content because of that. Like I said, I don't really watch it just because, I'm gonna be honest, I don't find it interesting. Like, I think it's like interesting in the sense that I think it's cool that Rextroy is able to find all of this stuff, but I personally don't find it enjoyable to just watch him one-shot a bunch of people using some broken, like, thing that he found. If anything, I'll read, like, the blurb that he puts about, like, how he managed to accomplish this exploit, and I can go, huh, that's neat. But it doesn't really have any, like, practical use for me, because it always gets nerfed immediately after he posts his video. And usually it's more of just, like, one of those highlight reel things of him explaining how it works and then demonstrating, like, examples of him using it. And I don't know, that's just not the kind of thing I enjoy watching. But there are some people that, like, vehemently hate Rextroy with a passion, and I'm not that person. But I think if you hate Rextroy because, like, you think he abuses game mechanics, that's, like, I don't know, not, like, really a fair reason to hate him. You could honestly make the argument that he's actually helping the game by finding all of these really niche bugs and reporting it to Blizzard so that it can be fixed. You know, if the man decides he wants to get some YouTube content out of it on the side, more power to him, right? Where's this bounty? Oh, it's in the cave directly below the turning point. I see. I don't think he used exploits for Shriekwing. Yeah, I actually watched the Shriekwing one. That one was very clever. He basically timed it around his cooldowns and did a lot of kiting. I did watch that one. But the Shriekwing one, once again, he did with a ton of gear very late into the tier. So that's where, like, honestly, if, like, Rextroy, if he manages to do, like, that challenge with Korthia gear and stuff, like, no grouping gear, only Korthia, only Mythic BOEs and stuff like that, and manages to solo, like, even normal Terragru, I would be fucking impressed. That would be really fucking hard. Not to say that the other stuff that he does isn't hard. It definitely is in many cases. But that's just another, I think, cool challenge that would be kind of difficult. I don't know, has he even soloed Mythic, or not Mythic, normal Terragru at all yet? I wouldn't be surprised if he has, because I know there's a lot of really broken shit you can do in Terragru. But then again, come to think of it, like, Terragru, the final phase, might kind of be impossible to solo. Because with that fixate, unless you have a shit ton of survivability, like, maybe if you have a ton of gear, you could solo that final phase just by face tanking it. But I don't think any class in the game could actually kite him while doing enough damage to kill him. It would definitely be hard, but I would say soloing Terragru would be hard enough as is. Like, you could probably solo up to the Enrage, and then after the Enrage, I think is where the real challenge would be. But doing that with the whole, like, no grouping item level thing that we discussed would be even harder. So I would say that's like a bonus challenge for him. A Prop Pally might be able to do it. I don't think so. I think if anything, a Guardian Druid would be able to do it. Prop Paladin would be able to maybe do... Prop Paladin would do the most damage, but they would not have the mobility to kite, and they would not have the survivability to face tank. I think... So the problem with Demon Hunter is Demon Hunter might have the kite potential to, escape Terragru. I think if you perfectly time things on a Vengeance DH, you maybe would be able to kite him long enough. But I don't think that Demon Hunter would have the the damage required to actually, like, finish off Terragru in the final phase. You've seen Guardians sit there and kite? Yeah, so, like, if you watch part 3 of the Survival Hunter Challenge, literally in my heroic Terragru kill, there was a Guardian Druid just chilling there and face-tanking Terragru. That said, he was really geared, and that guy probably knew a shit ton of stuff what he was doing, and he had healers pumping heals into him, and he had gear. So, in theory, it might be possible if you built your anima powers perfectly as a Guardian Druid to do something like that. I would say those, like, a Guardian Druid, if anything, is probably the only tank that could actually just face tank for extended periods of time, but it's hard to say. He could kite it for 3 hours. Terragru moves fast. He might be able to, but Terragru is a speedy boy. Shriekwing, like, so one of the nice things about Shriekwing, right, is it doesn't move nearly as fast as Terragru does in the final phase. But you could also kind of, like, trick Shriekwing with the pillars. And if you have burst movement on Shriekwing, you basically can let your movement recharge when Shriekwing does his intermission, right? So you can kind of get away with it like that. Terragru would be significantly harder, I think, just because of the final phase. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. Obviously, we can see here what's the actual proc rate on it. How much does it do overall? So far, only 1 proc, so that's not amazing, but if I can get 2 procs, that would be nice. The room is kind of small. Yeah, exactly. If anything, I really like the animation on that trinket. Yeah, I mean, okay, so it actually procced the second time. I didn't notice it. Yeah, that's not bad. I didn't pop all my cooldowns, but that was still a decent amount of damage. But yeah, for a 220 item level Korthia trinket, this seems good. And according to Sims, it's a very strong trinket. So if Sims say that it's really good, and my, testing done right now shows that it's decent at the very least, I would imagine that in a practical setting, it would actually be very good. Also, I should note, you don't see details? Oh, yeah, the thing covers it. Right. Timer's on top of it. Right. It was actually at the bottom, so I think it would have shown. But one of the main things I should say, this trinket, it's mostly an AoE trinket. So it's good for single target, but if you use this in a Mythic Plus, you're going to get much better results. Because remember, this hits up to 8 it hits infinite targets. There is no AoE cap on this. So, yeah, this is definitely a very good Mythic Plus trinket. So if it's doing that much on single target, just imagine how much it'll do on AoE. Alright, let's hand this in. Slowly but surely, making progress towards finishing Archivist's Codex. Fucking hate this reputation. Yes. On survival, do you use cleave? Do you mean carve? Because if you're asking if you use carve, yes. Only on AoE, but yeah, carve is like your bread and butter for survival AoE rotation. Carve does decent damage, but mostly it reduces the cooldown on Wildfire Bomb, and Wildfire Bomb hits like a truck. So, that's the main reason you use it. I would be interested to see if Rex Troy could solo Terragru. I think that would be cool. So as the Demon Hunter in my guild just said, I am actually doing a heroic run later. So, it'll be off stream. It's actually in 2 hours, so I don't have too much longer on stream. I still need to do the Worgen Druid thing. Yeah, Carve is really good for AoE. Definitely your bread and butter as survival. So I'm gonna show my DK real quick, just because. But then I will, whatchamacallit? I will try the Worgen Druid thing. Can I show you my talents? Sure, I could log over and show them. They're pretty straightforward for Prot Warrior. Sorry for all the questions. No problem at all, man. Dude, I love answering Survival Hunter questions. So real quick, I just wanted to log in and show, because this was a character that I did play on stream. So you guys saw me level this character from, 10 all the way up to 60. You saw me gear this character up to 216. So I figured it would only be fitting if I showed the progress on this character. So I did end up getting Mythic Soul Render on this DK, which was cool. So 231 Blood DK, Mythic Soul Render. It was difficult, but honestly, it was really fun. It was a fun challenge. Now, I do have the Blood set bonus. So I have the Leech here, then damage increase here, and healing increase here. So Blood set, I have the chest thingy mabobber. I even have the gloves for the other Blood set. I managed to get a 239 weapon. I have only a normal cape. And my item level gear for these, I think this is the stuff that I got while doing the, whatchamacallit? I got this on stream, right? These two pieces? I still haven't replaced them. So I finally did craft a legendary. Now, unfortunately, I haven't gotten Super Strain yet. I'll be the first to admit that I've been kind of lazy, and I decided not to really bother farming Super Strain. I looked it up, and this legendary, which is, I think it's Pheromones? Yeah, Pheromones. Pheromones is, like, basically just as good. I think Super Strain would still be better, so I do want to craft a Super Strain, you know, in the future. But for now, I figured I already had Pheromones. I might as well craft it. I didn't want to go into Mythic Soul Render with no legendary at all. So I did go with this one. It's actually really nice, too, because Death and Decay has a chance to make enemies cower in place. So this was really good on Mythic Soul Render because I would drop this on top of the adds, and it was basically like a constant CC. So it actually kind of worked like Ancient Aftershock does, where every now and then it would just tick and CC the enemy and stop their cast. So it actually did help a lot on Mythic Soul Render. I think for Prague, this was actually, unintentionally, admittedly, a better pick than Super Strain. So I'm glad I did go with that. And I do have Heroic Salvaged Fusion, which was really, really lucky. I have still a Raid Finder Sylvanas Ring, probably my worst piece. And then I went ahead and bought this thing, which is pretty sweet. I got Heroic Sylvanas boots, though, and then a lot of other stuff. This I still had from stream, but, you know, pretty solid gear. As I said, I'm Necrolord now, so, you know, I have slappy hands. Good old slappy hands. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly show an update on how that DK is going. And, so Nakasadu explained to Cosmic how to do the talents thing. So now, let me hop over to Kel'Thuzad, since that's where all my Alliance characters are. And I'm going to try the Worgen Druid speedrun thing. So, create a new character. Worgen Druid. Customize. Okay. Now, I think my gold is probably still my prop paladin. Or, like, all my speedrun items, at least. Actually, wait, I might still have it on this character. Let me check. Should have just gone in with no gear. Yeah, tank Mythic Soul Render on a Naked Blood DK. That would have been fun. But yeah, I'm curious about the Worgen thing, but I'm going to try to do it with consumables, because I want to do, like, an accurate, realistic test run of it. So, we'll do that. Let me check in OBS, make sure this is... Yeah, it's better. Alright. Still have my 6-feather fan. I guess I can use my last draft on this character. I'm not going to use it. I'll save it. It's just a test, so it doesn't matter that much. I don't want to use too many consumables, but I do want to get an accurate assessment. I'm going to look into how to do it first. Yeah, so... Well, some people said you have to swim out under the lighthouse and stuff. So, I can Google it real quick. So, Worgen starting zone... Skip. Quick guide to skipping the Worgen starting zone... Shadowlands. Okay, so there's a post, but it was made in 2016. So let's see. Character stuck. Teleport to graveyard. Okay. Oh, it's that lighthouse. Oh, that's problematic. This person's footage is terrible. I see. Okay. Why is their footage so laggy? Okay. I think I get it. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Now, let's get swim speed potions too. That's going to be important. Lemon herb fillet. Bear tartar doesn't matter because I can't use it. It's irrelevant, all this stuff. Okay, anything else that I would want to use? I mean, I could mail over my heirlooms, but I don't care that much. I want at least an accurate measure of, like, the travel time. So that's why I care about... Yeah, I won't even use lemon herb fillet. I want the travel time to be accurately measured, right? So if I, like, do a stopwatch and stuff, I can figure out how long it takes. So send mail to Coon. Boom, 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 boom. Didn't even really need golds. Swim speed gems plus Hellscream weps. I don't actually have the one for Druid. I only have the two-handed strength weapon, so I wouldn't be able to do that. They might work, but I don't think they would stack with the other swim speed increases, so I don't actually think it would matter. An 8-minute skip? Yeah, but 8 minutes would not be efficient enough. Now, admittedly, the video that I watched, that I assume you found as well, it doesn't actually use any speed increases, so it's not including, like, getting a speed boost from a swim speed potion. So maybe that would actually significantly increase it. What I'll do is I'll try it out. So before I actually... I probably shouldn't have mailed this stuff over, because I'm not actually going to be doing the Worgen starting area first. I'm going to be doing, like, a proof of concept test, but mostly what I want to do is test out to see that I know how to do the skip, and then once I've figured out the skip, I will go ahead and do a proof of concept 1 to 10 run with the Worgen starting zone. Okay, I need to put a mount on here, so... Oh, wait, sea turtle. Right. We have this, too. So... Where's the mailbox again? Alright, it's over here. Okay. So I can loot this stuff. Obviously, this would be even faster with Gun Shoes and XA1000 Surface Skimmer. So I bet we can just test as a general proof of concept thing. Let's do this. So, close splits, insert. Okay. Accidentally double-clicked it. So I can cruise along here. Actually, shit. 1 second. My sister messaged me. I want to make sure. Okay. Wanted to make sure my sister didn't need help with anything, because, you know, she's also helping pet sit, so. But looks like, shit. Everything seems good. Let me get back to where I was. I forgot to once again restart the timer. But yeah, seems good. So I was here. Okay. Now, another thing I would like to test. I think they also used a skip to get to the other side. Now, I want to see if I can do the same trick, but on the other side of Gilneas. There's a reason for that. So this entire area is fenced off to prevent you from escaping. Invisible walls. I believe this is... Yeah, that's an invisible wall, too. Okay. It's possible that with a goblin glider, you could get past that. But this... Yeah, it goes pretty high up. So... If there's an exit somewhere around here... The reason that I'm looking for an exit here is... The entire point of this skip working, you would need to make it so you get an exit out of the Worgen starting zone while you're on this side of the map. If that makes sense. Because, basically, Gilneas, right? Gilneas, this gets you up to around level 5. Then you get to around level 10 in this area. And then you get to level 15... doing, you know, the final quests, like, up here and whatnot around this area. Stuff like that. So, what we want to do is get to level 10 in Gilneas and then use the skip to get out of Gilneas. And if I have to go all the way to the other end of the zone to do it, I can tell you right now, just with basic knowledge of travel time, that getting all the way from here over to here is not going to be worth the time invested. That's going to take, with speed boosts, like 4 minutes tops. Or 4 minutes, like, the lowest, I should say. And by the time that you then make your way back to Stormwind and stuff, you're going to have lost any potential time that you've saved. So that would not be worth it. But if we can find a way to break out on this side, that is where, you know, there might be something to consider. But it looks like they've been pretty thorough, and they've locked everybody in. Okay, and this is just a complete barrier to entry. So, if we do help... Can I just do /stuck? /help. Blizzard customer support in action. If I go to support, does it still have that? It takes way longer than it used to. Stuck character service. Continue. Oh my god. They managed to make this slower? How? I just watched a video from 2016 where this was infinitely faster. Oh my god. Well, I think we found the, Wait, you need to be offline to use stuck character? Are you serious? How did they manage to regress in terms of customer support? How is it that I just watched a video from 2016 where somebody did this in 5 seconds and it takes me 3 minutes to even get to this page and it has to log me out? What the fuck? Of all the things to prevent this skip, I did not expect it to be Blizzard customer support. God damn. Are you fucking kidding me, man? You had a problem during pre-patch where this was a lot faster? Yeah. I mean, I had to do the unstuck thing a few times in Shadowlands. It didn't even do anything! What the fuck? Wait, oh no, it did. They changed the teleport point. It no longer takes you to the place in that video. It now takes you here. And it just teleported me back. I think they actually fully fixed this. I don't know if this is skippable. Look, I'm gonna try to break this. I'm gonna look for ways to get out. But I'm gonna be honest, it does look like Blizzard has nerfed potential routing stuff here. Did I use the unstuck? That's a good point. Okay, so Worgen starting zone skip. That is definitely a fair point. I didn't know if that was like important, whether or not it had to be that particular area. Okay. What even is this zone? This is the Worgen starting zone. When you last used the service on Horde, it put you outside Orgrimmar. Interesting. Alright, let's try this again. I'm going to delete my Hearthstone in case that has an effect. So it was right here where they did it in the video. So, support. Nice survey. Thank you. It seemed appropriate. Stuck character service. Yes, okay. Now let's wait 2 minutes for this to load. I will look into trying to do it with the gun shoes and glider. Still might be possible, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think that maybe if you find like an area where you can glitch through a wall, maybe it could be possible, but it's appropriate to what you'd unironically answer. The fact that it's genuinely a more broken service right now than it used to be is fucking crazy. Owner, I think they removed that cooldown. So obviously we'll test. But they had a 1 hour cooldown on Shadowlands launch because a ton of people were using it. But I'm pretty sure that they've since removed that cooldown since it was only due to... if you remember on Shadowlands launch, there was a bug where you could fall through Ouroboros and then get permanently stuck in a loop. And that happened to a lot of people, myself included. So a ton of people were doing unstuck things, so they put a 1 hour cooldown on it. And then, of course, what happened to me is my character got stuck. I did an unstuck thing. I went to Orgrimmar, and 5 minutes later, it bugged out again, and I got stuck again, and then couldn't play that character for a fucking hour. So, yeah, it was fun. You could do it with Fell Meteorite during BFA, but that got patched to only work in the Broken Shore. There is an item from Timeless Isle that does the same thing, but I don't think you can send it account-wide. Jesus Christ, this takes forever. I think, yeah, just because of the time that it takes right now to do character stuck, unless there is some way to hack the system and get access to the old character stuck method, I'm pretty sure there isn't. Timeless Isle 1 is soulbound? Gotcha. I'm pretty sure there's no way to use the old character stuck method, but if you actually need to use this new thing and log out and sit on the screen for multiple minutes, then I don't think this would even be a viable method for speedrunning. But if there's a way to glitch out of Gilneas without having to do the character stuck thing, maybe? But at the same time, you would still need to use it to get out of Gilneas itself, right? So, I don't know. So when is the next try hard speed leveling? Not for a while. 9.1.5, basically. I will do at least one PTR 9.1.5 50 to 60 run just to test the leveling, just to make sure that it's, actually efficient to find the fastest route. If I'm not able to efficiently find the route with one speed run, I might do multiple. As for world record attempts, like, it's just not really something I'm interested in anymore. Like, at this point, I've done that, right? I've already gotten and still hold the, oh, well, this is where it put me. So, it doesn't seem to be solving the problem, unfortunately. I'm gonna try to see if I can, like, spot any weakness in, like, the walls or something like that, but I don't know. But yeah, I've been there, done that as far as the speedruns go. I've already gotten world record for Horde. I don't really have any interest in doing it for Alliance. And I don't know, it's just no, invisible wall. So many invisible walls everywhere. Man, they really do not want you to play their game in a way that they did not intend. It's crazy. But yeah, I'm just not interested in world record speedrunning anymore. Like, at this point, I would effectively be doing the exact same route that I've done multiple times. There's really been no new strategies. The only new strategies have been ones that I discovered. So, I really don't have any other, like, ideas. I've done, like, fun challenges, like the budget speedrun I did. So, I thought that was cool. But in terms of other stuff, I don't know, I just don't have... I don't have any ideas on how to make leveling more fun for myself. And there's so much stuff that I want to do already that I don't know. I can't really bring myself to do more really serious hardcore speedruns. Not to mention, it's a lot of gold. Does logout skips work on retail, or is it a classic only thing? I don't know of that, so if you can elaborate, maybe I can try to answer, but I am not familiar with that. So, okay, solo dungeon leveling, fuck no. Solo dungeon leveling sounds awful. I mean, I already did a video where I tried to do that. Like, you can. But the only thing that I might do, like, a speedrun of is group dungeon leveling. Like, if I can get enough friends to be interested in doing, like, a group leveling thing, I might do that at some point in the future, but the reality is, like, almost everybody I know has quit the game. So that's not really an option for me at this point. But who knows? Maybe in the future it's something I could check out. But, like, solo leveling, I don't really have anything interesting to do at this point. Oh, hey, another chatbot. So now that I've been playing Survival Hunter, how is it? I think it's pretty boring with a lot of talents that should be removed or baseline. Unlike many, however, I do like that it's a melee spec. I mean, obviously, whether or not you find it fun is subjective, right? And I personally do enjoy it. I think Survival's a lot of fun. But I do agree that I think it's fun that it's a melee spec, and I also do agree that a lot of the stuff on Survival should be baseline. I don't know if I would say a lot. Like, you look at something like Vengeance Demon Hunter, where there are multiple talents that should be baseline, and you compare that to Survival, which, like, by comparison, I think is pretty lenient. I would say that there's some stuff that should be baseline, like Mongoose Bite should definitely be baseline. It used to be baseline, and now it's not, which is, like, kind of insulting. That's the biggest one. I don't know what other talents I would really want to have baseline. I think, like, having... Kill Command having 2 charges, I could see being something that would be really nice baseline, but... Wait, can I... Hold up. Hold the phone. I missed the jump. Wait. There's a ledge here. Shit. Ah, no. Wait! I'm out! Never mind, I'm still trapped. Okay. Oh, whoa, though. That is doable. I need gliders, so I forgot to mail myself goblin gliders, but if I mail over goblin gliders, that is actually a way to escape. Okay, we found it. Yeah. But I need gliders for that. So I can't make it work with just swiftness potions. Mailbox. Where is it again? Why did it untrack the mailbox? Oh, it's over here. Okay, so I'm gonna log over, get gliders. I'm also gonna get a few gun shoes, just, you know, why not? We're onto something? Hell yeah. The one with different bomb types? I'm kind of okay with Wildfire Infusion being a talent. I love Wildfire Infusion, don't get me wrong. I think it's a really cool talent, but I think it's fine as a talent. There are a lot of talents that, like, radically change the playstyle of something, and Wildfire Infusion is honestly kind of a confusing talent. I think it's awesome, but I can understand how a new player might be really confused by it and wouldn't want to mess around with it, so I can honestly totally see it being a talent. But yeah, I mean, other stuff, like, yeah, 2 charges of Kill Command I could see. Oh yeah, I was here for a thumbnail, right? So let's go to Orbos. But yeah, 2 charges Kill Command. I think, like, AoE Serpent Sting, if they fixed it, I think that would be a really nice quality of life thing. Guerrilla Tactics, like, having 2 charges of Kill Command and Wildfire Bomb is just really nice. So, if anything, maybe that should be baseline, but mostly Mongoose Bite should be baseline. I think that's honestly the only thing you really need to make baseline. But Survival Hunter also really needs to get the artifact ability back. Survival Hunter really needs some single target burst cooldown, and I think that having the spear artifact ability would be really, really good for that. So literally just dig through the old code from Legion and bring that back. Maybe Sheik Runner knows how to escape Gilneas, maybe. Let's see. I'm blanking. Yeah, that was what I can name to my character. Right. Isn't he also a speed leveler? I'm not sure. I mean, there aren't too many people that do WoW speedrunning. So, I can check. I know of him, but I haven't followed it a lot. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, yeah, he does like speed runs in the sense of like flying through dungeons with like really high movement speed, which is cool, but that's not like the speed runs that I do. So I guess it's a different type of speed run, I suppose you could say. But maybe he does leveling speedruns. Not that I know of, but... what am I looking for exactly? I'm looking for a way to escape the Worgen starting area because I have a theory that if I'm able to escape the Worgen starting zone, it might be the most efficient strat to get from level 1 to level 60 as a Worgen Druid. I don't know for sure, but for the strat that I thought of to even be viable, this would need to work. So we're testing it out. Right. I'm surprised they missed the railing on this one part. Knowing Blizzard, though, I wouldn't be surprised if give it a bit and they'll add in a railing here. Like, oh no, we missed one spot, must nerf fun, must add railing to prevent players from breaking our game. But, like, there's railings everywhere else. It's just this, I guess, oh, over here, there's no railing too. Okay, so it's this one section of the tower model that they forgot to add railings to. Now this would actually be better. Because if I could get a glider over that gap, this is exactly where I need to go. So... Okay, could I get any more height on that? It's incredible how every problem they could fix, they chose this one. Yeah, for sure. If you die outside the boundaries, so you spawn in Westfall, you'll automatically turn into a Worgen, but you won't be teleported back. This worked on Legion. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do here. But as far as I know, the method that worked in Legion no longer works. So we need to find a new version of that. Now, getting that full glider over there may not be possible. But... speedrun where you literally need to run as fast as possible? Yeah. So, Xylos, that is like my backup plan. I am more just curious to see if this is still possible. Just as like a proof of concept type thing. So, I can make this jump, then... shit. Yes. So, fun fact, if you need to climb a little ledge, it's actually better to jump backwards. A lot of times, it's easier to climb ledges by jumping backwards against it. Why? I don't know. But I've tested this before, and it works like that. It's fucking weird. Back in challenge modes, we used to do that all the time. I think I fucked it here, but in theory... if I manage to... yeah, I'll just try again. My glider's about to be off. If I manage to land on that little wooden beam on the roof and then jump across to the other roof, I might just have enough height to get over that gap. You move less backwards? Yeah. But I remember there was a skip back in WoD challenge modes where you would... it was really weird. It could theoretically work on other mounts, but it was really consistent if you got on specifically any type of mammoth mount, or a mount with the mammoth hitbox, like the Grand Expedition Yak, and then you jumped backwards against this one cliff. And something about the way that hitbox worked, jumping backwards, it lines up with like the little grooves in the wall perfectly. So I can... I'll line it up, jump. Okay. Jump. Nice. And jump. Okay. It might honestly be better to jump off that little wooden beam right there. I think we'd get more height, but I'll still try it from here. So, jump! Ah. Those mammoth mounts are technically vehicles. That's possible, but it was actually achievable with normal mounts. It was just I think it was the mammoth hitbox that made it really easy. Okay, so that area might be doable, but I'm going to be honest, at this point, I think it's probably faster to just not go there. Because at this stage, like, it's taking us a while to actually... It's taking us a while to actually get across this rooftop thing. I don't know if that's worth the time. I think it should, in theory, be easier to get... over to this side. Now, what I want to try to do... Oh! Well, you can land on that wooden post, but you can't ride the wall on the outside of that railing. You made a shaman under a Legion Assault? Nice. That one place with all the plants? Yeah, Everbloom. Everbloom had a million wall skips. They've patched most of those. Like, every single time during WoD, when we would find a new wall skip, Blizzard would fix it, and then we would find another wall skip to just break it again. It was awesome. And now Everbloom is completely blanketed with invisible walls, and you can thank me and my friends for that, because we broke the shit out of Everbloom back in the day. Alright. 1 minute. So I guess I'm just chilling until this is off cooldown. Hopefully I can glide high enough to get over the invisible wall. You feel like doing Exile's Reach would be faster? I mean, at this stage it would be, but what I'm looking at is more, in theory, would this work? Now, here's the thing. The actual speedrun of this would be leveling up to 10, and after I level up to 10, then I would go ahead and do this skip. But before I actually invest the time needed to level to 10, I want to make sure that the skip actually works. So the real question is whether it would be faster to do the quests and then test it, or, you know, test it now. And at this point, I am actually just genuinely curious if you can get out of the Worgen starting zone at level 1. Because the method that I looked up no longer works, so I'm doing this more as like a proof of concept type thing. Now, I think if I make it to the moat over there, then we should be good. Yes! We're out! Okay, that worked. Whew. Now, fingers crossed that there's no invisible wall here. Because if there's an invisible wall here, I'm fucked. Fuck. Okay. So, the new challenge is I need to glide from there to this area, which is doable, I think. Probably. Unfortunately, I am now stuck again. Now, okay, actually, I'm curious. If I swim all the way over here to this corner, right by the cathedral, and then I do a character stuck, would it then pop me out by the cathedral? Alright. Support. So I have to practice speedrunning this. So we scroll down, stuck character service. Oh. Continue. Boom. Slow-ass loading screen because it's Blizzard CS. Damn, real time loss here. Fuck me, man. What is this? Oh my god. AAA company, right? There we go. 8 hours from now? Wait, character change? Wait, is there an 8-hour cooldown on character stuck? What the Suck my fucking dick, Blizzard. Are you fucking joking? Okay, slash... I'll try that. That didn't do anything. I appreciate it, Xylos, but that did nothing. Oh wait, maybe did I... Okay, slash script... Yeah, that did nothing. Unfortunate. 9-hour cooldown, or 8-hour cooldown. On character stuck? For using it twice? Well, okay. I have an idea. We're not done yet. If Blizzard refuses to teleport my character, I will force them to teleport my character. Now, this character is dead because I can't get it out. Actually, is it? Is this character dead? It probably is. I'm just going to recreate it. It'll be faster. Okay. Gilliana. I don't have enough copper. Fuck my life. God damn it. Okay, well, I am drowning myself now. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking, Hacker. But then I realized that drowning myself is going to take, like, a fucking long time. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'll just mail this stuff to my main and create a new character. And then I realized that I don't have any money. So I can't do that. So, you know, I guess we're just gonna drown. No, unfortunately, Seesaw doesn't work anymore. I wish Seesaw worked, but it does not. But yeah, so, actually, yeah, Hacker predicted my strategy. I am going to try to force Blizzard to teleport me to Westfall by killing myself via drowning. Now, obviously, this isn't going to take me to Westfall. But, you know, this will take me, hopefully, outside, and then I can repeat this trick while in the boundary to effectively get a bonus character stuck method, because if you die outside of the boundary, it effectively counts as your character getting stuck, and Blizzard has to teleport you. So, we're gonna try this. If I manage to escape Gilneas somehow, what would be the next step? Question mark, profit? I guess? Like, I don't fucking know. I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm just, you know, I'm trying it. Alright. In theory, I guess, if I got to level 10, and then managed to do the skip to get out of Gilneas, then manage to get back to Stormwind in a reasonable amount of time, then in theory, it would save time compared to doing Exile's Reach? Maybe? They have to teleport you, however, with their skeleton crew of a support team, I highly doubt they will. No, but the game will do it automatically. I don't think their support team has anything to do with it, which is why the 8-hour cooldown is fucking bullshit. Yeah, I remember back in, I want to say back in Cataclysm or something, just for fun, I decided to see what the like farthest point north I could go was. So I got like swim speed potions on my hunter, and I flew all the way past the top of Northrend, and I flew really far out into fatigue zones, and then like dove to the bottom of the ocean, and I was really far out into fatigue territory, like way off the top of the map. And I got to the bottom. All I saw was just this massive amount of seaweed. So for some reason, they actually do have seaweed at the bottom of the oceans, even way out in the middle of fatigue areas, which I thought was kind of cool. But I basically died in this gigantic clump of seaweed off somewhere far north of Northrend. And... oh, we did it! Let's go! We're out. But anyways, yes, so I went all the way up there. I got all the way out of... I got all the way out of the area, and then I basically drowned because, you know, fatigue zones, and it landed me in the Barrens. So that was an experience. Now, how the fuck do I get out of here? I think I have to go into one of the moats, right? So I have to go here, then this way, and we're home free, baby! Let's go! Well, it still works, you just need to put in a bit of extra effort, apparently. Oh my god, I hit that invisible wall and my heart stopped. I was like, no way. Alright, we're out. Fuck yeah. Whew, okay, so... now... I can test my theory. Now, back to my hunch. I'm going to be going over here and testing that out. You heard my heart stopping when I hit that wall. Yeah. Oh, thank God. Oops. Freedom, yes! We've done it. This is only step 1. We're out of Gilneas City, but we still need to find a way out of the zone. Honestly, drowning myself might genuinely be faster, just because of the fact that I won't have to log out and do all that fancy bullshit. You know? So... it's something to consider. Now, I don't think I can go... here, right? So there's an invisible wall, if I remember correctly, around the Worgen area. Whoa! No, there's just a kill plane. Holy shit. Okay. Well, then. Well, that actually is good. So if I find a sweet spot where I get out of bounds and then slam into the kill plane, then I can instantly trigger the teleport to Westfall. So that's actually good that there is a kill plane down there. But I was not expecting that. I mean, as today's video has proven, you know, gravity is the most powerful force in WoW. So, you know, it strikes again. Wait. What? Okay. I have many questions. I guess I talked to the spirit healer? Because it decided to, you know, fuck me over and drop my body off there. Where was the graveyard? Okay, spirit healer's over there. I don't even take res sickness. Nice. That's not water, it's a cliff. Yeah. Ah. Fun. Another spam bot. Blitz is watching. Ha. Yeah, if I break Gilneas too much, they're just gonna fix it by turning the entire zone into a giant banana. Okay, so I think the problem was I tried to swim into the water. Maybe if I just swim out. I think that might fix it. And then I can swim out the moment I hit the out of bounds point. Then I just dip down into the kill plane and we're good. Make sure Ion's not watching. My corpse just molded away? Yeah. The game just places me on the first possible place? That's definitely possible, yeah. Okay, so we hit the farthest that we can go here. Can I... Okay. Can't go there. Now, I want to try other spots. Yeah, you could see the camera started to drift a little. The moment you spot that camera drift, you're hitting a kill plane. It's... this is like, just so mindfucky trying to do this. I almost hope this doesn't work, just because this would be so janky to actually implement in a speedrun. But this is kind of what speedruns are all about, right? Just breaking the game in as many ways as possible. That's like part of the fun. So. Here, let me, I can hop on my sea turtle. Just to make this a bit faster. Well, we can go far out here. Her turtle's just doing a little dance move over here. I love it. Fuck, god damn it. Okay, I forgot. Okay, this is good. I wanted to get over here. Still somehow not the most stupid skip you've seen in a speedrun of a game? Yeah. Maybe I could go above the invisible wall? Like, with a glider. So if I did this... Okay, so we hit the invisible wall. How deep can I swim here? Okay, so here... There's no kill plane. But this means that I could potentially find something like a hole in the invisible wall. How's the escaping going? It's going well. Were you here when I got out of Gilneas City, Nakasadu? Is this the hunter I'm doing the pugging on? So, this is like the last thing I'm doing this stream. I already did the Survival Hunter Keystone Pugs, but somebody brought up a potential idea for a speedrun skip, and I was like, that actually sounds pretty fucking cool, so now I'm trying to figure out how to make it work. We're getting pretty far here. Okay, there's the invisible wall. You went AFK right before I did. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, so Gilneas City is definitely possible. I have yet to test the method in the video, But I want to see if there's a place where you can get out here, on this side of the map. So far, it doesn't appear that you can, but I'm gonna keep trying. It's possible that it only works in this little area. We'll see. Didn't know you could ride a sea turtle at level 12? Yeah. It is strange that the sea turtle specifically works. Or at level 1, yeah. Sea turtle and riding turtle works. I think it's because riding turtle works, so they just let sea turtle work. Oh, excuse me. But it is weird because sea turtle does have like an added utility benefit. Gilneas is instanced? No, so what I'm trying to do is find a place where I can get out of bounds so that if I drown myself, it basically counts as the character stuck method. That's what I'm trying to do. Because it works, like there's a video of people doing it up here and it working. Now, I will try that if push comes to shove, but I want to see if this works as well. There has to be some hole in the invisible wall somewhere. I will keep slamming my face into it. Definitely does help to have sea turtle. Makes this process a lot faster. You actually wonder if there's a way to escape the goblin starting zone? You'd probably have to do something similar, where you basically get out of bounds and then... Pillow relogging? Are you talking about the lounge cushion stuff? Like hopping on a lounge cushion, sitting in the wall, and then logging out and logging back in? I could see that maybe working. The main thing that I'm trying to do is figure out a way to do this skip without actually having to log out at all. Because logging out with this method kind of just wastes time, so... It's not a terrible idea, but that would be like a last resort type of thing. Put a pillow on the edge of the wall, and sometimes you can go through the invisible wall. Interesting. You can log out quickly by starting a second client. I could also force close my game in that case. Decisions. Ah. I keep, like, swimming really far and then going, maybe this is it. And then just face planting an invisible wall. And it's like, my hopes and dreams. I really wish that instead of an invisible wall, there was just a giant sea monster that eats you alive. Yes. See, that would be a lot more creative. And, you know. We ain't having any of that at Blizzard. Invisible wall. They could spend money making the game cooler, or they could just kill you instantly. Yeah. Instructions unclear. Turn more women into fruit. Well, shit. you get players complaining they can't explore out of bounds, then it would just be the trick to find how you can defeat the giant sea monster. So it would present a new and arguably more fun challenge. Now, one thing I'm wondering, do people know how to clip outside of Najatar? Because that is one that I discovered on PTR that I have no idea if it's actually well known. Pretty sure it still works, because I know they fixed it on PTR, and then I remember using it on live for a while. But I don't know if it ever became, like, a well-known out-of-bounds skip. You saw Asmongold clipping out of Najatar? Gotcha. God damn, there's no spots here. Ah. Even if you just insta-kill the player, and Invisible Walls is just lazy and leads to disappointment? Yeah, true. I'd rather be killed by a giant sea monster. I think that does sound more fun. Damn it. They put more effort into this invisible wall than most of Shadowlands. Yeah, fair. Uh, I mean, maybe I can glide over it. Probably not, but you know, on the off chance, who knows? It's entirely possible, right? Because this was designed for Cataclysm. Goblin gliders didn't exist until MoP, so they probably wouldn't have designed zones around them. So, maybe, just maybe. Oh shit, level 2. Pog. We're getting there. How high up this mountain can I go? Hmm. So Goblin gliders were in MoP as a enchant that you could put on your cape. Goblin glider kits were in WoD. But they function the exact same. It's just Goblin glider kits allowed you to use it as a consumable, whereas in MoP you had to be engineered to put it on your own cape. So, I mean, every single person who, you know, wanted to have fun played engineer back in MoP. Because it was fucking awesome. I'm still so happy that Goblin Gliders have become like a staple of this game. Because I remember playing the MoP beta and using Goblin Glider way back when and thinking, this is the coolest thing ever. I really hope that I get to use this on live and it's not just like a beta thing. And the fact that not only did they keep it, but they expanded upon it, and now it's like literally your speedrunning bread and butter, just kind of makes me happy. Goblin Gliders are probably some of my favorite items in the game. They're just honestly really fun to use. Okay, let me see if I can get... Come on. No! Denied. Ah! Okay, worst case scenario, I will just run all the way over there and test the original skip. I can't say whether or not that would be really efficient, but... I mean, maybe? Oh, there's just straight up an invisible wall here. That's interesting. So, this part of Gilneas is already the flooded area. So it starts off in the flooded, Forsaken Invasion area, but it... Huh. That's odd. Weird. Also, I should note real quick, since we're nearing the end of the stream, I probably won't do a Survival Hunter thing tomorrow, just because, honestly, I mean, I got Normal Sanctum done, and I did a bunch of keys today, so that was kind of like the main thing I wanted to accomplish. But I don't know if I would really want to do an entire additional stream of Survival Hunter stuff. So honestly, tomorrow, I'm just going to do BC Classic, because I really do want to play more of that. So, more BC Classic leveling. Still in Zangarmarsh, still doing all that stuff, but, you know, it'll be on stream. So, cool. What was my video for Monday that I had planned? Let me check that real quick. Okay, cool. So, I'm doing an episode of offline BC Classic, Tuesday. So I'll do some leveling in my free time on Monday, and after stream tomorrow probably, and then I'm planning on uploading that Tuesday, but tomorrow is going to be the stream, right? But Monday I'm going to do one of the longer highlights, so that'll just be a highlight video. Then Wednesday will be the cheating officer. So I've hyped up the cheating officer story a lot. I'm going to try to get that done by Wednesday. I already have all the footage re-downloaded and stuff like that, ready to go in Premiere. I just need to, of course, go in, do editing. Depending on, you know, how I'm feeling about it, I might do extra commentary to be like, something I forgot to mention at the time, and then add like an additional bit of information to the story, because I thought it was fun doing that with the Haunted ERP Cave, and people seem to like that. A lot of people commented that they liked how I went back and showed more information about the story after the fact. So I think I'll do that with the cheating officer story. If I'm feeling generous, I might even include some clips of the Google Doc, which, reminder, if you want to see the full Google Doc, then you might want to check out my Discord, Harldan #2316. Add me, and I will send you a link to the Discord. Yeah, that is in the pins there. But I can't show it on stream. But I can maybe cherry pick some of the less offensive quotes to share over there. I think it would add a lot more flair to the, you know, to that whole thing. What I could even, I don't know, I'm thinking about, should I do a mix-up of the cheating officer story plus the full Hunter story that I told on stream? Because I elaborated on the Hunter thing on stream later, but I never told the full thing at the time. I just kind of mentioned in passing. But that's going to be a fun video. And then I still need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do for Thursday and Friday. I guess we'll figure it out. I will be making this this Hunter stuff into its own episode. Wait, what the fuck? No! Blizzard! Fuck! Fuck me, man. I can still do this. Fuck. God damn it. But yeah, so the hunter stuff from this stream I will turn into episode 4. So this, I don't want this to be its own hunter episode, because I do like the whole idea of the hunter episodes being their own, like, highly edited, condensed footage type of thing. I'm fine putting in the work to do that much. It was just the recording aspect of it that I didn't have time for. So being able to record it on stream did help, because otherwise I wouldn't have had time to do all of that stuff this week. So that was really nice. Can I make this jump? Fuck. Well, it was worth a shot. Like, we already know that I can do the skip by jumping out that window, then gliding to the water and drowning myself. But I want to see if I can do this without drowning myself. Like, if I can angle myself perfectly to not have to do any, you know, escaping, like, crap. I don't know, though. Problem is, I need to form for heroic in like 15 minutes. I did not expect this to take over an hour. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go, you know, do like a test run of the druid thing. It'll take 30 minutes. And then, you know, fucking here we are. The civilizations have risen and fallen, and I'm still trying to figure out a way to get out of the Worgen starting area. Fuck me. I mean, I see the line. Fuck. Okay, that's, like, doable, but I think I'm just overcomplicating it. I think I just need to go back to the basics. I can look for more, like, efficient ways to do this skip in the future, but right now I just want a proof of concept. I should rope my guild into helping me test this. Yes, I'm sure they'd all love to do that. Like, hey, you know how I said I was going to do a heroic Sanctum of Domination alt run this weekend? About that, how about we just test skipping the Worgen starting zone instead? You're all down for that, right? I'm sure they'd sign up in a heartbeat. Okay, I'm just gonna do a regular glider. Nothing fancy. Just see how far I can get. So, jump out the window, glide. Okay, so there's an invisible wall here. So that sucks because it means I am going to have to drown myself, but... well, whatever, I guess. Just have to wait another minute. Wait another minute, die, and then try the strategy again. I will say, if I get fucked and TP'd back to the graveyard again, I'll just have to figure out a way to do this some other time, because I am definitely cutting it close. Because obviously I want to make sure I have time to make food and coffee before, you know, raid and stuff like that. Depending on the guild, they might, but based on what you've said before, probably not. New guild, actually. New guild. So, this new guild is actually really cool. I don't know them well enough to know if they would or not, but it's not the old guild that was, like, really toxic and stuff. These guys are actually pretty cool. Have a good stream and mostly good night. Good to have you stopping by, Adamic. Sleep well. Yeah, new guild. So, I joined a guild. They are on the same prog that the old guild was on, but overall their mentality is, like, much better. And like one of the things is they do heroic runs and whatnot. They help people out, and they also they offered to help me like gear Blood DK and Brewmaster, so that was cool. Yes, I have changed guilds. Yeah. So the guild that I talked about in the first two Survival Hunter episodes, I did finally quit that guild. So, you know, good news there. Quit that guild. I swapped over to a different guild, and so far it's been good. Admittedly, the progression has been slow, but we did get Soul Render down, so it's a step up. The other guilds imploded, basically. But it's like they're willing to make adjustments. So I kind of talked to them about it, and I was like, hey, the leadership seems good, right? So the leadership seems good. The leadership is knowledgeable. They know what they're talking about. So that is always a good sign. It's just there's a few people on the team that are quite honestly getting carried. But I've talked to the officers, and they understand that. Like, that's one thing I always check. I try to politely bring it up, but I did, like, one of the officers was, like, really friendly and, like, was actively talking to me. So because I figured, okay, this person seems pretty cool, I kind of mentioned to them, like, in passing, like, yeah, one thing I've noticed is some people don't really seem to be pulling their weight. And that officer was like, oh, trust me, we know. So then they kind of explained that they fully understand that some of the people in the raid team are, like, really underperforming, and they're looking to replace those people. It's just right now they can't find enough people to fill those spots. So they understand that they have roster problems, and they're trying to fix it, which is, like, good to know. Because I can work with that. If the leadership is good and they're trying to fix their roster, that's totally fine. It's when people don't understand that there's a problem and they refuse to kick because, like, oh, so-and-so has been in the guild for so many years or whatever. That's where I start to have an issue. Let's just go out the same way as before, because we know that works. Thinking of how I'm drowning myself, is there any random consumables you could use to deal self-damage and die? There's nitro fuel. I think that requires a certain level. There's an item in WoD that you can drink, and it's like you drink it, and if you stand in fire, you catch on fire and, like, burn really quickly. I think it's called, like, nitro fuel or something. It's like a drink. And I remember we used to use that for, like, death resets back in WoD challenge modes. But I think it requires you to be a certain level to use. So I could be wrong on that. And then there's the Miss Pandaria toy. What is that thing called? Dagger? Blade? No. It was something like Suicide Dagger. I forget what it was called, but everybody called it the Suicide Dagger. And you would just kind of impale yourself in the chest. Where was that? I don't remember what that toy was. I don't think I can use it either way. Now I'm curious, so I'm checking it. It has to be here somewhere. No, not that. It does do 60% of my health and damage. But Rasha's. Yes. Right. That was what it was called. Shouldn't I have passed it? Is it not a toy? Did they... maybe they never made it a toy. It might just be an item. I don't know. It's not a toy. Well, that's unfortunate. So yeah, if the nitro fuel works, then you could mail some of that over. But otherwise, I don't really know. And yeah, Cyrno, definitely if you're, like, tired of your current guild, I would recommend finding a new one. That's always a good idea. So the map is, like, glitched to fuck here. But I'm kind of worried because I know that if I make any wrong step, it's just going to take me back to the graveyard. I can't believe how fast it did it that last time. Oh, you don't even have a guild. Oh, then yeah, definitely look for a new guild. I mean, you'll probably enjoy it. I always have more fun when I'm in a guild, or at least a good guild, to be, you know, accurate. Okay, we're in Fatigue Waters. So far, so good. You really want the legendary bow from Sylvanas? Yeah. That thing is really cool. Wait, we're getting somewhere. No. Don't do me like this, Blizzard. Wait. Okay, we're still getting somewhere. The bite. I think I've gone out far enough. I want to say I've done it. Ah! Okay, Blizzard. Thank you. Thank you, Blizzard. Very cool. So I have to get far enough to leave Gilneas general chat? Okay. I'll try it one more time. One more time, and if this fails, I'll just... I don't know. I might try it off stream or something. Yeah, I really want the Sylvanas bow, too. That said, I am not a ranged hunter. I just want the Sylvanas bow because imagine being a survival hunter using a Sylvanas bow. You would just be making a mockery of it. And then every single hunter who plays this game would fucking hate you. And I don't know, but to me that just sounds fucking awesome, so I'm gonna try it. If it fails, good luck with your raid, Frog. Thank you. Well, it's not Prog, it's just a heroic farm, but either way, I do appreciate it. It looks like you exploited fun. We at Blizzard do not condone the exploitation of fun. Therefore, we put you back in your place. Yes. I think I just went down too quickly. I need to go out farther. Good luck with that. Thank you. I am so basically what happened is this guild normally does heroic farm clears on Wednesday, and on Wednesday they had an absolutely abysmal heroic farm run. It started at 10 p.m. and it ended at 2 a.m. The only 3 bosses we killed were Terragru, KT, and Sylvanas, and it took us like 3 hours to kill Sylvanas because we were basically hard carrying a few people in the guilds that were on really, really shitty alts, and the people who were like organizing the heroic were too afraid to kick guildies because, you know, they were like, oh, well, guildies should be able to bring whatever they want. And then everybody else was like kind of pissed because everybody was like, well, we're sitting here wasting our time trying to get this done, and these other people are just leeching off us and trying to use us to get a kill for their alt. So it was kind of shitty. No, it was 4 hours. 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sorry if I made that unclear. But I might have said 2 p.m. by accident. But yeah, so it basically, we got Sylvanas down finally, and then we all stopped. And I kind of talked to the officers after the fact, and I'm like, I think you guys need to be a bit more strict with who's able to come to the heroic runs. And then I said, I'm going to organize my own heroic run, and I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to do it like, you know, just inviting good players. Like basically the stuff you guys saw me do earlier with normal Sanctum, that's how I'm going to run this heroic run. Now I'm going to give guildies a fair chance. Like if they want to bring an undergeared alt, ooh, left channel. Okay, we're out of Gilneas. In theory, suicide. Wait, there's no kill plane here. Okay. Well, so much for that idea. Okay. I guess I'm going to run out into the fatigue. But yeah, so I basically was like, look, I'm going to run this my way. And I'm going to basically be really Machiavellian with, you know, how we form this. And I'm going to try to prove to them that this is just a better way of clearing the content. Oh, you guys see that? Yo, I think these flat earthers are onto something. I don't know. Okay, I died. Moment of truth. Yeah! Let's go! Westfall, baby! Woo! I did it. What is going on here? We found a way to skip outside of the Worgen starting area. So there was a method back in Legion. Blizzard hotfixed that method. Fuck. Wait, can I use this thing? Can I? Fuck. Okay, you know what? Proof of concept obtained. You know, we got it to work. So basically, I figured out a way to get outside of the Worgen starting zone, set my Hearthstone true. Where do I do that? I think it's over there. But yes. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't think that that is going to be efficient in terms of a speedrun. So, Nakasadu, I don't know about that one. Now, I might be able to find a way after hitting level 10 to speed it up, so we'll see. But, I don't know. You haven't seen that out of money message in so long. Wait, can I even turn into a Worgen yet? Wait, I don't have the Worgen stuff. Wasn't it supposed to make me a Worgen? I'm not a Worgen. Uh, do I just get that automatically as I level up? Not yet? Okay. So that happens later, then. Because, I mean, if I just get to be a human druid, well, I mean, I guess you can already do that as Kultiran, but still. I should get it on relog? I see, okay. Because I was like, for a moment there, just, what the fuck? Whew, okay, yeah. Anyways. Good end to the stream. Happy that I finally managed to get that. Either way, thank you guys for watching. So a lot of the footage used in this one is going to be taken and repurposed into Hunter Episode 4. So you can expect that probably Thursday or Friday next week whenever I get around to editing it. And once I, post that, I'll, try to start working on Hunter Episode 5. I don't know if I'll actually do another Hunter stream next weekend. It kind of depends on what I'm looking at in terms of schedule stuff. If I have free time, I might try to record more Hunter stuff in the future. Admittedly, we're reaching the point now where I'm starting to be able to do stuff without having to sit in pugs for a very, very long time. Once I get to where I could get plus 15 duns, that's going to be pretty nice. Hopefully I can get my first plus 15, next week, maybe, if I'm lucky. Great Vaults is going to be a big one. I really hope it's good to me, right? And then, as mentioned before, tomorrow, I'm just going to be doing more BC Classic. So, really been looking forward to playing BC Classic. Kind of just want to play more of that, so I'll be streaming that. So this was an interesting Survival Hunter, stream experiment, I guess. Definitely think it went well. I was happy with it. Had a lot of fun. Thank you all for being here, and I will catch you in tomorrow's stream. Peace.